Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became America's Hero? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The wind blew Izuku's hair to the side as he stared down at the concrete below. Tears blurred his eyes and he fought to keep them from falling. He cursed that Kaken would win in the end, the thought fueling his anger but not enough to stop the emptiness. He clenched his fist and tossed his backpack back onto the school's roof. Izuku told himself that being quirkless truly was a curse. He grit his teeth, closed his eyes, and let himself go limp. Memories of his mother flooded him and his thoughts turned frantic. He thought he could not leave her alone and that he had to make her proud. The thought stalled and he told himself it was too late. He closed his eyes again and braced for the impact. The impact never came. Something collided with him and sent both of them careening back toward the building, and he was knocked unconscious. When Izuku came to, dazed, he was on the school roof again. A tall, skinny figure stood hunched nearby. Izuku shaded his eyes and asked who the man was as he squinted to see better. The man, in a husky voice, asked if the boy was all right before coughing. Izuku insisted he was fine and demanded to know what the man was doing on the roof and how he had been returned there. The man replied that he had seen All Might bring him up and that Izuku had jumped off. The words made Izuku flinch. He admitted that he had jumped and rose, wiping dust from his school uniform. He asked if All Might had just left. The man explained that All Might had been working shorter shifts lately and that age was probably catching up to him. The man suggested Izuku needed help and walked up to pat his shoulder. Izuku said he did not want to be a burden and shifted away from the contact, asking the man who he was. The man sighed and introduced himself as Toshinori. When Toshinori asked what had led Izuku to that point, Izuku became defensive and said it was none of the man's business. Toshinori explained that he was a studying psychologist who would be dealing with such matters and wanted to know if he could help. Izuku scowled and confessed that being quirkless had made him the target of bullying. He admitted he wanted to be a hero but believed he would never amount to more than an ordinary person, possibly even less. He called himself pathetic, the smile disappearing as anger returned. Toshinori countered by offering help. He said he had connections and could arrange training with a close friend who used to be a pro hero. He told Izuku that, quirk or not, it was possible to become a hero, perhaps not as famous as All Might but a hero nonetheless. He extended a hand and offered to get Izuku into therapy and training to help him reach his potential. Izuku, on the verge of tears, grabbed Toshinori's hand. Toshinori drew him into a hug and Izuku finally let his tears fall, apologizing between sobs. Toshinori soothed him and suggested they go home. They left the roof together. A blond boy who had been watching from behind the small rooftop room wiped his hands, growled about Izuku, and walked down the stairs muttering that Izuku was lucky to have been saved. On the walk to Izuku's house, Toshinori said he wanted to meet Izuku's guardian to discuss the training. Izuku asked where the training would take place. Toshinori casually mentioned New York City. Izuku reacted with disbelief and shouted at the idea, his mind racing as adrenaline from the jump wore off. When Izuku asked why he should trust Toshinori, Toshinori hesitated and then revealed a reason. He straightened, a puff of smoke rose, and his manner shifted into the larger-than-life speech Izuku recognized. Toshinori revealed that he was, in fact, All Might. Izuku froze, stunned and incredulous. All Might asked whether Izuku trusted him now, smiling in a way that was both reassuring and confident. Time passed. Izuku and his mother moved to a mansion in New York with financial help arranged by All Might. He began training under a new coach, a short-retired hero who had once trained All Might, Gran Torino. Torino may have been retired, but he still had fire and discipline. He laid out the strict routine. They would be up at 4:30 each morning, have a healthy breakfast, and then head to the gym. When Izuku asked how they would get to the gym, Torino said that Izuku would run. Torino reminded the boy to set his alarm and warned that he would enforce it himself if necessary. Izuku felt a shiver at the change but accepted the challenge. That evening, Izuku's mother, Inko, greeted him with a warm smile at the bottom of the stairs. She hugged him, patted his head, and told him how happy she was for him. Inko began to tear up and told Izuku that her baby would be a hero. Izuku smiled and hugged his mother before stepping back. He chuckled and said he should get to sleep because he had to be up at 4. Inko nodded and promised to see him after his first day at the new school, then she went back downstairs. Izuku turned and walked into his room, feeling a little nervous about the new school but remembering the English he had learned from watching old videos of All Might in his early days. He lay down in his bed and fell asleep quickly. He woke up to his alarm and was dressed and ready by 4. When he walked downstairs he found Gran Torino making eggs. Gran Torino greeted him with a casual good morning while tending the stove. Izuku replied politely and moved to the table where a glass of milk waited. Gran Torino told him that breakfast would be ready in 2 minutes, then took yogurt from the refrigerator. Izuku tapped his foot with nerves as he waited. A short while later Gran Torino served a plate of eggs and a bowl of yogurt on the side, and mentioned that this was not a daily routine and that they would have other breakfasts once his cooks returned. Izuku blinked a few times and then ate, thinking to himself that he did not expect to be surprised any further. He finished quickly, put on his school bag, and asked if they would run to the gym now. Gran Torino said he would run with Izuku today to show him where it was, but after today Izuku would be on his own. The older man stretched and invited him to go. They walked into the backyard and headed toward a large building a short distance away. Izuku asked what the building was. Gran Torino smiled and said it was the gym, then used his quirk to fly there. Izuku felt a buzz of anticipation and looked down at his phone. He read a message reminding him that he should sprint to the gym every morning as a warm-up, then sprint back to push himself, and that leg day was going to be tough. He sighed and started running. 2 long hours later Izuku was breathing heavily as he approached the middle school he would be attending. He told himself to stay confident, but the first bell interrupted his thoughts and he panicked, sprinting into the school and heading straight for the main office. At the desk he introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya and a transfer student from Japan, and the woman at the desk stared at him. He realized aloud that he did not speak English well and looked down. He grabbed a piece of paper and a pen, sketched a rough map showing America and Japan, drew a small plane with an arrow pointing to New York, and pointed from himself to Japan on the map. The woman nodded and picked up the phone. A girl tapped his shoulder and asked if he was Izuku Midoriya. Izuku turned to see a girl slightly shorter than him with a shoulder-length bob and brown hair. She introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka, explained that she had been born in America but moved to Japan when she was very young, and said she was back in America for a few weeks visiting family and wanted to help him. Izuku bowed in thanks and Uraraka laughed. Uraraka took his wrist and offered to bring him to class. As they walked, she asked where in Japan he was from. Izuku replied that he was from Uzudafu City and lived in an apartment with his mother, though the answer made him uncomfortable. Uraraka said she lived nearby and then asked what his quirk was as they climbed a flight of stairs. Izuku grew quiet and admitted that he was quirkless. Uraraka responded that she was quirkless too and that it was unpleasant, but she smiled and reassured him that kids at the school were more accepting of quirkless people, so he would be okay. Izuku found it soothing to hear that someone else was quirkless, and he said he could read some English on paper but had difficulty understanding spoken English, so he would be able to complete assignments with Uraraka's help. Uraraka offered to help translate and assist with assignments until he got the hang of things. She opened the classroom door and all eyes turned to them. Izuku's anxiety spiked, and he thought that it was going to be rough. 10 months passed quickly, and it was almost time for Izuku to return to Japan. The girl who had helped him learn English had left a few weeks after he started school, but Izuku had picked things up quickly. The training had gone well, and he had become noticeably stronger and more built compared to his former skinny self. Being quirkless had compelled him to master several fighting styles, and he was now well trained. He often thought of the girl who had calmed his anxiety when he arrived in America, though he could not remember her name. His confidence had improved, and he had made many friends at the middle school. He even considered staying in America. Then All Might told him something important. All Might planned to recommend Izuku to UA, which meant Izuku would not have to take the entrance exams or the recommendation practical exams. It was Izuku's last day of middle school in America. School was not over yet, It would end at 3 and the clock read 2:30. One of Izuku's friends put a hand on his shoulder and told him they were going to miss him. Another friend laughed and added that it would be strange to have Izuku gone. Izuku reassured them that he would keep in touch and would be back during the summer. A girl who walked up to the group said she would love to attend UA, and Izuku smiled in agreement. Their teacher announced that because Izuku would be leaving, the class could have the rest of the day off to spend time with him, and thanked Izuku for being a good student. The school day ended quickly, and after emotional goodbyes Izuku jogged home. Izuku called out that he was home, and then saw All Might walk into view and unexpectedly startle him. Izuku greeted All Might warmly. Inko then revealed that she had arranged for All Might to surprise Izuku, and Izuku hugged his mother. His mood had improved since he started therapy. All Might asked if Izuku was ready to go to Japan, and Izuku nodded with a smile and a clenched fist, declaring his readiness to be a hero. The next morning Izuku woke up in the car and realized they had arrived home. He ran toward his apartment complex and up the stairs. As he reached his floor, a voice called his nickname in a low tone, and Izuku felt his heart drop. He slowly turned and saw Katsuki Bakugo standing there. Izuku trembled as he addressed Bakugo by a familiar nickname. Bakugo asked where Izuku had been and why he looked different, speaking in an unusually quiet voice compared to his usual yelling. Izuku explained that he had been to America and was back for high school, and that he had been working out at the gym. He said he would attend UA and mentioned All Might's recommendation, though he did not reveal the full story. Katsuki, still calm and curious, asked how Izuku had a connection to All Might. Izuku offered a simplified explanation, and Katsuki nodded before saying he would see Izuku at UA and walking down the other side of the building. Izuku stood frozen for a moment, perplexed by his former bully's subdued reaction. Down below, Izuku's mother called out that he had forgotten the keys, and Izuku jumped slightly, then went down to collect them. He unlocked the door and carried their bags inside. Later, lying on his bed, his phone buzzed. All Might's voice came through, inviting Izuku to come with him to UA to meet the teachers. Izuku leapt from his bed, got dressed quickly, and All Might told him he was already at the door. Izuku said he would be home later for his mother, and she called goodbye as they left. Izuku and All Might arrived at UA and went to Class 1A, the class Izuku would be placed in. Nizu had decided that Izuku could learn better from Eraserhead because both valued combat skills and strategy over brute force. All Might opened the classroom door and cheerfully announced Izuku's arrival. Eraserhead, sitting at his desk with papers in hand, sighed and responded in his usual blunt manner. All Might pushed Izuku forward and introduced him as a new student. Eraserhead asked for his name and quirk. Izuku gave his name and stated that he did not have a quirk. When asked about his skills, Izuku listed various martial arts and fighting styles, which made Eraserhead give a cold, unsettling smile. Eraserhead explained that there would be a quirk apprehension test. Since Izuku had no quirk, he would not be expelled for finishing last, but performing better would be preferable for both of them. All Might gave Izuku a thumbs up, and then Eraserhead was told that Izuku would attend the entrance exams to observe his future classmates. After introductions to the other teachers, Izuku returned home. A week later was the day of the entrance exams. All Might and Izuku sat in a room watching the candidates. Izuku was amazed by the variety of quirks and how they were being used. He watched Katsuki Bakugo destroy the robots and felt relieved that he would at least know one person at UA. He also noticed a girl who seemed familiar. She shattered a robot with a powerful punch, sparks flying as she radiated energy. Izuku recognized where he had seen her before but remembered an earlier claim that she had said she was quirkless, which left him confused. All Might asked if anyone had piqued Izuku's interest. Izuku pointed out the boy with engines on his legs, who reminded him of the hero Ingenium, and the girl with a bob cut and brown hair who appeared to possess a strength-based quirk. Izuku grinned at his mentor and observed that the situation reminded him of All Might. All Might smiled and replied that he had noticed as well. Izuku turned back to the monitors and scanned for more interesting quirks. All Might put a hand to his forehead, thinking that they had met when she had been quirkless and hoping the other man would not be suspicious, then looked back to the screens. Down on the battlefield, Ochako Uraraka remained focused as she disabled training robots. She concentrated and pushed one for all to 3%, channeling the power into a single, precise strike that sent a robot reeling and rendered it inoperative. She had received one for all a month before the entrance exams after last-minute decisions about inheritance, and although part of her was bitter that she had not been her father's first choice, she understood his hesitation. All Might had never been enthusiastic about his daughter becoming a hero, and she still felt like his little girl sometimes. As more robots were neutralized, the ground shook. Present Mike had explained that there were 3 point-bearing robots and an additional machine worth no points. Suddenly, a massive robot erupted from underground and rampaged across the field. Ochako sprinted to find more targets to earn points but heard explosions. She turned to see a blond boy fly up to the giant robot and detonate a blast at its rear, toppling it forward. Seeing other trainees about to be crushed, Ochako instinctively activated One for All and used her momentum to bounce from person to person, clearing them out of harm's way. One person remained pinned under rubble, a green-haired student trapped beneath debris. Ochako felt One for All surge through her legs as she dashed to the girl, quickly removed the rubble, and scooped her up. The robot was too close for her to escape, so Ochako set the girl down and struck the robot with a full power punch fueled by One for All. The robot was sent tumbling and came to rest, leaving everyone safe. Ochako's limbs were badly bruised and she collapsed, exhausted. The green-haired student rushed to Ochako as she slipped from consciousness. Watching the monitor, Izuku was struck by how Ochako had risked her own body to save another. All Might looked uncomfortable and explained to Izuku that some quirks affected their user's body more intensely than others. The exams ended. Izuku went home to his childhood room, which felt oddly familiar even though only 10 months had passed. 2 weeks later, on the night before he started at UA, his mother knocked and came in. She told him she was proud and placed a hand on his cheek, a tear sliding down her face. Izuku held her hand, promised to make her prouder, and kissed her on the cheek before saying goodnight and going to bed. The next morning, Izuku woke up more quickly than ever. Nervous and excited, he ran to UA and headed straight to Class 1A, having already been shown the way by All Might. When he walked in, Bakugo stared at him with an unusually blank expression. Tenya Ida stepped forward, extended his hand, and introduced himself. Izuku returned the handshake and introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya. Ida smiled politely. A girl with a brown bob, Ochako Uraraka, introduced herself to Ida and shook his hand. She then recognized Izuku and approached him, mentioning that she had met him in America and confirming his identity by pointing to his unmistakable green hair. Izuku chuckled and confirmed his name, and Ochako brightened at the relief of seeing someone she already knew. Soon after, Mr. Aizawa entered and told the students that orientation was unnecessary and that they should change into their gym uniforms for a quirk apprehension test on the baseball field. After the students changed and moved to the field, Aizawa announced that Ochako Uraraka had scored the highest in the entrance exams and called her forward. He held out a baseball and instructed her to throw it as far as she could using her quirk. Ochako focused, activated One for All at 3%, and launched the ball a full 100 meters. Because the boost was such a small fraction of her power, it did not increase her strength by much. Izuku remembered when they first met in middle school in America. He had been under the impression that she had been quirkless. Aizawa announced that they would be doing tests to pinpoint each student's level with their quirk and that the results would likely be used in the future, while he grabbed another baseball from a basket. One by one the tests were held. Izuku, being quirkless, struggled but held his own. Aizawa was impressed that he performed so well, placing second in the grip strength test only behind Shoji, who had the quirk advantage. When the tests ended, Izuku placed 10th, exceeding Aizawa's expectations. Uraraka placed 4th behind Bakugo, Todoroki, and Momo. Aizawa then instructed them to return to class, collect their syllabus, and leave. The whole class nodded. Izuku followed the instructions, and as he left the school he saw Uraraka talking to a green-haired girl, the same girl Uraraka had saved during the entrance exams. The girl thanked Uraraka and bowed. Uraraka replied that there was no need to thank her and that helping was what a hero would do. The exchange made Izuku freeze and his eyes widen. He thought that the girl was like him. Uraraka looked over at Izuku, waved him over, and greeted him. He jogged up and introduced himself to the green-haired girl as Izuku Midoriya. The girl smiled and said her name was Setsuna Tokichi. Uraraka adjusted her backpack and asked how Izuku got home. Izuku said he took the train and asked Uraraka the same. Uraraka said she took the same train to Mizudafu. Izuku smiled and noted that they would be on the same train. Setsuna observed that she would not be, because her parents drove her home, and laughed awkwardly. Setsuna thought Uraraka and Izuku had good chemistry and stepped back a bit. She thanked Uraraka again, said she would see them around, and left. She was in class 1B and had to go quickly to a meet-up planned by some girls from that class. Uraraka asked if Izuku wanted to go to the train, and he nodded. They walked in silence. Izuku was still shy around new people. As they left the train and walked toward their homes, Izuku told Uraraka he had a question. Uraraka tilted her head and looked at him, signaling for him to continue. Izuku said he remembered her telling him something when they met in America. Uraraka looked confused and asked what he meant. Izuku finished by saying she had told him she was quirkless. Uraraka paused and then admitted that she had awakened her quirk. Izuku chuckled and said he guessed she had awakened hers. Uraraka felt bad. Her quirk had been given to her, and she had forgotten that Izuku had been quirkless when she received one for all. It would not have stopped her from accepting it, but she would have felt better if she could have prepared to see him. Izuku said that who knew, maybe his quirk would awaken late too, though he was not sure he needed it. Uraraka looked surprised and asked if he was serious. He nodded and explained that, while a quirk would be great, he was confident in his martial arts skills and believed he could become a hero, perhaps not like All Might but someone like Mr. Aizawa. Uraraka said she respected his confidence despite the disadvantage and extended a fist. Izuku smiled, disagreed that it was a disadvantage, and bumped her fist. As they continued walking, Izuku asked where she lived. Uraraka pointed to an apartment complex about 100 feet away and said she lived there. Izuku was surprised to see his own apartment complex directly across from hers and stated that they were neighbors. Uraraka said she had moved a few months earlier because her father wanted her to be closer to UA, and she smiled oddly. They both acknowledged the coincidence, and Izuku grew awkward. He said he had to go because his mother would worry, told Uraraka it was nice to see her and that he'd see her at school, and then entered his building without waiting for an answer. Uraraka sighed and entered hers, thinking the encounter had been awkward. Later, Izuku walked into his homeroom where Aizawa stood at the podium and the class sat in their seats. Aizawa informed them that they would be doing a training exercise and that their prototype hero costumes, designed over the summer, were behind hidden doors that opened on the side of the room. He instructed them to find the costume by their seat number and meet him at the training grounds, then left the room. The students rose and retrieved their costumes. Uraraka selected a full-body pink jumpsuit with padding around the joints. Izuku's costume was black with green accents and resembled a ninja. He had designed it to be unobtrusive, suitable for a quirkless hero focusing on stealth, much like Aizawa. They went to the training grounds where Aizawa and All Might were waiting. All Might greeted the students in his exaggerated, booming voice, causing Uraraka to cringe slightly. Aizawa then explained that they would be split into teams of 2 for a 2 versus 2 exercise. Aizawa announced that the exercise would be 1 hero team against 1 villain team, and the class grew eager to train. Izuku drifted for a moment, thinking that he was finally really here and that it felt unreal, before All Might stepped forward and named the matchups. Izuku felt his stomach drop when he heard that Team D would be Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka, facing Team A composed of Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. Aizawa clarified that Team D would act as the heroes and Team A as the villains, then instructed the villain team to set up in the building while the heroes would enter in a few minutes. When Bakugo and Todoroki left, Uraraka turned to Izuku and noticed his nervousness. She moved closer and asked if he was all right. Izuku stammered that he was okay but admitted that he had bad experiences with Bakugo and that facing him could be difficult. Uraraka raised an eyebrow and made a mental note to ask more later. She reassured him that they would be okay and told him to follow her lead, patting his shoulder. Izuku gave a shaky smile and nodded. Aizawa allowed the hero team to enter and handed them earpieces for communication. Uraraka took a deep breath, signaled Izuku to follow, and led the way. They climbed a flight of stairs and an explosion blew open a wall beside them. Bakugo appeared and pointed at them with a fierce look, launching explosions their way. Izuku and Uraraka ducked and barely avoided the blasts. They reached the top of the stairs and faced Bakugo. Uraraka warned Izuku that Todoroki might still be nearby, but there was no sign of him. Izuku's heart raced at Bakugo's intense expression. It felt like Bakugo intended to hurt him, but the look was different from before, harder to read. Bakugo charged at them, using his explosions to vault over Uraraka and close in on Izuku. Izuku braced and crossed his arms to defend against a punch, but Bakugo shifted and swung instead. Izuku backed away, then managed to elbow Bakugo, sending him tumbling face-first to the floor. Izuku moved to place restraints on Bakugo, but Bakugo slapped his hand aside, pushed himself up, and struck Izuku forcefully enough to make him step back. Uraraka stepped in with a quick, controlled burst of power, but Bakugo evaded and sent an explosion her way. She was hit and staggered, stumbling backward. Bakugo paced between the two of them, smirking before leaping up. Izuku felt a chill, then ice spread beneath them. He realized that Todoroki had intervened. Todoroki descended the stairs above. The sudden slick of ice made Izuku slip and fall onto his back. Uraraka landed more steadily, activated One for All briefly, and stomped, cracking some of the ice. Izuku told himself not to lose and focused. Uraraka called for him to calm down, which helped him steady his breathing. He sprang up, grabbed a rail, and caught himself on a wall. Bakugo lunged, but Izuku hooked his leg and sent Bakugo sliding onto the ice, where he hit the surface and grunted. Uraraka confronted Todoroki, attempting to strike, but Todoroki fired ice at her. She countered with One for All to shatter the ice and then closed in, grabbing Todoroki and landing a pair of swift, non-lethal strikes that knocked him unconscious. She turned back to look at Izuku and Bakugo. Izuku was gripping the rail to keep from slipping and Bakugo was getting back to his feet. Bakugo sighed as he glanced at the downed Todoroki and then aimed his gauntlet at Izuku. He warned that Izuku's time to play was over and fired. Izuku's eyes widened as Ochako suddenly dove to push him out of the line of fire. The explosion hit her and blew a hole through the wall to the outside, leaving her unconscious on the ground below. Izuku peered over the edge and saw Uraraka lying motionless. He clenched his teeth, anger and fear mixing, and turned back to face Bakugo. Bakugo remained expressionless as he prepared to finish the fight. He launched himself at Izuku, and Izuku responded in kind. Time seemed to slow as Bakugo threw a right hook. Izuku dodged and countered with a knee to Bakugo's stomach, forcing Bakugo back. Bakugo swore under his breath, then calmed enough to fire a series of explosions. Izuku could not avoid all of them and was driven toward the building's edge. He dangled with his head hanging off the edge while Bakugo crawled on top of him with the HNDCFFS, claiming that Izuku should give up because he would not win. Bakugo secured one cuff to Izuku's arm. Izuku glanced to his right and saw Uraraka unconscious below. He grabbed Bakugo's arm, used his legs to lever him over, and kicked, flipping Bakugo over him and sending Bakugo tumbling out and away from the building. Izuku scrambled up the stairs as he heard Bakugo rocket back upward with his explosions, Bakugo shouting an insult as he returned. Bakugo called for Izuku as he re-entered the building and ran after him. Izuku reached the top floor and saw the bomb. He thought that all he had to do was touch it before Bakugo knocked him into the wall on his right. He coughed and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Bakugo grabbed him and lifted him by the collar, demanding to know why Izuku would not give up. Izuku seized Bakugo's wrist and squeezed, muttering that Bakugo should not act so recklessly, and feeling his own strength starting to ebb. Izuku reminded Bakugo that he knew him better than anyone and that he was going to be a hero no matter what. He tightened his grip and, in a desperate move, wrapped an arm around Bakugo's neck to restrain him. Bakugo struggled and clawed at Izuku in panic. He fired explosions at Izuku's back in an attempt to break free, but Izuku held on. Izuku urged Bakugo to stop, holding the lock as tightly as he could. Bakugo, still fighting, move an explosion that broke the hold and sent Izuku toward the bomb. Izuku seized the opportunity and touched the device. A loud buzzer sounded and the training was over. Izuku thought he had done it, then fell back onto the floor, breathing heavily. He felt the ground vibrate and saw Bakugo walking up to him. Bakugo addressed him as Deku and, offering his hand, suggested they return to the rest of the class after bringing Todoroki and Uraraka back. Bakugo helped Izuku to his feet. The two of them went to where Todoroki lay and woke him. Bakugo supported Todoroki with an arm over his shoulder as they exited the building. Izuku jumped down from the rubble of the building that Bakugo had partially destroyed. There he found Ochako and roused her, gently shaking her until she woke. Ochako looked around groggily and asked what had happened. Izuku smiled through tears and said that they had won. Ochako returned the smile. Uraraka stood up, rubbing her back and saying that she was sore but would be all right after Recovery Girl's care. Izuku watched her and asked again if she was really okay. She assured him she was. Bakugo called them to hurry back to the others. Izuku offered Uraraka his hand. She accepted and he supported her by the shoulder as they headed toward their classmates. He felt a flush at the closeness, not used to so much physical contact even though he had many friends in America. Uraraka and Todoroki were taken to the infirmary for Recovery Girl's treatment, and Bakugo and Midoriya rejoined the class to watch the remaining training matches. Later, both Todoroki and Uraraka had fully recovered. They left the school at the same time, and Uraraka followed Todoroki toward his ride. Uraraka asked if he was indeed the son of his father. Todoroki confirmed that he was and explained that he refused to rely on that father's firepower. He intended to become a hero using only his mother's power. Uraraka listened and then noticed a black limousine pulling up. Todoroki acknowledged that it was his ride. Uraraka offered a handshake and wished him well. He accepted and then entered the car and left. Uraraka watched him go and thought he was an odd boy before walking to the train station. Once Uraraka returned to her town, she saw Izuku walking toward his apartment carrying a bag. She noticed burn marks on him and jogged up to tap him on the shoulder to get his attention. Izuku startled, then smiled as he recognized her and asked how she was feeling. Uraraka said that Recovery Girl had helped but that the recovery process made her tired. She had slept at the school for a while but was otherwise fine. Izuku smiled and asked how he had managed to win against Bakugo with so little injury. He explained that he had countered as best he could and that when Bakugo blasted him toward the bomb, he had managed to touch it first. Uraraka congratulated him on the victory and patted his shoulder. Izuku laughed and then mentioned that his mother would be waiting to make dinner. Uraraka started to leave but Izuku offered to share dinner, saying he felt he owed her for earlier help. Uraraka accepted with a smile and asked him to lead the way. They walked up the stairs to Izuku's apartment, and Uraraka asked about his family. Izuku said it was just him and his mother and that she would not mind a guest. Before Izuku could open the door, Uraraka asked if he would explain the difficult past he had with Bakugo. Izuku said he would explain after dinner. Izuku opened the door and saw his mother standing there. Inko paused and looked at Uraraka in surprise. Uraraka looked up wide-eyed and asked who the woman was. Ochako Uraraka introduced herself and bowed. Izuku Midoriya waved away the formality with a smile and asked Ochako to call her Inko. Ochako nearly shouted that she preferred to be called Ochako, then blushed in embarrassment and apologized for being loud while nervously scratching the back of her neck. Inko told them not to worry and invited them in. Izuku and Ochako stepped inside the apartment. Inko asked Ochako about her quirk and learned that it enhanced strength. Inko complimented her and glanced over at Izuku, who seemed distracted. Izuku thought to himself that a girl being in his house felt surreal. Inko told Izuku she would make dinner and suggested he find something to do so their guest would not be bored. Izuku jolted back to reality when his mother tapped his shoulder and invited Ochako to follow him to his room. He hesitated at the door, suddenly aware that his room was filled with All Might posters and figures and feeling like a complete fanboy. He admitted his embarrassment before opening the door. Izuku sat on his bed, clearly embarrassed, while Ochako looked around and giggled that he had not been exaggerating. He covered his face with his arms. When he returned with a chair from his desk and offered it to Ochako, she sat and he remained on the bed. Izuku awkwardly asked how she was liking you, feeling intimidated by Ochako's presence and by his all-might-filled surroundings. Ochako changed the subject to Bakugo. Izuku explained that Bakugo had been his childhood bully, that he had been called Deku to emphasize his supposed uselessness, and that he still felt the sting of those words. Ochako told him not to let Bakugo's insults define him and urged him to take the name Deku and make it his own, putting a fist to his chest and insisting that he could be a real hero. Izuku looked surprised, then smiled and nodded, feeling tears threaten as the idea lifted his spirits. They fell into an easy conversation and talked for a while, even about manga, until Inko called from the other room to say dinner was ready. Izuku answered that they would be right there. The three of them sat down to eat. Inko had made Izuku's favorite katsudon and offered some to Ochako, who gratefully accepted and expressed appreciation for being invited. Inko was delighted to meet one of Izuku's friends and teased him playfully about Ochako's appearance. Izuku protested, and the evening settled into warmth as they watched hero highlights together. After dinner, Ochako prepared to leave. Inko hugged her and thanked her for coming. Ochako returned the hug and thanked Inko in turn. Inko asked Izuku to walk Ochako home. He agreed after a moment's hesitation and put on his shoes. The two left and descended the building stairs together. As they walked across the property toward Ochako's apartment, Ochako thanked Izuku for the invitation, and he replied that it had been his pleasure. They climbed the stairs to her door. Ochako held out her hand and said she would see him the next day, addressing him as Deku. Izuku asked why she used that name, still cringing a bit at its history. Ochako explained that they had decided earlier it would be the name of a real hero, and that using it positively would help him embrace it. Izuku smiled, thanked her, and shook her hand. They said their goodbyes, and Ochako went inside. Izuku returned home a few minutes later and sat on the couch, smiling. Inko sat beside him and turned on the TV. She commented that Ochako seemed cute, teasing him with a devious smile. Izuku protested, and they spent the rest of the night watching his old favorite hero highlights. At school the next day, IzuOcha announced to the class that they would be going to the unforeseen simulation joint for training the following day and that they would be working with simulated villains, so they should be prepared. He looked at Izuku, who wore a determined expression. The class responded in unison and IzuOcha dismissed them. As Izuku slung his bag over his shoulder and started toward the door, Ochako stopped him and asked if he wanted to walk to the station together. He agreed, a little flustered. It had been a week since Ochako had dinner at the Midoriya household, and the two walked off together toward the station. Ochako and Izuku were becoming good friends. That did not mean either of them were excluded from the rest of the class. Ochako had made friends with many of the girls, and Izuku had also become friendly with several of them, though he still found the boys more intimidating. They walked out of the school toward the station. Ochako asked if Izuku was excited to train tomorrow. Izuku smiled, nodded, and wondered what the day would hold as he rubbed his nose. Mina Ashido ran up and jumped onto their shoulders, greeting them with exuberance. Both Izuku and Ochako yelped in surprise. Ochako scolded Mina gently, and Mina giggled in response. Momo Yaoyorozu arrived with Tsuyu and Jiro and greeted the group. Ochako brightened at their approach, and Izuku waved in acknowledgement. Mina asked if they could walk to the station together, adding that they did not want to interrupt. Ochako rolled her eyes but agreed, and Izuku shrugged and said it was fine. They chatted about what the training might be like as they headed to the station. When they reached the curb, Ochako asked if Momo was all right. Momo said her ride had arrived and left in a black car. Mina remarked that she had forgotten Momo was wealthy, and Jiro commented that Momo had apparently followed them just to talk. Izuku chuckled that Momo was an interesting person, which drew attentive looks from the others. Izuku noticed their attention and asked what was wrong. Ochako urged everyone not to miss the train and started jogging toward the platform. They rode the train and went their separate ways at their stops. Izuku and Ochako walked toward their apartment complexes. Ochako said it had been fun, and Izuku agreed, teasingly addressing her as Mrs. Uraraka. Ochako then asked if Izuku was free. He confirmed that he was and she suggested they hang out, maybe do homework later. Izuku smiled and agreed, proposing they change out of their uniforms and meet back at the same spot. They parted to return to their apartments. At home, Izuku greeted his mother. Inko welcomed him and asked what had him in a rush. Izuku explained he was going to change and then go hang out with Uraraka to do some homework. Inko teasingly suggested it might be a date, and Izuku quickly denied that. Inko laughed, told him to have fun, and Izuku left with a big smile. Inko quietly felt happy to see him pleased. Izuku arrived at their meeting spot and sat down, excited to spend time with a friend with no language barrier. He reflected that English music had helped him learn the language and that hanging out like this was easier for him than some other social situations. Ochako approached and sat beside him. She asked what he wanted to work on first and mentioned that Present Mike had assigned something, but then she suggested they walk around for a little while before studying. Izuku agreed and asked her to lead the way. She laughed and guided him toward the busier part of the city. They passed shops, and Ochako pointed out a clothing store she wanted to visit. Izuku hesitated and said it was a women's store and that he would wait outside if she preferred. Ochako protested that she needed someone to tell her if the clothes looked good. Izuku suggested asking an employee, and Ochako gave him an annoyed look. Izuku relented and agreed to come in with her. Inside the store, Ochako excitedly found a dress she liked. Izuku's face flushed slightly and he nodded enthusiastically. Ochako noticed his discomfort and told him to wait outside while she tried things on. He agreed and stepped out. Ochako moved through the racks, and Izuku, alone outside, covered his face briefly and scolded himself for feeling awkward. When Ochako called that she was ready, Izuku returned to the changing area and stood by the curtain near the fitting rooms. Ochako poked his shoulder from the curtain to let him know which stall she was in, causing him to yelp and making her laugh. She said the first outfit was ready, and Izuku nodded. Ochako came out striking an All Might inspired pose and asked what he thought. Izuku found himself taken aback by how the outfit looked and quietly told himself it was nice. Ochako teased that his reaction meant he liked it. Izuku nodded and complimented her appearance. Ochako teased him to stop staring and stepped back into the curtain. One by one, Ochako showed Izuku each outfit she had selected. And one by one Izuku adored each of them. Izuku complimented Ochako on her sense of style as he looked at her carrying the bags full of the clothes she had tried on. Ochako thanked him and smiled, and when the bags left her hands, Izuku offered to hold them. Ochako teased that he was a gentleman, making him blush and roll his eyes. Izuku asked where they should go next while adjusting his grip on the bag. Handles. Ochako suggested they go eat because she had been busy at school and missed lunch, and she pulled out her phone to look up nearby restaurants. Izuku agreed, saying he was hungry too. Ochako found a cafe nearby and led them inside. Izuku commented that the place was nice but expensive and that he did not have much money with him. Ochako stopped him by grabbing his shoulder and insisted she would pay for both of them. Izuku protested that he did not want her to pay, but Ochako gave him a pointed look and he relented. They ordered, ate, and Ochako paid as she had promised. After they left the cafe, Ochako rubbed her stomach and said the meal had been good. Izuku laughed and agreed. Ochako suggested they try more restaurants around the area since she had only recently moved, and Izuku smiled at the idea. As the sun began to set, Ochako said they should head home, then suddenly grabbed Izuku's hand and urged him to follow her. After a short run, they arrived at a beach. Ochako took off her shoes and walked to the water, dipping her feet in, and then beckoned Izuku to join her. He put the bags down, removed his shoes, and ran to stand beside her. The water was cold, barely spring, but Ochako smiled as she watched the sunset and pushed her hair out of her face. She remarked that it was beautiful. Izuku agreed, though his attention was more on her than on the view. His heart raced. He realized he had been watching her the whole time. The next morning Izuku woke to his alarm, got ready, and remembered the previous night with a blush. He and Ochako had walked home after the sunset and had both agreed it had been fun. Izuku found himself thinking about Ochako's smile and felt his heart still beating fast. They had realized on the way home that they had forgotten their homework, so Ochako suggested they get on a phone call to do it together. They exchanged numbers and stayed up late working, eventually falling asleep on the phone. As Izuku dressed for UA, he felt tired but also excited because the day would include a trip to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. He tied his shoes, shouldered his backpack, and called a cheerful goodbye to his mother before leaving. On the train he wondered if he and IzuOcha might be able to partner up for the day's training exercise. When he arrived at school, Ochako was already in the classroom, as she always was. She waved and greeted him enthusiastically, and Izuku returned the greeting with a smile. Ochako was particularly energetic about the early field trip, saying it was exciting to go on a trip so early in the year. Izuku smiled but reminded himself that it was still training, and he was prepared to work. Aizawa unrolled and stood up from his sleeping bag, and Ochako flinched, then sat back down when she remembered he was always there. Once the class was full, they boarded the bus and were transported to the USJ. Aizawa explained that the day's exercise would be villain training with robots similar to those used in the entrance exams but much more capable. The pro-hero Midnight warned with a grin that the robots would have greater combat prowess, and another hero added through a mask that the robots would be smart enough to use teamwork, so single-target tactics would not always work. Izuku noticed Ochako looking worried and asked if she was all right, but she did not answer. Her thoughts had drifted to her father, and she seemed distant for a moment. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed across the USJ and the teachers snapped to alert. Bakugo questioned what had happened, and Aizawa confirmed that the sound was not part of the exercise as he gripped his scarf. Purple portals then opened around the students, scattering them in different directions. Ochako found herself on a boat with Tsuyu Azui and Minor Mineta. Villainous figures began to circle the water nearby, moving with aggressive intent and attempting to board the vessel. Ochako realized they were facing real villains and panicked, wondering aloud what they were going to do as the situation shifted into urgent, animated action. Mineta panicked and shouted that they were going to die while running in circles. Tsu stepped in, quickly calmed him, and told him to stop panicking. Ochako worried that she could use full cowl to jump out but wondered if she could carry both of them. Ochako asked Tsu if she could support them both, and Tsu confirmed she could. Ochako formulated a plan and prepared to act. Izuku found himself transported to a field full of the training robots they had been supposed to fight in the exercise. He was alone with Bakugo. The robots turned toward them and began to attack. Bakugo exploded one of the robots, and Izuku dodged a punch that struck the ground and created a small crater. Izuku warned Bakugo that the robots were not behaving normally and to be careful. Bakugo responded that he understood and continued blowing up more robots. As Bakugo destroyed several units, the remaining robots adjusted and began to avoid his explosions, and Izuku realized they were learning from his patterns. Izuku asked Bakugo for one of his gauntlets. Bakugo threw a gauntlet and Izuku caught it. Izuku landed on Bakugo's hands, and Bakugo catapulted him into the air. Izuku pulled the pin on the gauntlet and set off a massive explosion while throwing himself into the attack. Ochako used full cowl and jumped, carrying Tsu in one arm and keeping Mineta close. She turned back to the water and flicked her finger, using one for all in a controlled burst to create a powerful whirlpool that trapped several villains. She cradled Tsu and landed hard on her back, knocked unconscious by the impact. Izuku fell after triggering the gauntlet explosion, but Bakugo flew into the air with his quirk and caught him. Izuku thanked Bakugo quietly and the two headed toward the others to help. They arrived to find Ochako unconscious on the ground while Mineta and Tsu were breathing heavily. Bakugo scanned the area for threats while Izuku rushed to Ochako's side. Tsu reassured them that Ochako would be all right. A man stepped through another portal accompanied by a purple-cloaked figure and a larger-than-life creature. The man smiled with a cruel air and indicated that all might was not present, suggesting that his students would have to do for now. He ordered the creature to kill the students. The creature charged at Bakugo but was stopped when Aizawa landed and restrained it with his scarf. Aizawa activated his quirk on the creature, neutralizing its abilities. The man controlling the creature praised its power. Izuku felt sweat trickle down his face, worried because he did not know the other villain's quirk. Bakugo clenched his teeth and launched himself at the man. The purple-cloaked figure, Kurogyri, offered to teleport Shigaraki away, but Shigaraki declined and reached toward Bakugo with a smile. Bakugo dodged and blasted an explosion that struck Shigaraki and knocked him back. Shigaraki recovered and focused on Izuku, taunting him for appearing quirkless. Suddenly Shigaraki teleported his hand directly in front of Izuku. All Might arrived and unleashed a powerful attack called Texas Smash at the Nomu. The sound pulled Ochako awake. She shot up and immediately checked on Tsu and Mineta, who both signaled that they were okay. Ochako turned and saw All Might engaged with the creature, and she began to run toward the fight. She saw Izuku on the ground, clearly hurt, and Bakugo grappling with the purple-cloaked figure. She concluded that the purple figure must be the one who had teleported them. Ochako asked Bakugo for a situation update. Bakugo explained that IzuOcha had neutralized the creature's quirk and that All Might needed to finish it off. Ochako knelt and examined Izuku and realized he had been severely injured and was missing his right eye. Her eyes widened in shock. She picked him up, and Izuku insisted he was fine while trying to push her away. He urged her to help All Might. Ochako glanced toward All Might, worried about his condition. She looked back at Izuku, a surge of determination and anger flowing through her. She activated One for All and charged at the creature to assist. Izuku lay on the ground with a throbbing head, aware that he had lost his eye. Tears ran down his face, but he was alive. He forced himself to stand, stumbled, and watched All Might and Ochako land blows on the creature. He felt faintness wash over him but refused to let himself pass out, fearing he would not wake if he gave in. He looked at Bakugo, who met his gaze and simply said Deku. Izuku tried to smile through his tears and resolved that he needed to protect everyone. A remembered image of a smile on the beach flashed through his mind, and then a ringing filled his ears. Suddenly the world seemed clearer and easier to see. His heart began to race and sweat drenched his whole body. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, wondering what was happening to him. He heard popping, like Bakugo's explosions, and opened his eye to see his own sweat detonating in small bursts. He looked at Bakugo, who was clearly baffled. Izuku smiled and watched Shigaraki get to his feet and charge at IzuOcha. Izuku extended his hands and felt something click in his head as explosions erupted from his hands and feet. He launched himself toward Shigaraki and, screaming, created a blast that sent Shigaraki flying away from the fight. Bakugo watched in awe as his childhood friend awakened a quirk eerily similar to his own. Izuku felt exhilarated by the power, and then, as the explosions subsided, the arrogant surge faded with them. He turned back to see All Might and Ochako still battling the Nomu. Izuku urged Bakugo to incapacitate the Nomu and then go after Shigaraki, activated his explosions, and flew toward the distance where Shigaraki had been thrown. A sudden sharp crack rang out and Ochako dropped, clutching her arm after it had been badly injured. Izuku immediately turned back and blasted toward the Nomu, All Might, and Ochako. Just as the Nomu moved to strike Ochako, Izuku intercepted and grabbed her, carrying her to safety. They took cover behind a rock. Ochako bit her sleeve to steady herself against the pain while Izuku, fighting to stay conscious, slapped his face to keep awake. He peeked over the rock and saw All Might exchanging blows with the Nomu. One final powerful strike sent the Nomu flying out of the USJ and through the ceiling. All Might remained standing. Izuku leapt from hiding and raced to Bakugo, who lay unconscious on the floor after being caught off guard by Kurogiri. Shigaraki ordered Kurogiri to get them out, and both were teleported away. All Might dropped to one knee. Ochako and Izuku emerged from cover and took in the wreckage. IzuOcha had been heavily hurt and All Might was barely holding on. Bakugo, Mineta, and Tsu had been knocked out. Izuku felt the adrenaline drain away and collapsed onto his back. Ochako knelt beside him as he breathed heavily. He tried to reassure her that he would be okay before his remaining eye closed. Sirens sounded as he slipped into unconsciousness. Izuku later woke in a hospital bed surrounded by people. His breathing was shallow and the vision in his remaining eye was fading. Ochako leaned over him, took his hand, and assured him he would be all right. He squeezed her hand in return but could not speak because his throat was dry. Lines ran into his arm. He noticed Ochako wearing a cast on the arm that had been injured. The pressure in his chest rose. His grip on Ochako tightened and a tear traced down his face as his breathing sped up. Doctors gathered at his bedside, and Ochako stepped out into the hall, where All Might, in his smaller form, joined her. No one recognized him in that state. Ochako admitted she was scared and All Might offered quiet comfort, rubbing her head. Izuku's mother, Inko, arrived, moved to join the hug, and introduced herself to All Might. Might bowed and apologized for everything that had happened. Ochako asked Inko for her phone number so she could receive updates on Izuku's condition while at school. Inko obliged, and the two exchanged numbers. They shared a moment of gratitude that Izuku had friends who cared so deeply for him. All Might suggested it was time to go, and Ochako and her father prepared to leave, waving to Inko before they left together. In the corner of the waiting area, Bakugo sat with a hoodie up, thinking of the questions he would have for Izuku when he woke. Inko called out to him and he admitted he would be leaving soon because his mother planned to visit. He sat beside Inko for a moment and accepted her thanks for staying, then stood to leave. He glanced once more toward Izuku's room, cringed at the sight of his friend hooked up to so many wires, and walked away. A week passed. Class resumed at UA later than expected because of the public fallout from the USJ incident. Recovery Girl had restored Ochako's arm well enough for a cast, but nothing more could be done for Izuku's damaged eye yet. He remained more stable than before, but he had not woken. Ochako took her seat in class as Aizawa informed everyone that, with classes back in session, they should prepare for the sports festival. Ochako had been surprised. She had expected the event to be cancelled after the USJ attack, but Aizawa explained that cancelling would send the wrong message. Ochako sighed inwardly and quietly wished for Izuku to wake up, thinking that school felt empty without him. The day passed quickly. After classes, Ochako walked toward the train station to go home. She had recently joined a nearby gym to continue her training. The gym permitted quirk usage, which made it a good place for Ochako to train away from her classmates. Only one other classmate was there that day, Bakugo. The two avoided each other for obvious reasons. Ochako did not know how far Bakugo had gone, only that he had bullied Izuku for being quirkless. Now that Izuku had awakened a quirk similar to Bakugo's, she did not know how Bakugo would treat him. She entered the gym, saw Bakugo, and the two glanced at one another before going their separate ways. Midway through her workout, Bakugo approached and asked how many sets she had left on the inclined bench press. Ochako replied that she had one more set of 12 and did not look at him. The tension between them was thick. Bakugo turned toward the weights and began his own routine. After finishing her last set, Ochako wiped sweat from her forehead and told him the machine was his. Their eyes finally met. Bakugo thanked her quietly before sitting at the bench press. Ochako turned away and moved to the fly machine, thinking that she should talk to him about Deku. She watched Bakugo do his sets, then decided it was time and walked over to him. Bakugo ignored her at first, finishing a set before sitting up and asking what she wanted to talk about. Paco said that Deku had told her some things and she wanted to know more, so who better to ask than the source of the issues? Her voice grew edged with anger. Bakugo asked how much Deku had told her. She answered that Deku had told her Bakugo bullied him and called him Deku to make him feel useless, and she clenched her fists. Bakugo warned her that there might be reasons Deku had refrained from telling everything. Ochako hesitated and said Deku did not have to know if Bakugo told her. Bakugo sighed and admitted that he would not tell everything because some things he did not have the right to share. He allowed that he had hurt Izuku a lot and had bullied him constantly, and that Izuku's lack of a quirk had been a catalyst and an excuse for his behavior. As he stood to leave, he added that he could hate him for what he had done to Deku, but he had noticed that Ochako was trying to make the name Deku mean something better. If she could help reverse the damage, he would be forever grateful. With that he left. Ochako watched him go and shook her head, wondering why he would not apologize directly. She wondered why he could not try to right his wrongs himself instead of leaving it to others. A gym announcement then called that the facility would close in 10 minutes, so Ochako cut her session short, gathered her things, and went home. She announced her arrival, and her mother welcomed her. Ochako asked if her father would be sleeping at home or at the other house, and her mother explained that he needed to stay at the other house to do paperwork related to the USJ. Ochako set her bag down and told her mother she was going to shower. Time had felt slow for Ochako since Izuku had gone into a coma. She had even distanced herself from other friends. Part of her felt responsible for Izuku's injuries, thinking that if she had been there to help, He might have been okay. After her shower, she changed into pajamas and joined her mother on the couch, leaning in close. Her mother asked if she was all right and gently patted her head. Ochako said nothing at first and only snuggled closer, murmuring that she would be okay. After a few minutes, her mother realized Ochako had fallen asleep, smiled, and held her daughter a little tighter. The last week of training would be intense, and Ochako tried to be as ready as she could be. Izuku found himself standing in a white, featureless landscape in a dream. He looked down and saw his hands shrouded in something like clouds. A voice called his name, and for a moment in that place he saw his missing eye restored and clear. The voice told him that it had thought he was a failure and challenged him to prove it wrong. When his eyes snapped open, he was back in the hospital, breathing but disoriented. His mother called his name, and he turned toward her, whispering that it was his mother. She rushed to him and clung to him with relief. As the embrace continued, Izuku realized the restoration he had seen was part of the dream. His eye was still gone. Overcome with emotion, he began to cry and apologized for not being stronger. His mother comforted him, telling him he had nothing to be sorry for, while doctors gathered around them. Ochako had returned to the mansion the night before and planned to leave that night to be in time for the sports festival the next day. All Might approached her, put a hand on her shoulder, and asked how she was feeling. Ochako told him she was fine and that she was just lost in thought as she stared over the skyline. The sun was rising. All Might backed up and asked if they were going to spar. Ochako nodded and leaned on the railing. All Might noted that it was beautiful and felt the morning breeze around them. It was almost May. The cool mornings would linger until summer. Ochako pushed her hair behind her ear. All Might blurted that she missed him. Ochako chuckled and admitted that it had been comforting to have someone who could relate. She remembered meeting him in America when both of them had been without quirks, and that familiarity had meant a lot. All Might reminded her that neither of them were quirkless anymore, recalling Izuku's quirk awakening. Ochako wondered aloud whether he had been a late bloomer and said she did not think he would lie about having a quirk. All Might explained that before Ochako, he had been planning to pass one for all to Midoriya. Ochako's eyes widened as the realization settled in. She watched the rising sun and murmured that she was still unsure how she felt about it. All Might asked what she meant. Ochako told him that maybe, if one for all had gone to Midoriya earlier, things might have turned out differently. Her voice broke as she spoke. All Might took her into his arms and reassured her that what had happened at the USJ was no one's fault and that Izuku would wake up and things would return to normal. Ochako protested that Izuku had been badly injured and had lost an eye, and she sobbed that she felt useless for not being stronger or able to help during the fight with the Nomu. All Might remained silent and held her while he apologized quietly. Ochako cried into her father's arms until the sun fully cleared the horizon. Once she had calmed, she went back inside with a renewed determination. She would never let him get hurt like that again, she would get stronger, and she would protect Deku. She activated full cowl and resolved to make it second nature. Izuku slowly rose from his hospital bed and blinked. A doctor told him they could arrange a prosthetic eye soon but that there was little more they could do immediately. Izuku bowed and thanked the doctors. He and his mother were permitted to leave the hospital. At home, Izuku sat on the couch with Inko. Inko placed a hand on his shoulder and confessed that she was not sure she wanted him to return to UA. Izuku acknowledged her concern and said that he still wanted to be a hero. Tears threatened to spill from the empty socket. He promised he would never let anything like that happen again. Inko stood and gave him one more chance, warning that if anything like that happened again she would pull him out of UA. She told him she never wanted to see him that hurt again. Izuku nodded and smiled. He turned on his phone to find hundreds of messages from family and friends. When he opened Ochako's messages, he found apologies and felt a frown cross his face. Ochako had dried her hair after a shower, dressed, and then answered a call. She burst into excited relief when she realized Izuku was awake. Izuku explained that he had woken a few hours earlier and was home now, and he asked if they could meet so he could get a rundown of what had been going on at school while he was away. Ochako said she was not in town at that moment but could be there in an hour or two and offered to meet at the apartments. Izuku agreed, and Ochako hurried toward the living room to let her father know she would be going out. Inko called out from behind him that he would be heading out soon, which made Izuku jump. Inko laughed and said Ochako had been very worried and had even asked for a way to get updates. She told Izuku that when he first went into the coma she had been terrified and Ochako had been as well, and she urged him not to lose that friend. Izuku smiled, promised he would get stronger, and clenched his fists in determination. A small unintended explosion popped from his hand, and the two of them stared at it. Izuku muttered that he should learn to control his quirk better, and Inko laughed at the thought. They talked briefly about quirks. Inko reminded him that his father's quirk had been fire-breathing, and that Izuku's explosions did not seem closely related to either of his parents' quirks. Izuku asked to be reassured that he was truly their son, and Inko laughed and confirmed that he was. Inko shook her head and laughed, telling them she did not know why his quirk was so similar to Katsuki's but promising that the two were not brothers. Izuku laughed and said that was good. He told his mother he was going to shower and walked away. Inko smiled to herself as she walked to the couch and turned on the television. Izuku finished showering and got ready, then walked out between the apartments about 20 minutes earlier than planned. He did not expect to see Bakugo there. Bakugo called to him with his usual nickname, and Izuku returned the greeting. Bakugo approached and, to Izuku's surprise, hugged him. Bakugo said he was glad Izuku was awake and admitted he had feared he might not wake up, holding the hug a little longer. Izuku slowly returned the embrace and then stepped back, asking why Bakugo had been acting differently since he left for America. Bakugo smiled in a way that made Izuku uncomfortable and said it was a story for another time, but then demanded an explanation about the quirk. Bakugo grabbed Izuku in a playful headlock and ruffled his hair like an older brother. Izuku pushed out of the hold and explained that he did not know why his quirk was a near copy of Bakugo's. He had asked his mother and she had no answers, and they were not brothers. He demonstrated small bursts of explosive energy in his hand, and Bakugo mimicked the motion, questioning whether Izuku's power was produced the same way as his. Izuku said it appeared to be similar and that he planned to see a quirk specialist for details. Without warning, Izuku used a small blast from his foot to boost himself off the ground. Bakugo laughed and said he could not do that, and Izuku replied that maybe he could. Izuku used both feet to propel himself higher. Bakugo face-bombed and pointed out that was illegal quirk use, which flustered Izuku. Bakugo then admitted he had been teasing and punched Izuku's shoulder, which made Izuku blush. When Izuku asked when Bakugo would explain what had changed his attitude, Bakugo said whenever he felt like it and dismissed the topic. A car pulled up at the apartments and Ochako hurried out and called to Izuku. She ran toward them and tackled him into a relieved hug, telling him how happy she was that he was okay and snuggling against his chest. Izuku smiled and returned the embrace. Ochako put a hand on his cheek, and Izuku blushed and smiled back, placing his hand over hers. He told her he had been scared at the USJ and was glad she was all right. When Izuku asked about plans for school, Ochako said he had missed a lot of work but she could help him catch up, and added that the sports festival was tomorrow. Izuku reacted with surprise at the timing. Ochako laughed and said she doubted Aizawa would let him participate because he had been in a coma for over 2 weeks. The narrator noted that she was about to be proven wrong. Izuku stood at the starting line for the sports festival's first event, a race into the stadium with obstacles. With only limited experience using his quirk, he planned to rely on it to get ahead. The announcer used his quirk to signal the start of the race, and the students were off. Izuku sprinted over the line and moved around the corner where the 0-point robots from the entrance exams automatically locked on to the students. He ran beneath them and used quick bursts of explosive propulsion to reach the top of one robot, then sent a focused blast into its wiring, disabling it and sending it to the floor. The fallen machine created a barrier that slowed anyone who could not jump or fly. Ochako, who had trained since the USJ and could access a portion of her power, used her strength to leap over the fallen robot. The students came upon a canyon-like stretch with only small ropes in the middle as a way across for those who could not use their quirks. Izuku flew across the gap. Ochako used her power to jump from rock to rock. The final obstacle was a minefield followed by a long sprint into the stadium. Many students moved cautiously to avoid setting off the mines. Bakugo, Todoroki, and Izuku were all contending for first. place, while Ochako had used her burst of power to surge ahead and was slightly in front of them. Bakugo shouted that he was not going to lose and turned his hand toward the other two, preparing to strike. Izuku, smirking, shouted back that he had no intention of losing either. Todoroki placed sheets of ice to his sides to shield himself from the incoming explosive bursts. Izuku caught sight of Ochako pulling ahead and pushed his quirk to accelerate and try to catch her. Bakugo suddenly leaped into Izuku's blind spot and grabbed his collar, restricting his movement. Izuku reacted by placing a hand on Bakugo's face and releasing a sharp burst of power that knocked Bakugo backward into Todoroki. The collision sent both opponents into the minefield, triggering a large blast that propelled Izuku forward and caused him to crash into Ochako, sending them both to the ground. More mines were set off in succession, and the minefield erupted with a series of powerful blasts and shockwaves. Bakugo charged through the explosions with Todoroki close behind, and Bakugo landed a punch that struck Izuku in the face. Izuku, irritated, pushed himself to his feet and saw Ochako already running after Bakugo and Todoroki. He wiped sweat from his face and used his explosions to fly after them. It was the final stretch, a couple 100 feet from the finish line. The four were almost neck and neck. Ochako thought he was fast as she pushed one for all up to 12%. Her joints ached, but her speed increased. She sped past Bakugo and Todoroki and took the lead. Izuku did not like this. His winning spirit surged as he used his quirk, and the personality changes were noticeable. He pushed his explosions further, sending powerful bursts across the ground as he shot past everyone and crossed the finish line. Present Mike announced that Izuku Midoriya had won with a dramatic display of his newly awakened quirk, and the stadium erupted in cheers. Ochako finished second, Bakugo third, and Todoroki a close fourth. Izuku deactivated his quirk and collapsed, breathing heavily. He felt exhausted and tried to catch his breath. Ochako approached and offered her hand in congratulations, calling him Deku and telling him he had won the race. Izuku smiled, thanked her, and admitted how close it had been as Ochako helped him to his feet. Next came the cavalry battle. Izuku's team Izuku, Ochako, Tokoyami, and a girl named Hatsum won, largely because Izuku could fly using his explosions. Only Bakugo had come close to matching him. The tournament matchups were then announced in order: Izuku vs Momo, Bakugo vs Tokoyami, Kirishima vs Tetsutetsu, Ashido vs Aoyama, Uraraka vs Shinso, Todoroki vs Siro, Kaminari vs Shiosaki, Hatsum vs Ida. Izuku's match against Momo was first. Present Mike introduced Izuku as the winner of the earlier race, and he stepped onto the battlefield feeling a small knot of nerves and smacked his face to steady himself. Present Mike then introduced Momo. Yaoyorozu, who appeared visibly nervous as she walked out. Midnight, the referee, waved a flag to start the match. Both Izuku and Momo stood facing one another. Momo began to create an item, and Izuku lunged, using explosions to knock her off balance. He did not want to hurt her but was determined not to go easy. She finished creating a staff and hit the ground. Izuku had no idea what it was made from. Izuku ignited explosions from his feet, blasting off his shoes as he flew at Momo and threw a punch. Momo blocked with her staff, the impact jarring through his hand. He pulled back and used an explosion to create distance, wincing at the pain. He raced through strategies. He had forgotten that Momo had also been recommended and had practical experience from the recommendation exams. She was skilled and composed. Ignoring the ache, Izuku dashed back and grabbed the staff, leading to a contest of strength. Momo then threw herself into the motion. The staff struck Izuku's face, but he grimaced through the sting as he pulled her closer. They found themselves face to face as Izuku propelled them upward with his explosions. A few feet in the air he released the staff, twisted into a backflip, and his foot struck Momo's jaw, sending her airborne. As she fell, she struck Izuku with the staff. They tumbled together and fell. Izuku shifted so that he absorbed the brunt of the impact, then shouted that he would not lose and produced a powerful explosion that drove them into the battlefield in a dramatic, anime-style collision. Momo lost consciousness and Izuku lay beside her, breathing heavily. Present Mike announced Izuku Midoriya as the winner amid a stunned and largely silent crowd. Izuku remained on the ground for a moment, then felt immediate guilt at Momo's condition. He staggered to his feet and watched as she slowly regained consciousness. Momo groaned and opened her eyes to see Izuku offering his hand. She accepted it and he helped her up. Izuku, awkward and nervous, told her that she had surprised him. Momo laughed lightly, noting that his quirk clearly affected his personality, and agreed that it had been a good fight. The two were then escorted off the battlefield. Back in the boys' locker room, Bakugo remarked that Izuku was not holding back. Izuku replied that he would not underestimate anyone. Bakugo smirked and warned him not to underestimate Bakugo, then left. Bakugo's match against Tokoyami followed and was one-sided because Tokoyami's vulnerability to light made him susceptible to Bakugo's explosions. Kirishima's match against Tetsu was close, but Kirishima edged out the win. Ashido caused a wardrobe mishap for Aoyama that led to his forfeit. Ochako's match against Shinso was next. As Ochako stepped out of the girls' locker room, Ojiro approached and warned her that Shinso's quirk could manipulate someone if they answered a question, advising her not to respond. Ochako nodded and thanked him before walking out to the battlefield. Present Mike then introduced Ochako as the runner-up of the earlier race, describing her as a determined brunette. Present Mike announced Ochako Uraraka to the roaring crowd. Ochako blushed and looked up toward the teacher's window, where All Might gave her a thumbs up. She thought it was typical of All Might to encourage that kind of showmanship as Shinso was introduced. Midnight signaled the start of the match. Shinso smirked and remarked that Ochako seemed to be another fortunate student with a powerful quirk, leaving Ochako slightly confused. Ochako activated One for All at 10% and rushed at Shinso. He braced for a punch that never connected and saw Ochako freeze in front of him, visibly angry. He taunted her about Midoriya and struck her in the gut. Ochako coughed and fell, then rolled back up to her feet. Shinso continued to push her with harsh words, so Ochako raised One for All to 20%. The usual pain did not register this time. She shouted for him to be quiet and landed a retaliatory blow, but suddenly her mind went blank and she froze. Shinso rose and ordered her to leave the battlefield. Ochako felt her body move against her will and mentally tried to resist, determined not to lose. She walked toward the edge of the battlefield and glanced at the entrance, seeing a crowd of blank faces. She wondered who they were when a surge of power flared in two of her fingers, a brief, intense burst that snapped her free of Shinso's influence. Dust billowed across the field as Ochako breathed heavily and something shot from her wrists, a dark, elastic substance outlined faintly in pink. It spun around her, clearing the dust and drawing surprised looks from Shinso and the spectators. Shinso cried out in astonishment at her new ability, but when he noticed fear in her expression, she pleaded silently for help. Shinso activated his quirk again, and Ochako's face went blank. Her surroundings shifted into a stark, black landscape. When she opened her eyes, a tall man stood before her. She tried to speak but could not. She took in her unfamiliar surroundings while the man sighed and admonished her not to panic. He demonstrated his own version of the dark, whip-like quirk, with green outlines, and explained that it was called Black Whip. He said he had the same quirk and that One for All inside her was growing closer to a new manifestation. He introduced himself as Daigoro Banjo, the fifth user of One for All, and told her to control her emotions and HRS them rather than letting them take over. Then her vision snapped back to the sports festival. She had broken free of the trance and locked eyes with Shinso. Ochako aimed her wrists at him, but initially nothing emerged. Remembering Banjo's advice, she focused on controlling her emotions. A faint tendril of Black Whip extended this time, enough to draw a stunned silence from the crowd. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she steadied herself and charged at Shinso using One for All at 10%. Grabbed him and pushed him toward the edge. Shinso attempted to punch her in the face, but she kept dragging him out until both were outside the ring. Present Mike declared Ochako Uraraka the winner, announcing that she appeared to have experienced a quirk awakening. The crowd erupted. Ochako stared at her wrists for a moment, then looked up at All Might in the teacher's window. He met her gaze with a steady look that left her unsure of what had just happened. She helped Shinso to his feet. He growled the whole way through, demanding an explanation. Ochako said she did not know and kept her gaze lowered. Shinso rolled his eyes and walked back toward the staging area. Ochako followed and found Izuku waiting by the door. Izuku grabbed her shoulders with concern and asked if she was all right. Ochako gave an awkward laugh, said she was fine, and admitted that she thought she had awakened a new quirk. She told him she needed to speak with someone and moved past him toward the teacher's lounge. She took out her phone and called her father. All Might answered and asked where she was, and she told him she was on her way and to wait outside the lounge. Her thoughts raced as she walked, worried about the implications of the new quirk, whether more powers would appear and whether people would discover the truth about One for All. The next match featured Todoroki versus Zero. Todoroki swiftly defeated Zero, freezing him before he had any chance to counter. Ochako reached the teacher's lounge and found All Might in his weakened form. She immediately hugged him, on the verge of tears and pressing for reassurance. All Might admitted he had not known this would happen and asked if it had any connection to her quirk. Ochako said she would explain later and just needed comfort. All Might reassured her, reminded her that she had advanced to round 2 and that they could address the quirk afterward. She pulled back, nodded, declared she would do her best, and the two shared a brief, encouraging fist bump before she returned to the student area. Izuku hurried up to her and asked where she had gone. Ochako said she had stepped away briefly and rubbed the back of her neck awkwardly. As she walked to her seat, she thought it odd that the bathrooms were in the other direction. The following matches saw Shiozaki defeat Kaminari, and Hatsum treat her bout with Ida as an opportunity to showcase her inventions before stepping away and leaving Ida the victory by default. Round 2 of the tournament was arranged with the matchups in this order: Izuku vs. Ishido, Bakugo vs. Kirishima, Todoroki vs. Shiozaki, and Ochako vs. Ida. Near the entrance to the battlefield, Izuku told Ochako that he was up first. Ochako wished him good luck and then prepared for the next round. Ochako smiled at him and encouraged him that he would do great. Izuku returned the smile and nodded. Present Mike announced Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A as he returned to the battlefield after his hard-fought victory in the first round. Izuku took one last glance at Ochako, who waved, and he turned away with a small, confident smirk. Midnight started the match. Mina called to him, asking for a good fight. Izuku smiled, nodded, and used explosions to boost himself toward Mina. Mina shaped a path with her quirk and slid along it. She was able to ride her own acid because she was resistant to it, which surprised Izuku. That kind of ingenuity with her quirk was part of what got her into UA in the first place. Although her ability could be dangerous to others, she had learned to control it for rescue work and, more recently, for clever combat techniques. She slid in and threw a punch, but Izuku used an explosion in his right hand to shoot himself aside and then aimed an explosion at Mina's torso. She jumped to avoid it, and Izuku followed with a punch to her midsection that pushed her into the ground. Mina immediately backed off and started thinking. Izuku smirked at her. Izuku challenged her to show them a true fight. He noticed his personality shifting slightly toward Bakugo's brashness while he activated his quirk, a change that only occurred when he used it. Mina saw that one of Izuku's eyes was closed and decided to exploit his blind side. She moved into his blind spot and hooked him, landing a solid blow to his nose. Mina explained that she could control the acidity of her acid and began to cover the floor around Izuku to create a slippery, corrosive surface. She concentrated acid on his torso so it would sting and singe fabric rather than cause lasting harm. Izuku winced as the corrosive spray affected his clothing and skin, and Mina slid around him, gradually increasing the sting. Izuku tried to track her movements but struggled with the blind side. He closed his remaining open eye briefly, which confused the crowd. Mina took that moment to swing, but Izuku caught her fist and squeezed. He warned her not to underestimate him, then grabbed her wrist and punched her in the face, leaving a visible bruise. Mina used her free hand to send a burst of acid at Izuku's chest. The spray singed his shirt and caused a sharp sting across his skin. Izuku placed a hand on Mina's face to steady himself and shouted for her to get off him. He then used his explosions to blow her backward, nearly sending her out of the battlefield. Mina coughed and blinked, dazed by the blast, then stumbled to her feet and laughed lightly. She admitted he was really strong and began to walk toward him again. Izuku acknowledged that he had improved with his quirk as they advanced on each other. Mina lost her footing and her head landed briefly against Izuku's chest. She was breathing heavily from exertion. Izuku set his hand on her stomach, preparing a controlled explosion, and complimented her toughness. Mina responded by punching him in the stomach. He tightened his core and stepped back, wincing. Mina taunted that it was not over yet. Izuku replied that it was, then struck her in the stomach and held his hand there as he made a focused explosion that propelled her back into the wall of the stadium, knocking her unconscious. Present Mic declared Izuku Midoriya the winner, and the crowd erupted. Izuku fell to one knee and breathed heavily, thinking that this was exactly what he'd expect from UA students. He soon passed out from exhaustion. Midnight and medics carried both him and Mina off to the infirmary. While Kirishima and Bakugo continued their match, Ochako went to the infirmary to check on Izuku. She asked if he was awake. Izuku yawned and told her he was up. She sat beside him and asked if he was all right. He said he was just really tired. Mina had put up a strong fight. Mina slept nearby. Recovery girl had treated her, and the recovery had drained her stamina. Izuku mentioned that he was excited to find out who he would face in the semifinals and suspected he had an idea. They both watched a monitor showing Bakugo overwhelming Kirishima, using explosions to send Kirishima nearly out of the arena. Ochako murmured in amazement at Bakugo's performance. Izuku commented wryly that this was typical of Bakugo. Izuku also thought about the surprising hug Bakugo had given him the night before. He wasn't sure if their relationship could be fully repaired, but Bakugo did seem to be making an effort. They turned their attention to Todoroki, who had quickly incapacitated Shiozaki by encasing her in ice and ending that bout almost as soon as it began. Ochako remarked that it had been quick. Izuku smiled and wished Ochako good luck as she prepared to return to the field. Ochako responded that she had this and went to leave. Mina, who had woken a few minutes earlier, teased that the two of them were cute together, causing Izuku to jump a little. Izuku noticed Mina sitting nearby and learned that she had woken up a short time before. She said she had been relieved when Ochako woke him. Izuku praised Mina for her performance. Mina explained that only recently had she learned she could modulate the acidity of her quirk. Before, she had only been able to endure it herself, but now she could control it enough to use it effectively in combat. Izuku laughed, impressed, and glanced back to the monitor as the stadium announcer introduced the next fighter from Class 1A following her earlier victory. Present Mic announced Ochako Uraraka and she walked onto the pitch. Present Mic then announced Tenya Ida of Class 1A, and Ida strode out to the battlefield with a glare. Midnight moved to signal the start of the match but was cut off when Ida declared that he forfeited, backing up and stepping out of the arena. Ochako was stunned. Ida turned away and jogged to the back amid boos from the crowd. Ochako watched him go, bewildered. Present Mic declared Ochako Uraraka the winner after the awkward silence. She followed Ida to the back and demanded to know why he had done that. Ida answered that he had a personal matter to attend to, asked her not to take it as disrespect, and walked away. Ochako clenched her fist, thinking she could not accept that as disrespect. Izuku Midoriya approached from behind, commenting that the whole thing had been anticlimactic as he watched Ida leave. Ochako planned to interrogate him later. Izuku said that he felt ready and that his match was next. An explosion sounded behind them, and Katsuki Bakugo reminded Izuku not to underestimate him as he strode past and bumped Izuku's shoulder. Bakugo told Izuku that, even if his attitude had shifted, he would not be nice once they were in a fight and then headed to the arena entrance. Present Mic introduced Bakugo after his dominant performances, and Bakugo told Izuku to let the best man win before walking out. Ochako warned Izuku that he had a tough fight ahead, and Izuku acknowledged it. Present Mic then announced Izuku Midoriya, and Izuku looked back at Ochako, thinking about how he and Bakugo had a rough past. He resolved that, despite a brief hint of respect the previous night, he would force Bakugo to respect him now. Ochako smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Izuku took his place on the battlefield. Midnight signaled the start and the match began. For a long moment they did not move, only stared at one another, and the crowd quieted into murmurs. Izuku gave a small, confident smile and teased that a one-on-one would be something to look forward to. Bakugo mirrored the smirk and launched himself. They collided with a clash of fists and then both activated their explosions at the same time, the force blowing them apart. Bakugo taunted that Izuku might have a similar quirk, but he would never have his experience, and he surged to Izuku's right using his explosions. Izuku threw a punch, but Bakugo slipped above him and used another burst to slam Izuku into the ground. Izuku scrambled back to his feet and fired himself toward the edge of the field. Frustrated by Bakugo's instincts and skill, Izuku charged again and threw a right hook. Bakugo dodged, but Izuku used his explosions to boost his elbow into Bakugo's chin. Bakugo stumbled and responded with a barrage of explosions to keep Izuku at bay. Izuku twisted and shot himself into the air, his feet sparking with bursts of power, then hurled himself at Bakugo. He grabbed Bakugo's hands and held on. Izuku then activated an explosion centered in his core, driving Bakugo backward. Bakugo doubled over, clearly hurt, and Izuku pressed the advantage. He headbutted Bakugo and then gripped his face, detonating another blast that sent Bakugo crashing into the ground. Izuku landed on top of him. Smoke swirled across the battlefield. When the smoke cleared, Bakugo was grinning. He murmured that it was his line, then surged up and struck Izuku across the face, turning the motion into a blast that sent Izuku flying off. Bakugo stepped over to where Izuku lay, holding his face, and laughed that Izuku had been warned not to underestimate him. Bakugo then punched Izuku, breaking through his defenses and causing a sharp, painful impact to Izuku's nose. Bakugo's face twisted with fierce determination as he declared that he would always be stronger. He wound up and braced both hands, activating point-blank explosions and driving his power downward. Izuku took the hit and tasted iron in his mouth before spitting and forcing himself to stand. Both boys were battered and bleeding from their injuries, but neither gave up their fighting spirit. Izuku thought back on how he had been weaker as a child and how he had trained to change that. He hardened his resolve and launched himself at Bakugo. They collided again, foreheads bashing together, then traded rapid punches that blurred with the force of their quirk-enhanced blows. Izuku found an opening. He grabbed Bakugo's head and delivered a powerful uppercut, then used a brief explosion in his elbow to drive the second uppercut with extra speed. The hit opened a cut on Bakugo's chin and sent him rolling onto his back. Both of them felt the ringing in their ears from the repeated blasts. Izuku coughed and fell to his knees, noticing Bakugo sprawled on his side with blood at his mouth. He began to crawl toward Bakugo to secure him, but Bakugo shoved out a palm and released an explosion that knocked Izuku backward. Using sheer will, Bakugo pushed himself to his feet and limped over to Izuku. He resolved that he would not lose and extended both hands toward his rival. Izuku did not respond, staring back at him. With a shout, Bakugo unleashed a pair of point-blank explosions aimed at Izuku's head. Smoke filled the battlefield. When the smoke cleared, Bakugo stood over the battlefield as Izuku lay unconscious. Bakugo breathed heavily and wiped his face, blood smeared across his features, and the crowd held its breath at the outcome. The adrenaline wore off quickly and one of the fighters collapsed, passing out. Present Mike announced that Katsuki Bakugo had won their most even battle yet while Midnight moved in to collect both boys. Ochako watched as the two were carried into the infirmary from the entrance to the battlefield. She had planned to check on Izuku, but her match was next. Present Mike announced the last semi-final match and introduced Ochako Uraraka after a questionable win in the second round. She hesitantly stepped out onto the battlefield. Present Mike then introduced Shoto Todoroki, who had advanced to this stage of the tournament easily. Midnight signaled for the fight to begin. Todoroki immediately launched a huge wall of ice at Ochako in an attempt to trap her. Ochako countered by flicking a portion of One for All at it, completely destroying the ice. Todoroki looked annoyed, while the crowd erupted. Ochako smiled and told Todoroki that she would not go down easily. He did not respond. Todoroki began to spam ice attacks, each was countered by Ochako's One for All flicks. She thought that she needed to get in close, then dashed toward the outskirts of the field where she spotted Endeavor, the number 2 hero and Todoroki's father. Her mind flashed back to their first day of training, when Todoroki had insisted he would only use his mother's quirk. Endeavor watched his son with a visible intensity and shouted for Shoto to destroy her. Todoroki grimaced and stopped using his quirk. Ochako ran up and struck him in the face without using one for all. Todoroki barely flinched but stumbled back a few steps. Ochako challenged him to fight for real, then struck him again in the face. Todoroki refused to use his father's power and resumed shooting ice at her. Ochako evaded using one for all. She demanded that he show his true power and charged one for all to 5% before punching Todoroki in the stomach, sending him toward the edge of the battlefield. He stopped himself with ice. Todoroki shouted that he would not use his father's quirk. He then unleashed a towering ice wall that encapsulated Ochako. She struck it with 10% of one for all, but it held. Determined, she charged one for all to full power and punched, shattering the ice. Todoroki stared at her in surprise. Ochako remained standing despite being badly hurt and exhausted. Todoroki looked at his hand and breathed heavily, thinking that he could not use his other side. Ochako noted that he could not do much more with just ice and warned that he needed to thaw out or he would slow down and become an easier opponent. She urged him to use his fire. Todoroki refused again, insisting that he would not use that part of his power. Ochako shouted that it was his quirk, not his father's, and the remark lit a spark in Todoroki. His right side flared into flames. Ochako smiled and he returned a strained smile. Todoroki told her that she could not win now as he began to thaw, but Ochako responded by activating a more powerful one-for-all technique at 30%, shattering her previous limits. She reached out toward Todoroki. She reminded herself to control her emotions, then Black Whip shot out toward Todoroki. She pulled him in as he unleashed a huge blast of fire and ice. Ochako charged a full one-for-all punch in her injured arm and struck him in the gut while taking the impact of his attack. Steam filled the arena and a tremendous crash echoed through the stadium. Both fighters collapsed, exhausted and barely conscious. There was one crucial difference. Todoroki landed out of bounds. Present Mike declared Ochako IzuOcha the winner of an amazing battle. Ochako smiled through heavy breathing, stumbled to her feet, and the crowd cheered. She looked up at her father in the teacher's lounge and smiled. She walked over to Todoroki and offered him a hand. She praised him for using his power. He accepted her help and let her assist him up. Todoroki said her name to get her attention, and when she asked, he thanked her. Ochako returned his smile and told him that it was nothing. Present Mike announced the finals. Ochako IzuOcha versus Katsuki Bakugo. The crowd went wild. Recovery Girl treated Ochako and Todoroki in the infirmary. Bakugo and Izuku watched the two. Bakugo turned away and walked out, telling Izuku that he had won. Izuku followed, admitting defeat and acknowledging that it had been close. Bakugo paused and admitted, a little reluctantly, that if he had underestimated Izuku he might have lost. Izuku laughed, and Bakugo complimented him on using explosions through his whole body effectively. Izuku responded awkwardly with thanks. Bakugo said he had to get ready for the finals and then, before leaving, smirked and warned that he would not go easy on Ochako. Izuku rolled his eyes and blushed slightly before returning to the infirmary. Inside, Izuku found Ochako and Todoroki. He complimented them on their match. Todoroki nodded and Ochako thanked him with a big smile. They had both been treated and Ochako was standing, warming up for the final fight. Izuku smiled and told her it was her time to shine. Ochako replied that she had been looking forward to the sports festival for a long time and was glad to have done so well. Ochako admitted she had hoped to face him in the finals as they walked toward the battlefield entrance. The announcer declared that it was time for the finals, and Ochako looked to Izuku. She smiled nervously and hugged him. Izuku called her name in concern. Ochako let go and moved to the entrance, admitting she was a little anxious. Izuku encouraged her and told her she would win. The announcer introduced Ochako as the victor of a close bout against Endeavor's son. Ochako told Izuku they would see each other afterward. Izuku told her to go get him. Bakugo approached from behind and warned he would not go easy on her. Izuku said he had confidence in both of them and urged Bakugo to put on a show. Bakugo scoffed. The announcer introduced Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo walked out and locked eyes with Ochako. She recalled the moment in the gym when she had asked him about Izuku. The referee signaled the start of the match. Bakugo charged, and Ochako activated One for All at 15%. Bakugo struck her in the face, but she absorbed the hit and returned a punch that sent him falling onto his backside. She pressed the attack, running in and landing another blow that knocked him back. He rolled and got to his feet, wiping at his mouth before dashing toward her again. She threw a punch, but he shifted aside and struck her in the abdomen. She turned and seized his arm. He fired explosions toward her face, and she began to spin, keeping him aloft. He demanded to be released as she continued to spin. Subconsciously, she boosted One for All to 20% and tried to throw him out of the arena, but Bakugo recovered and flew back inside, grinning. He vowed not to let that happen and rocketed into the air. Ochako extended her hands and activated Black Whip, sending tendrils from her wrists toward Bakugo. He reacted and fired himself down to avoid them. Complained about Quirk's awakening and began building up explosions while Ochako struggled to maintain Black Whip. The tendrils retracted. Bakugo unleashed a massive barrage, filling the arena with smoke and debris. Ochako tried again with Black Whip, anchoring to the ground and catapulting herself toward him. Bakugo answered with howitzer impact, creating another cloud of smoke. When the haze cleared, both were still standing. Ochako's gym uniform was singed but intact. Bakugo's upper gear was partly torn away. He stared at her in disbelief. Ochako breathed heavily and retracted Black Whip, looking down at the ground. Bakugo watched her with a mix of frustration and unease. She lifted her hand and invited him to attack. He became enraged, charged, and she caught him with Black Whip, hoisting him and slamming him back down. She leapt and stomped, driving him deeper into the ground and creating a small crater. Bakugo lay in the crater, coughing and dazed, with Ochako standing above him. She warned that she did not want to hurt him further and delivered a measured strike that forced his face into the ground. He coughed and appeared weaker. He reached toward Ochako and, despite a brief attempt to speak, grabbed her face and used an explosion to throw her off. He sat up, coughing and panting, and slowly stood as Ochako blinked up at the sky, feeling the sting of singed skin on her face. She wiped at the dust that had coated her, leaving a gray smudge. She saw Bakugo wobble but remain upright. She stumbled to one knee as her vision blurred. Bakugo's sight had nearly faded and he moved on adrenaline. Ochako forced herself back to her feet and told him he had more resilience than she expected, but he gave no reply. Bakugo closed the distance and launched a hook that was slower than his usual attacks, leaving himself exposed. Ochako uppercut him in the chin with a 10% smash and he barely stayed on his feet, acting on instinct. He threw another punch and she dodged. She swept his legs and he fell with a heavy thud. As the referee watched, Bakugo shot upward with explosions and collided with Ochako's chin, causing her to cry out. He was barely conscious, and even the crowd grew uneasy. Ochako realized she could not knock him out and needed to get him out of the arena. He swung again, and Ochako charged a 100% smash, driving it into his midsection. Bakugo was flung out of the arena into the crowd, but before he landed he used his explosions to fly. Ochako was baffled. Bakugo began to fly back toward the arena, but before he could arrive the adrenaline wore off and he fell to the ground. The crowd fell silent. Even the presenter had no words at first. The presenter then announced that Ochako Uraraka had won. At first there was no reaction, and Midnight walked over to Bakugo and picked him up. Midnight asked Ochako if she could walk while still holding Bakugo. Ochako nodded weakly. She thought she had won, but it did not feel like a victory. As she limped back to the entrance. As she neared the entrance, the crowd began to applaud and cheers roared throughout the stadium. All Might appeared at the entrance and watched his daughter receive the applause and cheers that still warmed him. Ochako turned, saw him, and gave a soft smile as she walked toward him. All Might told her to get patched up and then return to the podium. She nodded and walked past him. Izuku stood watching Ochako. She did not notice him because he was behind All Might. He would receive the third-place award. Izuku murmured that she was amazing, and All Might laughed, calling it quite a compliment to young Midoriya and agreeing with a small laugh. Once Ochako and Bakugo were patched up, they both walked toward the entrance. A silence hung between them as Ochako walked a few feet in front of Bakugo. Bakugo called to IzuOcha, breaking the silence and stopping. Ochako turned to him and also stopped, questioning why he had stopped so suddenly. Bakugo said she might be stronger than him now as he began to walk toward her. Ochako felt nervous about what he might say next. Bakugo said that someday he would be stronger and become the #1 hero. He extended a fist and Ochako looked surprised. She smiled and bumped his fist. Ochako said she would look forward to it, and they continued toward the entrance. All Might and Izuku waited for them as production staff set up a podium in the arena. All Might asked if they were ready and the trio nodded. They walked out and climbed onto the podium. The presenter announced third place for Izuku Midoriya and the crowd cheered as All Might placed a medal around his neck. All Might praised Izuku for his display of skill that would take him far in hero society. Izuku smiled back, trying not to cry at the praise from his idol. The presenter announced second place for Katsuki Bakugo, and cheers followed. All Might told Bakugo he had impressed him and could become #1 someday, then placed a medal around Bakugo's neck. Bakugo declared he would become #1 and be better than All Might had been, and All Might laughed. The presenter passionately announced Ochako IzuOcha as first place, celebrating excitedly in the announcer's booth. The crowd erupted into even louder cheers. Ochako smiled at her father as he walked up to her. All Might acknowledged her quirk awakening and that it must have been frightening, and he placed the medal around her neck, telling her she had surpassed his expectations and that he was proud. Ochako smiled back with tears in her eyes. Ochako looked to Izuku, who was smiling at her, and then to Bakugo, who was reluctantly smiling as well. She threw her hands up, jumped in celebration, and ran around the field giving high fives. She shouted how she had done it and ran back to Izuku, jumping onto his back and exclaiming her joy over his shoulder. Izuku laughed and nodded. She dismounted, turned him toward her, and hugged him, telling him how happy she was. All Might watched awkwardly as Izuku patted Ochako on the back. Izuku smiled nervously at All Might, uncertain how his teacher felt about him and a girl because, to his knowledge, All Might had never married or had children. All Might said he was happy for IzuOcha and that she had done great. Ochako smiled in response. Ochako dashed to the stairs and ran toward the other students. All Might observed to Izuku that they seemed to get along. Izuku explained that she was a good friend from America who had taught him English to help him in school. He laughed and All Might smiled. All Might felt proud of his parenting, reassured by the company his daughter kept. He told Midoriya he was glad he was making friends and patted him on the head before they headed for the stairs. The sports festival was finally over. It had been eventful. Ochako had won, and Izuku had placed third, better than he had expected. It had been a successful day for both of them. Later that night Izuku walked outside. He had seen his mother earlier. She had cried for a long time, horrified by how hurt he had been, but relieved that he had been protected and had not been pulled out of Ochako called his name from where she was taking out the garbage. Izuku turned and waved, smiling. Ochako jogged over and asked why he was out so late, standing a few feet away. Izuku explained he had come out to clear his mind because a lot had been happening, then walked toward a bench with Ochako following. Ochako agreed that it had been a lot, thinking about her quirk awakening and the events at the USJ. She could hardly believe she had a quirk. It felt surreal. Izuku looked up at the starry sky and remembered that he had been quirkless his whole life until his quirk suddenly awakened. He told Ochako that she would know, since she had also awakened a quirk in recent months. Ochako glanced at him, then quickly looked away, feeling guilty for lying about her ability but convinced she could not reveal that she had won for all. Izuku told her that today had been great and that he was happy she had won because she deserved it. Ochako felt her heart flutter, and she blushed and covered her face, telling him not to flatter her. Izuku apologized awkwardly, and Ochako laughed, saying she was just being weird and hiding her blush. They fell into an awkward silence. Ochako remarked that the night was especially pretty with all the stars, and Izuku agreed, looking up as well. Izuku then asked Ochako about something that had happened earlier and whether it was okay to ask. He told her he had noticed she had claimed to have gone to the bathroom but that she had seemed to be lying, and he wanted to know why. Ochako opened her mouth but could not find the words. She thought she could trust him, then stood, bowed, and apologized for lying. Izuku looked surprised. He had not expected an apology but appreciated her honesty. Ochako explained that it was a long story and that the quirk was not truly hers. It had been passed on from her father. Izuku asked what she meant, standing up from the bench. Ochako admitted that her father had passed the quirk to her and then looked up to see Izuku freeze. She named her father as All Might. Izuku backed away and appeared stunned. Ochako apologized again for lying and explained that if others found out she could get into serious trouble. She said a villain named All for One was after her power, and if he found her before she could fully control it she would be in grave danger. Not even her father could guarantee her safety. Ochako began to cry when she saw Izuku's reaction. Izuku said he needed time to think and, sensing the situation was complicated, asked about the black tendrils Izuku had seen earlier. Ochako said that those were connected to being a fifth user of quirks, an original aspect she was still trying to understand, and asked him to bear with her as she figured things out. Tears began to fall, and she pleaded that she hoped he would not think differently of her and insisted she was still the same person he knew. Izuku admitted that he did not like that she had lied but that he understood why she had done it and promised to keep her secret between them. Ochako nodded and hugged him, sniffling as he wiped her tears away. She told him she would try not to lie to him anymore, and he agreed. Izuku then mentioned that All Might had been the person who had saved him. He explained that he had fallen off a building and All Might had rescued him, and that All Might had offered to get him training in America, which was why Izuku had been there. He withheld the more painful truth of what had driven him to that moment. Ochako noticed he seemed ashamed and told him that if he was ever ready to talk, she would listen. She squeezed his cheek playfully to lighten the mood, and he managed a small chuckle. Later, remembering a conversation with another student, Ochako thought he might not want her to know everything. She reached for Izuku's arm to check for marks after noticing what she thought might be explosion scars. She found only a few scars from burns. Izuku pulled his arm back and told her he had not cut himself. He repeated that it was hard for him to talk about and asked her to give him time before walking away toward his apartment. Ochako watched him go, clenching her fist and wondering if she had done the right thing. While walking, Izuku took out his phone and typed a message saying that he had tried to jump off the school and that All Might had saved him. He hesitated but sent the message. Ochako immediately opened her phone, her eyes widening, and she began to cry silently. Izuku felt tears pricking his own eyes. He turned and ran down the building stairs as quickly as he could. Ochako looked toward the staircase as footsteps clanged on the metal. Izuku jumped down the last set of stairs and ran to her. She called his nickname as she cried harder, and he wrapped her in a tight embrace. The two of them held each other and cried together. Ochako apologized repeatedly. After a good cry, the two finally calmed down. Ochako wiped the remaining tears from her face and apologized again, saying she hadn't meant to push him. Izuku reassured her that it was fine, explained that he had never told anyone those things before so it was hard to talk about, and that he trusted her just as she had trusted him to keep her secret. He reached for her hands and squeezed them gently. Ochako wondered how Bakugo had found out while she nodded at Izuku. She felt a warm, fluttering sensation in her chest as his hands covered hers. Ochako started to speak and called him Deku, remembering how direct she had always been and how that reputation of blunt honesty had served her well. She thought back to the day she met him and to everything that had made her feelings grow, teaching him English, meeting him again at UA, watching his fearless fight, and seeing him put himself at risk to protect others. All of those memories crystallized into a recognition of her feelings. Ochako confessed that she liked him. Izuku blinked a few times and admitted that he was very surprised to hear that. He told her, with visible discomfort, that he could not return those feelings right now because he was still working on loving himself and did not feel able to show romantic affection until he had resolved that. He backed up and bowed slightly in apology. Ochako listened and smiled. She said that he was sweet and that she did not expect anything. She was glad he had been honest and that he was self-aware enough to know he couldn't offer more. Izuku blushed and added that, if it helped, he thought he might have some feelings for her too, but he could not act on them until he had recognized them properly. Ochako giggled in response. Izuku then pulled her into a brief, comforting hug and told her quietly that, until he decided what his feelings were. He wanted to be closer to her. She blushed. He stepped back, put his hands behind his back, and wished her good night as he jogged toward the stairs and waved. Ochako stood there, flushed, then turned and walked away, wondering if he had been as surprised as she had been when she had confessed. She walked into her apartment building with a bright blush across her face, carrying the memory of his voice close to her. At her door, her father greeted her and teased that he had overheard her confession. He chuckled that she had picked a good person and reassured her that, based on his own experience with her mother, things would likely work out. He adopted his larger-than-life hero persona and laughed as he moved on. Ochako dismissed him with a small protest and went to her room. She called good night to her father before closing her door, slid down against it, and hugged her knees. She imagined herself and Deku in the future and felt embarrassed by the daydream, then told herself to keep those thoughts away and focus on being a hero first. Izuku, already in bed, reflected on Uraraka's confession and found the idea surprising. He thought about how he liked her but was determined not to act until he could fully accept and love himself. He blushed at the thought and rolled onto his side, deciding to sleep. The next morning, Izuku entered homeroom and saw everyone already seated. He sat and looked at the blackboard, which listed names and numbers from the offers for internships. IzuOcha stood and announced that they would go over the offers from heroes who had watched the sports festival. Izuku noted the board. Ochako Uraraka had 6,987, he had 4,519, Katsuki Bakugo had 3,687, and Shoto Todoroki had 3. He was slightly surprised to be in the top 2, since he had not been the runner-up at the festival. Ochako approached him and playfully punched his shoulder, congratulated him for being in the top 2, and asked if he could meet her during lunch. Izuku agreed at once and asked if there was something specific she wanted to talk about, since they usually ate together. Ochako smiled and said they would save it for then before returning to her seat. Izuku stood there puzzled until Bakugo stormed up and demanded how Izuku had received more offers than him despite being beaten. Bakugo vowed he would not lose that way again and walked off. IzuOcha informed the class that the hero agencies that had offered internships would be listed in an email and that each student had to choose one before Friday. Izuku pulled out his phone and checked the list. When lunch arrived, Izuku went to find Ochako. She looked nervous but insisted he come with her. She stood up, took his hand, and led him out of the room. Izuku shouted as Ochako dragged him through the halls. He had to sprint to keep up because she was unexpectedly fast. Suddenly she turned sharply into a closet. Izuku demanded to know what she was doing as she closed the door and sighed. She turned on the light, and All Might was sitting in the corner. Ochako quickly covered Izuku's mouth when he nearly blurted All Might's name, then told him they needed to talk and released his hands. Izuku protested that she could have texted instead of essentially dragging him away, and All Might stifled a laugh. Ochako then addressed All Might as her father and asked if he had something to discuss. All Might nodded. All Might explained that when he had been their age he had trained under his master and, after her passing, had been trained by her closest friend, Gran Torino. He went on to say that Gran Torino had watched both of their performances at the sports festival and was interested in taking them on as interns. Ochako brightened at the chance to finally meet the man who had trained All Might, and Izuku smiled at the idea as well. Both agreed that they would accept the opportunity, and All Might said he would let Gran Torino know. After All Might left the closet, Ochako suggested they wait a little before leaving together so anyone who saw them might not get suspicious. Izuku agreed and they each exited separately after a few minutes, Izuku slipping toward the bathroom while Ochako headed to the lunchroom. Ochako sat alone at the only remaining table, and Izuku joined her. They had been close since school started. They had other friends, but their routines often left them sitting together. No one asked any questions, and the rest of the day passed without incident. When they got off the train, All Might accompanied them and told them to pack because they would be traveling to Hosu City the next day. Izuku reminded him that IzuOcha had said they had until Friday to decide, and All Might explained that they were receiving special permission because of him. Ochako giggled at the news, and Izuku shook his head but was pleased at the prospect of meeting Gran Torino sooner. All Might remarked that Izuku and Ochako had gotten along well, Izuku admitted he had not had a proper goodbye with Gran Torino when he left America, so it would be nice to see him again. All Might added that Gran Torino had held Ochako when she was a baby, so they had technically met even if she did not remember. At the corner where they parted ways, All Might reminded them to be packed and ready in the morning and that a car would pick them up. Both acknowledged the plan. Ochako hesitated for a moment and then hugged Izuku. He returned the embrace half-heartedly, feeling a little awkward knowing All Might was her father, but he patted her back gently. All Might teased Ochako about her feelings for Izuku, making her blush, and they all laughed before heading to their apartment complexes. The next morning, Izuku walked out of his apartment with a backpack packed with clothes for the next few days and a small string bag with essentials. A black car waited in front of the building, and Ochako called for him to get in. He smiled, opened the back door, and sat inside. Ochako greeted him enthusiastically but tried to remind herself to conserve energy. Izuku noticed a brunette woman in the front seat with hair similar to Ochako's and wondered if she was her mother, while All Might stifled a snicker as he began to drive. All Might then started to address Midoriya, and the car continued on its way. Ochako's mother told Izuku that she had heard a lot about him, and Izuku looked at Ochako, who gave an awkward smile. Izuku asked if that was true and stared at Ochako. Ochako's mother laughed and said she had heard about his quirk awakening, his training, and many other things. Izuku admitted that it had been an eventful year. Ochako groaned and leaned against the window, while Izuku said he was looking forward to what came next and that he had wanted to attend UA since he was little. When Ochako's mother asked why he had wanted UA specifically, Ochako giggled because she knew the answer. Izuku blushed and confessed that it was because All Might had gone there, then covered his face in embarrassment. Ochako's mother teased that All Might was inspiring the next generation of heroes, tapped his arm, and All Might chuckled and glanced at Izuku, who was faintly flushed. After an hour or two they arrived at a small apartment building. All Might pointed out the place and Ochako's mother wished them good luck. She and her husband said they were going to the estate and would pick them up in a few days, then waved and drove away. Izuku and Ochako watched the car disappear and stood in the quiet before Izuku suggested they go inside. Ochako was clearly upset. She walked to the door and knocked. Izuku tried to reassure her that they would be fine for a few days, but Ochako glared and growled at him to choose his words carefully. Izuku fell silent. Ochako told him to look at his hands. He glanced down at his luggage and his eyes widened as he realized something about their situation. The door opened to reveal Gran Torino, who welcomed Midoriya and IzuOcha and stepped aside for them to enter. Ochako, surprised by the man's short stature, whispered her astonishment and Izuku nodded with a chuckle. They stepped into a modest, lived-in home that suited a retired hero. Izuku and Ochako commented on how homely it felt while Gran Torino laughed and compared it casually to his place in New York as he sipped coffee. Gran Torino put his cup down and approached Izuku, saying he had heard the boy had awakened a quirk. Izuku began to explain, but Gran Torino cut him off with a firm reminder that he did not want Izuku to rely on that quirk while staying with him. When Izuku and Ochako asked why, Gran Torino explained that he did not want them to become dependent on their quirks. He mentioned Black Whip to Ochako and reminded Midoriya to sharpen his other senses, especially after having lost an eye. He also told Ochako that she needed to be prepared in case her quirk acted unpredictably in a real battle. Gran Torino asked that Izuku refrain from using one for all at this time. When Izuku reacted, Gran Torino said he had seen him use it and that, although Izuku used it efficiently, he was not yet strong enough to use it at full power without risking injury. Gran Torino outlined a plan. Ochako would focus on physical conditioning and weight training to increase her strength and raise her maximum safe percentage, while Izuku would concentrate on enhancing his senses because he did not need the same kind of physical development. Izuku protested, saying he wanted to work on strength and could even teach Ochako, but Gran Torino, amused and resigned, accepted that they would find a way to train together. Izuku celebrated quietly at the compromise, and Gran Torino smirked and agreed to begin. After a long day of training they finally finished. That night Gran Torino went to bed, and Izuku and Ochako prepared to sleep in the same room on separate futons. Izuku laid out his futon and reflected that it had been a good day, while Ochako admitted she had not expected it to be so challenging and mused that she could see how Gran Torino's training had shaped her father. They were on opposite sides of the room, and Izuku thought himself lucky to be used to Gran Torino's level of training after months of similar routines. Ochako confessed she did not know how he managed it, and a small, awkward silence fell between them as they settled down. Izuku then asked what she would do about clothes, since her parents had driven off with them. Ochako said she could go out shopping but worried she might not even have her debit card. Izuku offered some extra clothes to borrow, and after a moment of hesitation Ochako accepted. Izuku gathered a pair of shorts and a t-shirt from his bag and set them aside for her, and Ochako agreed that the clothes would be fine and that she would likely buy replacements the next day with Gran Torino's permission. She lay back down and stared at the ceiling, then admitted to Izuku that she was nervous. Izuku asked why, and Ochako said that she felt nervous about everything. Ochako frowned, admitting that being the inheritor of One for All and the prospect of a future battle with All for One terrified her. The USA had taken a toll on her, seeing Izuku collapsing and her father barely subduing the Nomu had haunted her, and the fear rose up again at night. Izuku looked away and told her that he could not imagine it, his thoughts drifting back to waking in the white space and hearing that booming voice telling him he would have to prove it wrong. Ochako picked her phone up off the floor and complained that she wished there were a TV or something to get her mind off things. Izuku suggested watching a show on her phone, and Ochako, not wanting to disturb his rest, initially declined. Izuku nervously offered to watch with her. Ochako rose from her futon and moved to the couch, inviting him to join her with a small smile. Izuku followed and sat down beside her. Neither of them knew what they would watch. They were simply content to be close. Izuku had already recognized his feelings, but he was not ready to act on them. They chose a movie and sat in companionable silence until both dozed off on the couch. Torino observed them from the other room and noted that Nana, the ninth, had people with her who would ensure her victory. He turned back to his room and went to bed. In the morning, Ochako woke to find Izuku asleep beside her. She smiled and leaned against him, grateful for a few extra minutes of rest. Torino soon entered and shouted for them to wake up. Izuku groaned and greeted Torino as if this were a normal morning. He rose awkwardly from the couch and wished Ochako good morning before dashing to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Ochako shook her head, grabbed the clothes Izuku had laid out, and prepared for the day. The next 4 days were grueling for Ochako. Torino pushed both of them hard, though Izuku was accustomed to the intensity. Ochako quickly adapted to lifting weights alongside Izuku. She could not match his level yet, but she learned fast. They were also tasked with practicing while blindfolded, which honed their other senses and made them more aware of their surroundings. For Ochako, not relying on One for All took time to adjust to. For Izuku, it felt more natural after his experience training without his quirk. Training his senses helped compensate for his missing eye, and he now wore an eye patch to protect the socket. One evening, as they rested on the couch, Ochako admitted she was exhausted. Torino reminded them that they would be going on patrol that night. Izuku brightened at the news while Ochako sighed at the thought. Torino instructed them to stay close and not to engage in fights without hero licenses. Their role was observation. He left to change into his hero costume. Ochako emerged from the bathroom proudly, showing new small gauntlets on her wrists, explaining that Mei Hatsum from the support course had made them to improve her aim when using her zero gravity. Izuku examined the gauntlets with interest and thought to himself that he should ask Mei about an artificial eye that could relay information. The idea of a cybernetic eye with a chip intrigued him, though he did not know if it was possible. Torino called them by their hero names, Deku and Ochako, names they had agreed on days earlier and submitted to Aizawa by email. They headed to the train station and rode toward the center of the city where crimes tended to be more frequent. Across town, Shigaraki stood atop a water tower, facing a grim figure. Shigaraki accused the man of refusing to join them. The man replied that he killed for justice, not for Shigaraki's cause. The confrontation escalated as Shigaraki toyed with the idea of killing him, but the man turned away and declared he would not be killed then. Shigaraki snarled in frustration and called for Kurogiri. Kurogiri responded and Shigaraki ordered the Nomu to be sent in. Portals opened around them, and multiple Nomu emerged, some moving through the air and others resembling the terrifying creatures they had faced at the USJ. The scene unfolded with dramatic, high-energy action as the Nomu advanced. Shigaraki smiled at the gathered Nomu and ordered them to cause mayhem. The Nomu dispersed into the city. Shigaraki giggled and watched as they began to tear the streets apart. Ida walked beside his internship leader as smoke and flames started to spread. The leader urged him to pay attention. Ida snapped back to reality, thinking of his brother, who had recently been hospitalized after an encounter with the hero killer Stain and was now paralyzed. Ida had always been righteous, and a burning desire for revenge against Stain lingered inside him. Now a different crisis demanded his focus as Nomu scattered through the streets, attacking civilians. His internship leader declared it an emergency and told Ida he needed him in the fight. Ida nodded and ran to his side. On a train as the sun set, Izuku and Ochako were half asleep while Gran Torino made a wry comment to himself. Ochako suddenly woke and clutched her head as a warning voice told her to be prepared. Her thought was interrupted by a massive explosion in the train car. A Nomu stood roaring at the end of the carriage. Izuku jolted awake and looked around. Gran Torino immediately kicked down the door to the next car and leapt into the one with the Nomu. Gran Torino slammed the Nomu into the wall and ordered it removed. Izuku and Ochako both rose and ran forward. Ochako activated a strong portion of One for All and extended her black whip to restrain the Nomu's wings. Izuku focused powerful explosions at the Nomu, driving it back. The Nomu struck Izuku and knocked him into the train car. He winced but pushed himself up. The Nomu broke free from Ochako's restraints and began to fly away. Ochako tethered Black Whip to its back and jumped from the train, climbing onto its body to try to stop it while calling for Izuku to protect the civilians. Gran Torino prepared to jump into another car as the train lost control and threatened to leave the tracks. Izuku moved through the cars, helping people to safety. Held back by a crowd, he decided he had to stop the train. He scrambled to the roof and met another Nomu there, dodging as it smashed down onto the metal. He let off a series of explosions to push it back, then used blasts to maneuver toward the front. The Nomu grabbed his leg and threw him. He felt a sharp sting at the back of his head and blinked, dizzy. He pushed himself up, wryly wishing metal were softer, then backpedaled into motion, using his explosions from his legs to propel himself forward. He reached the front of the train and glanced down at the speeding tracks. Using a blinding blast to distract the Nomu, he lunged forward toward a small station a few hundred feet ahead. If they kept going, they would collide with another train. Izuku climbed into the conductor's car, forced the conductor back into the following car, then leapt out and latched onto the Nomu's back. Summoning everything he had, he fired a massive full-body blast that sent the Nomu forward and then redirected it back toward the train. The conductor's car was wrecked by the impact and the cars behind it slammed to a halt with a thunderous clap. Izuku breathed hard and coughed, shaken, then made his way to the rear cars where Gran Torino was evacuating civilians. Miraculously, there were only minimal injuries. From the roof, Izuku surveyed the city and felt his chest tighten. Flames like the skyline and Nomu infested the streets. Ida ran through the burning city with his internship leader supporting him. They stopped when he spotted a red and black figure confronting a hero in an alleyway. Stain, the hero killer. Ida left his leader and charged down the alley. He called out to the villain, and Stain turned. Stain dismissed him, calling him another fake. Furious, Ida accused Stain of paralyzing his brother and surged forward, engines pumping as he aimed to stop him. Stain reacted with cold contempt. Nearby, Ochako rode a Nomu she had subdued, instructing it to stay down while she struck it with a powerful blast and wrapped its face with Black Whip, then crashed it into a nearby building until it was unconscious. She sprinted through the ruined streets searching for survivors and ran past an alley where Ida lay face down, tears marking his cheeks and Stain looming over him with a blade held threateningly. Ochako dashed in, blasting Stain backward. Stain wiped his mouth and laughed, admitting that she was strong, then charged at her. Ochako evaded a slash, punched him in the gut, and lashed out with Black Whip to try to disarm him. Stain struck Ochako across the face, grazing her cheek and leaving her stunned. She backed away and looked to Ida. She asked what his quirk was. Ida told her that it did not matter and urged her to get away. Ida insisted that this was not Ochako's fight. Ochako scoffed and backed away, thinking she would figure it out herself. She pulled out her phone and sent her location to the rest of the class, then admitted inwardly that she could not do it alone as she looked between Ida and the other hero. Stain liked his blade, and Ochako immediately felt herself slump to the ground, struggling to move. She wondered what was happening as she tried to rise. Ida moved stealthily to his feet while Stain approached Ochako. Ida shouted that Stain would pay and threw a punch. Stain slashed at Ida, who cried out and staggered from the wound. Suddenly, ice shot up between Stain and Ida. Todoroki announced that he had received Ochako's message and rushed in, and Ochako felt relief wash over her. Todoroki used his fire, forcing Stain to dodge and scale a building. Stain shouted that the world was full of fake heroes while he remained focused on Ida. He jumped down and put his blade toward Ida, taunting that he would leave Ida as he had left his brother. Ochako and Todoroki were confused by the reference. Todoroki reacted by forming a wall of ice at Stain, and Stain stabbed into it and growled. He turned on Todoroki and lunged, but Todoroki held him back with flame, creating a tense stalemate. Ochako felt her fingers move slightly and realized that whatever Stain's quirk was, its hold over her was fading faster than it had on Ida. She stood and fired her black whip, snatching Stain's blade. Stain glared at her, then reclaimed his weapon and sprinted toward her, the blade cutting the air. Ochako was shoved aside just in time and heard the strike. Stain laughed and said he did not know who she was, then suggested that maybe she was a real hero as he ripped the blade free. Ochako watched in horror as Izuku fell nearby, struck and collapsing, barely conscious and gravely injured. Ochako cried out for Izuku as he fell back, his breathing shallow. Stain taunted her, saying that her friend had sacrificed himself and calling her a fake. Ochako stared at Izuku and flashed back to his near-death at the youth. Fear turned into rage. Her black whip surged out of control, a ringing filled her ears, and she suddenly floated into the air, pulling Stain up with her. Driven by fury, Ochako launched herself at Stain with a powerful, reckless attack that put extreme strain on her own body and caused her to injure her arm. Adrenaline dulled the pain and her mind went blank. In the chaos, she unlocked a new ability. Stain was tossed about by her enhanced strength and agility as Todoroki and Ida watched in stunned silence. Ochako slammed him to the ground. He appeared unconscious. She collapsed to her knees above him. Images of Izuku's wounded face flooded her mind and pushed her into a torrent of blows, punching Stain repeatedly in a raw outpouring of grief and fury while shouting that she hated him. Ida and Todoroki stood by, unable to bring themselves to stop her. Even when Stain's face showed the effects of the assault, Ochako was not satisfied. She ripped the blade from his hand and pressed it toward his neck, hesitating only for a brief, tortured moment before a final image of Izuku pushed her over the edge. As she swung the blade down intending to kill him, Izuku, fighting through his injuries, managed to grab the weapon and prevent the killing blow. Ochako looked behind her and saw Izuku alive enough to intervene, and she dropped the blade. Stain lay motionless, nearly defeated. Izuku pleaded with Ochako not to sink to Stain's level, though he was barely standing. Ochako, trembling, asked how he was still alive. Izuku managed a weak laugh and a cough. Despite having been struck, his wounds were astonishingly closing. He felt the ringing in his ears again and realized the damage had healed. Izuku sat up and told them that he felt fine and believed he had awakened a new quirk. Todoroki stepped forward with concern, and Ida bowed his head in remorse, blaming himself. Ochako struck Ida lightly to jolt him and scolded him for seeking revenge, reminding him that reckless anger almost cost them their lives. Ida nodded, contrite. From the ground, Stain murmured that Ochako had the spirit of a real hero despite everything and that Izuku was a genuine hero, then faded into unconsciousness. The four fell silent for a moment, taking in what had just happened. Ochako asked Izuku how he had healed so fast. Izuku explained that he thought he had awakened another quirk and mentioned the familiar ringing in his ears. Ochako remembered hearing that same ring when she first awakened Black Whip. Todoroki mused that perhaps having two quirks was not so unusual after all, and Ochako realized she had felt that ringing during the fight. She floated slightly, testing the sensation of her new ability. A loud crash from the surrounding destruction reminded them of the city's dire state. Ochako urged everyone to split up and deal with Nomu, and the team agreed, rushing into the flames. Izuku ran alongside Ochako and asked what new quirk she had gained. Ochako revealed that she could float. It was the seventh. Ochako used her black whip to fling Izuku at a Nomu in front of them. Izuku unleashed his explosions, sending the Nomu flying in a burst of energy until it collapsed. Ochako reacted in surprise, which startled Izuku. Izuku looked at the Nomu's fallen body and felt a hollow in his chest. He had assumed the Nomu were mindless monsters, but a troubling thought nagged at him that they might have once been people. There was no time to dwell on it as another Nomu landed beside him and launched a barrage of fists. Ochako lashed out with Black Whip to stop the strikes, and she urged Izuku to engage. Izuku hesitated, torn between doubt and duty. He worried that the creature might not be entirely lost, but he forced himself to act. He gathered a massive explosion and dispersed the attacking Nomu in a blinding flash of energy. He looked back at Ochako, visibly shaken. Ochako told him firmly that they were monsters now, even if they had once been human, and that he needed to focus on saving the living. A group of Nomu was closing in, and Ochako grabbed Izuku with Black Whip to pull him away. He held her gaze for a moment, conflicted, until she banged their heads together to snap him out of his trance. Izuku apologized and pushed himself into the air with controlled explosions. Ochako rubbed her forehead and released him. Izuku struggled to balance at first, then used explosions from his hands to steady himself. Ochako reminded him that they had to stop the Nomu before innocent people were harmed. He nodded, forced a brave smile, and together they dove back into the fray. Ochako returned to the ground and suddenly felt a sharp tug in her instincts telling her to move left. She reacted reflexively, dodged a leaping Nomu, and drove it to the ground with a decisive blow. For a moment she wondered at the strange, heightened sense that had guided her. A shout of Ochako's name cut through the chaos and pulled her attention to Izuku, who had been struck in the stomach. She snapped to action, used Black Whip to grab the Nomu that had landed on him, and slammed it into the floor to clear him. Izuku held his side but quickly regenerated and recovered. He observed that the Nomu's resilience was clearly a regeneration quirk that required a moment to activate. He vaulted over Ochako's shoulder and detonated a Nomu behind her. Izuku teased that her sensing ability seemed flawed, grinning as he took down another target. He noticed the different tones in the quirks at play. The regeneration felt calm while his explosions were wild. He suspected their quirks' personalities were mixing. Ochako laughed in reply, admitting she could not tell which user the sense belonged to. They continued coordinating their attacks, each adjusting to the odd interplay of abilities around them as they fought to protect the people caught in the battle. Ochako floated up and used her Black Whip to slam two Nomu heads together. A Nomu lunged at Izuku, but it was kicked away and sent crashing into a building. Gran Torino looked up and noted that they seemed to talk about the situation very lightly, and Ochako gave an awkward laugh as she descended to the ground. Ochako reflected on Nana's quirk, and Torino smiled to himself. Gran Torino informed them that things were coming under control and that the hero killer Stain had been found unconscious and captured, adding that he suspected the two of them had helped. He glanced at Izuku, and Izuku nodded. Izuku explained that he had been injured in the fight but recovered because a new quirk allowed him to heal, then demonstrated his energy by shadowboxing with small bursts of power coming from his fists. Gran Torino sighed and told the boy that he was something else. By then the Nomu had all been dealt with. Ochako, breathing heavily, surveyed the city and saw heroes evacuating people. She asked if everything was secure. Gran Torino said they should be okay and that he would assist the other heroes. He instructed the two young heroes not to use their quirks any further, and they nodded. Ochako then asked if she could go shopping and produced a debit card. Izuku pointed out that the city was in shambles and wondered where they would shop, but Ochako insisted they could figure it out and grabbed Izuku's hand. She waved farewell to Torino as they ran down the street laughing. Torino waved back, returned to evacuating, and allowed himself a small smile while thinking that those kids were going to be the death of him. A week later, Ochako, Izuku, Todoroki, and Ida sat in a room across from the mayor of the city. The mayor made it clear that they were not permitted to take credit for taking down Stain. Izuku shrugged and questioned why not, arguing that they should receive some recognition for their actions. Ochako agreed, and Todoroki added that, despite lacking hero licenses, they could not simply stand by and watch people die. The mayor reminded them that what they had done was still illegal. He turned on a screen showing a newspaper with Endeavor on the front page and explained that the official story would credit Endeavor with defeating Stain. Todoroki, frustrated, demanded to know why Endeavor should get the credit and asked for only a minor reprimand. The mayor warned him to calm down and growled that he could give them more than a slap on the wrist if necessary, startling the boy. Ochako then asked if Deku could at least receive recognition for stopping the out-of-control train, noting that many people might have died if not for his actions. The mayor replied that, in that situation, they had little choice. The mayor looked down, hands clasped behind his back, and explained that the number of people who had seen him on top combined with the improbability of the explosions left no choice but to give Gran Torino credit. Todoroki fell silent and sat. He protested that it was foolish to give credit to someone who had not been there when Midoriya had nearly died. Staring at his hands, Izuku moved to Todoroki and patted his shoulder, insisting that he was really fine. Todoroki clenched his fists and said that was not the point. Ida, who had been quiet in the corner, finally drew Todoroki's attention and received a slow nod. The mayor bowed and thanked everyone for their help, which Todoroki muttered could have come earlier. The others nodded. Ida stood. Ochako looked toward him. Ida bowed with tears and apologized, surprising the mayor. He then glared upward and made clear that his apology was not for the mayor. He called Shoto, Ochako, and Deku by their hero names and admitted that he had put them all in danger because of his own selfish desire for revenge. He bowed again and swore that nothing like it would ever happen again. Shoto, Deku, and Ochako exchanged looks. Ochako told Ida that wanting revenge was understandable. She remembered visiting her father in the hospital after his battle with All for One and seeing the scar on his stomach that even Recovery Girl could not fully heal. She admitted she had wanted revenge too but had never had the power. She closed her eyes, smiled, and told him that seeking vengeance would not make him feel better. The four left the building and went their separate ways, with Ochako and Izuku agreeing to meet later that day. In a dark room lit only by a small television, Shigaraki rubbed his neck as he watched footage of the sports festival. He focused on Ochako standing on the podium and told himself that she had ruined his Nomu. He vowed to take down All Might. A knock sounded and the lights came up. Kurogiri announced visitors, and Shigaraki told him to let them in. Two people entered, a tall man in his 20s and a girl in her late teens. Kurogiri explained that they wanted to join the league. The man, with dark hair and a grin, said he agreed with Stain's philosophy about fake heroes. His face showed scars and burned-looking patches. He pointed to the girl and said she was the same. The girl giggled and expressed excitement at meeting Stain. Shigaraki asked their names. The girl introduced herself as Himiko Toga and toyed with a knife at her side in a nervous, exuberant way. The man gave the name Dabi. When Shigaraki asked about their quirks, Dabi produced blue flames in his hands with a smirk, and Toga explained that her quirk involved drawing blood with the use of knives. Shigaraki accepted them into the league with a grin. Toga celebrated while Dabi sat near Shigaraki. When asked his real name, Dabi laughed and refused to say. He grabbed a glass and drank quickly. Back home, Izuku felt his phone buzz and answered. Ochako called and urged him to come out and do something together. She suggested dinner. Izuku asked if she was okay, and she said she would go change quickly before they met. He affirmed the plan and, on impulse, blurted that it was a date. Ochako echoed that it was a date, and both of them blushed as they hung up. Ochako changed into a dress and texted Izuku to meet at a nearby restaurant. Izuku dressed simply in a black tee, a green button-up, and black shorts to stay cool, then rushed to the restaurant and waited outside. A car pulled up and Ochako stepped out in a maroon dress and black heels. Izuku was stunned and told her she looked beautiful. Ochako blushed and returned the compliment, saying he did not look bad either. Izuku opened the car door and offered his hand. Ochako accepted, and they walked in together. Once seated, the atmosphere was awkward. Neither of them had expected this outcome, but they smiled and tried to enjoy the evening. It had felt sudden to call it a date, even though both of them wanted it. Ochako veered off while looking at Izuku and remarked that it did seem sudden. Izuku offered an awkward smile and said that it was a nice place and that he liked the scenery, glancing toward a fish tank full of different fish. Ochako nodded, and Izuku muttered that they were making things far more awkward than necessary. She giggled and admitted that she wanted it to be a date but worried he might have said it jokingly or by accident while she nervously played with her dress. Izuku confessed that it had been an accident at first, though not because he didn't want it to be a date. His blush grew and Ochako's eyes widened. Her giggles made him embarrassed, and he protested quietly that it was not that funny as he watched her laugh. He then asked if they could talk somewhere private after they ate, and Ochako stopped laughing immediately and agreed, asking if everything was okay. When a waiter approached, Izuku only nodded. They ordered drinks and food and sank into a comfortable silence. Ochako whispered to ask why it had to be private and whether it had anything to do with her quirk, but Izuku smiled and shook his head and told her she would see. Ochako blushed, smiled, and nodded. Their food arrived. Ochako ate quickly while Izuku took his time. She explained that she had eaten fast because she wanted to hear what he had to tell her, and he chuckled and continued eating. After they finished, they left the restaurant and walked down the street. Ochako pressed him about when he would tell her, and Izuku teased that he might wait. She groaned and playfully jabbed his shoulder, and he laughed and promised to think about it, asking her to wait a little longer. She insisted he better tell her that night, and he agreed to consider it. As they walked, Izuku's mind raced. He had decided he wanted to make things with Ochako official. After the incident at Hosu, he had realized how fragile life could be. If he had not miraculously awakened a quirk during his fight with Stain, he might have been dead. He worried that the stress of their lives and the way his personality changed while using his quirk might be off-putting to her. Seeing Ochako's bright smile as she walked beside him made his heart flutter and he almost tripped on the sidewalk. Ochako noticed and teased him when he recovered. He apologized for losing his footing, which sent her into another burst of laughter. He laughed with her, feeling foolish but happy, even though his nervousness made him feel pathetic. They eventually reached the apartments and sat by the fountain between them. Ochako took her heels off because her feet hurt, and she told him that tonight had been great. Izuku agreed and, after a blush, said that he thought he was ready. He fumbled as he admitted that he needed to ask if she still liked him, since she had seen how his personality shifted when he used his quirk. Ochako smiled, blushed, and reassured him that she did still like him. She explained that her feelings had begun before he even awakened his quirk. His perseverance and determination to train hard and make it into UA without a quirk had been admirable and had inspired her to become a hero as well. His willingness to work for his dream despite the odds had been attractive to her. Ochako stood and said that she knew him well enough to trust his intentions, that he was a good person with a big heart, and that she had confessed to him for a reason. She admitted she had a sense she might fall for him when they met again, and when that realization came she had not hesitated to act. She had been saddened and then moved by his desire to learn to love himself, and by the fact that he cared about not hurting her even before they were together. She told him she had decided to wait for him because she cared about him, and then she confessed that she loved him, tears welling in her eyes. Izuku burst into tears himself and started to laugh through them. He stood, wiped his eyes, and told her that this had been meant to be his confession first. He explained that he wanted to be with her, that the past few months had been amazing, that he believed he had begun to love himself, and that after everything that had happened he wanted them to be together, even knowing their line of work would be dangerous every day. A short, warm silence followed as they sat back down by the fountain, both feeling the weight and hope of the conversation settling between them. After the encounter with Stain, Izuku told Ochako that he realized he could die at any time and that the same was true for her. When he had jumped in front of Stain and everything that had followed, he understood that he needed to be with her. He paused while Ochako wept. He explained that he wanted to be with her now so he would not lose any precious time in their lives and that he could not afford to waste moments with her. Ochako stood and hugged him. She replied that she also wanted to be with him, calling him Deku and smiling through her tears. Izuku smiled and hugged her back. They stood in silence for a few minutes before stepping apart. Ochako laughed softly and asked if it had really happened. Izuku nodded and said he was glad he had been able to say it, then held out his hands. Ochako took them. Izuku used her first name, surprising her, and asked if she would like to go out with him and be his girlfriend, grinning. Ochako giggled and said she would love to. Silence settled again as they looked at one another. Izuku murmured something, and Ochako smiled. He stammered and asked if he could kiss her. Ochako blushed but kept a gentle smile and consented. Izuku leaned in shyly and gave her a brief, tender kiss. Ochako opened her eyes, guided him, and then drew him into a softer kiss that reflected their mutual affection. They pulled apart, laughing and touching their lips in quiet astonishment. Ochako laughed again and remarked on the pleasant weather, and Izuku agreed. Aizawa announced that the first-term final exams were starting that day. He explained that there would be a written exam after lunch and then a practical. The bell rang to signal the end of class. By lunch it had been a few weeks since Izuku and Ochako had gotten together, and things between them were going well. Their parents did not yet know. They had studied hard for the written exams but were unsure what to expect from the practical portion. Izuku retrieved his tray and they sat down together. Ochako opened her bento and told Izuku she felt she would be fine, though she was still a bit nervous. Izuku said he expected to be fine as well, explaining that he had been average at school before but had pushed himself more during his time abroad and felt that had carried back into his studies. He reassured her that she was smarter than she gave herself credit for and would do well. Ochako brightened, saying they would both do great. They both passed the written exams with flying colors. The practicals were scheduled for later that night at 1 in the morning to challenge the students with difficult conditions and teach adaptability. The students would face their teachers in a mock environment, and teams had been arranged based on the relationships between students. Izuku and Ochako ended up partnered together and at first assumed there had been a mistake until they read who they would face. They saw that their opponent was All Might. Both of them reacted in stunned unison, unable to hide their surprise. Aizawa allowed a brief chuckle before continuing. He explained that he could only erase one quirk at a time, which influenced the matchups. Almost everyone passed the practicals except for Mina, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Sato. The final test pitted Izuku and Ochako against All Might. The students were placed in a mock city and told they would either escape through the single exit or defeat their opponent. A loud announcement declared that the test had begun. Izuku sighed and said they should move forward. He volunteered to watch the ground level while Ochako offered to take the high ground. She explained that if they could scout All Might and strike by surprise, they might have a better chance. Using her quirk, she propelled herself onto the roof of a nearby building. Crossed the mock city, All Might readied himself, thinking that he had never imagined he would be facing young Midoriya and that the situation was made stranger by the presence of his daughter. He braced and then launched a powerful, signature attack, driving a massive concussive strike toward the mock city. Izuku heard the tremendous boom and tensed, preparing for impact. What he did not expect was the gust of wind that slammed into him, knocking him to the ground and tearing through parts of the surrounding mock city in a burst of force. Izuku fell onto his back as part of a building crumbled. His eyes widened and he released an explosion from his hands to break up the debris before it could crush him. He realized the attack had come from the other side and remained overwhelmingly powerful, and a sudden anxiety crept over him. He had never expected to face his idol. The idea of All Might's strength made him nervous. Ochako called to him, pulling him out of his small trance. Before he could react, All Might appeared in front of him with his broad smile. Ochako fired her black whip at her father and tried to pull him back toward herself. All Might told her it was not strong enough and pushed through the black whip, explaining that while those Nomu might have been restrained, he still had consciousness. He turned back toward Ochako, latched onto the black whip, and hauled her down. Ochako flew toward him, eyes wide, and All Might struck her in the stomach, sending her down to the floor. He smiled and said that in this match he would play the villain and that she should not expect him to go easy. All Might felt an explosion against the back of his head and turned to see Izuku wearing a fierce grin. Ochako lay dazed on the ground and wondered why her danger sense had not activated. She looked up and saw Izuku squaring off with all might, stumbled to her feet, and realized her father was not even at full power yet still overwhelmingly strong. She increased 1 for all to 25% and activated full cowl. She caught Izuku's glance, smiled, and ran for the exit. All Ochako could think about were the countless villains her father had defeated. She felt she could not beat him no matter how powerful she became. Izuku had similar thoughts, but after he began using explosions his perspective shifted. The gap only made him more determined to fight. Izuku leapt at All Might with a powerful explosion in his hands, but All Might quickly slammed him down. Ochako hesitated, seeing him take such a hit made her want to help, but she also wanted to win. Her instincts kicked in. She raised 1 for all to 35% despite a burning soreness and bolted toward her father, trying to strike his back. All Might heard her and dodged, and Ochako's blow connected with Izuku as he rose. She cried out his hero name in alarm, realizing what had happened. Izuku was sent backward about 15 feet and landed on his back, breathing heavily, then pushed himself upright as nausea twisted his stomach. He forced a grin and told Uraraka she was really strong, though the expression made him appear unsteady. All Might laughed and looked at Ochako, praising her improvement before throwing a punch. Ochako barely dodged, frustrated that her danger sense had not activated and wondering if it was because it was her father. She used float to gain height. Izuku stared at All Might and admitted he had always been intimidated by the hero's power. He felt his bruises start to mend as his regeneration worked. He reflected that things had changed, that he envied that power and had begun to understand it better, and sparks gathered in his hands. All Might felt sweat on his face. Izuku declared he wanted to beat him and launched himself at All Might. Ochako watched Izuku fly toward her father. She quickly stopped floating, turned her back to All Might, pointed, increased 1 for all to 30%, and struck All Might's back. He was caught by surprise, and as he turned, Izuku struck his face. All Might staggered and looked at his hand in surprise. He smirked at the kid's tenacity, then countered with an elbow to Izuku's ribs and a backhand that sent the two teens flying backward. Izuku grinned despite the pain while Ochako grew more fearful. Izuku pressed his hand where All Might had struck and joked that he might have broken a bone or two, laughing lightly before his regeneration kicked in. Then his expression shifted to one of real pain and tears threatened his eyes. All Might looked confused and was then grabbed by an angry Ochako. She told him to calm down and control his output, and used her black whip to force him to the ground. Izuku stood dazed about 20 feet away. The regenerative process had taken a toll on his stamina, similar to another hero's quirk but less severe. All Might looked up at his daughter and grinned, declaring that he would not hold back. He grabbed Ochako's foot and tripped her onto her back. She lost her grip and the black whip withdrew. Izuku snapped back to attention and ran to All Might, who was still face down. He aimed for All Might's head with his fists and a focused explosion, trying to render him unconscious. Smoke filled the area and Izuku propelled himself back. When the haze cleared, All Might was on one knee and Ochako lay beside him, both breathing heavily. Izuku gritted his teeth and generated more explosions to fill the area with smoke. All Might was confused until a heavy blast struck him and he dropped to one knee, blinking. He heard more explosions receding behind him. He rose and began to run toward the Mock City's exit, unknowingly passing right by Izuku. Izuku grabbed Ochako and they slipped into an alleyway. Izuku placed his hands on Ochako's cheeks to make her meet his eyes and asked if she was okay. Ochako blinked to clear her head and reassured him that she would be fine, just tired. Izuku admitted he was overtired as well and flopped onto his back with a sigh. He explained that his regeneration drained his stamina and that he was on the verge of passing out. He leaned his head on Ochako's shoulder and she giggled at the small, quiet moment. Izuku then asked if she wanted to sneak out of there. Ochako suggested they go up to the rooftops so she could use Black Whip to bring Izuku with her. Izuku shook his head, then stood beside her and argued that they could beat him if they worked together instead of splitting up like last time. He added that cooperation would make them unbeatable. Izuku smirked as sparks gathered in his hands. Ochako smiled back, shook her head, and took his hand. The two of them, dating and still fluttering at simple touches, felt the familiar rush of butterflies. Ochako latched Black Whip onto Izuku and used Float to carry them both to the top of a nearby building. She suggested a sneak attack and let go of Izuku, while he nodded and confirmed that he had a plan. All Might scanned the area and saw the city exit, but neither of them were leaving. When he turned, he caught sight of Izuku launching himself at him with a speed greater than he ever usually reached. Izuku used his explosion quirk to propel himself forward, timing his movement to evade All Might's punch. He struck at All Might's leg, forcing the veteran to stumble and fall. All Might glanced toward the direction Izuku had come from and saw Ochako flying in, grinning with determination. Ochako used a concentrated zero-gravity-assisted strike that staggered All Might and sent him sliding a short distance across the ground. The attack was bold but non-lethal, the kind of intense, exaggerated action that might be seen in an anime training match. Izuku and Ochako decided to withdraw. They ran, completed the exam, and collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. They lay side by side as All Might approached and complimented their strength. The two exchanged a tired, happy laugh. Ochako celebrated quietly. She was usually asleep by this hour, so their success felt like a small miracle. She rolled over, rested an arm across Izuku's chest, and ruffled his hair as she stared up at the sky, murmuring that she was so tired. A polite cough from All Might made her blush. She rolled off Izuku and sat up sheepishly. All Might stepped in with both hands to help them up, praised their fight, and gave Izuku a sidelong look that made him laugh nervously. As All Might walked back toward the school, he reflected that their closeness had confirmed his suspicions that they were more than just friends. Izuku muttered that the situation was embarrassing while Ochako remained flush with color. She asked whether they should tell All Might about their relationship, and Izuku suggested that because All Might was her father, it was ultimately Ochako's decision. Ochako admitted she was unsure. She thought All Might already knew she liked Izuku, which surprised him. She explained that All Might had watched when she first confessed and that she had scolded him about it. Next day, they agreed to meet the next morning to talk more in person. Izuku said he preferred face-to-face conversation even though they both had phones. He grew flustered at how that sounded and apologized in a quiet, embarrassed way. Ochako smiled to herself, playfully punched his shoulder, and urged him to go home since it was late. Most of the class had already gone home. It was around 2 in the morning and the two of them were exhausted. All Might, who had taken a nap earlier in the day, was waiting in his car in front of the school so they would have a ride. Ochako took the passenger seat while Izuku climbed into the back. All Might started the car and pulled away. During the drive, Ochako teased her father about how hard he had fought in the exam. All Might responded with good-natured pride that he had not held back. Their teasing took the form of playful bickering about strength and old power, and Izuku laughed from the back while the two in the front carried on. When Izuku's laughter caught their attention, Ochako glanced back and pretended to glare at him before smiling and admitting she had only been joking with him. All Might reassured Izuku that he did not need to be so quiet, that he was welcome and treated like family. The mention of family made both teens fall quiet for a moment. All Might admitted that the two of them could be awkward but then, in a gentle, knowing way, said he already knew they were a couple. Ochako, still embarrassed, asked when he had realized. All Might explained that he had noticed them growing more comfortable around each other. Before they had been together there had been more tension and nervousness because of their feelings for one another. All Might told them they were not as sneaky as they thought. Ochako rolled her eyes and thought that answer did not really address the question. All Might laughed and explained that he had suspected they were together for a week or two, and the little stunt earlier had confirmed it. Izuku and Ochako both sighed. Ochako admitted she was exhausted and that it had just happened, then leaned her head against the car window as they arrived at their apartment complex. All Might shut off the engine and opened his door, thinking privately that teenagers were always awkward. The two stepped out. Izuku began to walk away, but Ochako used her Black Whip quirk to stop him by touching his shoulder and turning him back. He offered a nervous smile. Ochako wanted to discuss what they should do now that her father knew, so she walked beside Izuku and took his hand. She told her father that she had had feelings for Izuku and asked for his support. All Might laughed and called her hopelessly oblivious, teasing that she must have inherited that quality from him. All Might reassured them that if he had a problem with their relationship, he would have said so long before he stopped the car. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him. All Might boomed his response, then shook his head, and said that being called sir made him feel old. He ruffled Izuku's hair playfully. Izuku winced and complained that it hurt a little. All Might walked toward the apartment and announced he was going to bed. When the apartment door closed, Ochako giggled. Izuku flopped his head onto her shoulder and she patted his head. They both considered whether they should meet the next day, and decided that it might be nice even without a special reason. Ochako teased that she would get to see his face whenever she wanted, giving his cheek a playful squeeze. Izuku laughed and relaxed. Ochako checked her phone and noted that it was 3 in the morning, so they agreed to call it a night. Izuku admitted he could have gone to bed hours earlier. As Ochako hesitated to leave, Izuku held up her phone, which he had retrieved from her pocket, and she fumbled to explain. Ochako then used her black whip to take the phone back, teasing that she did not see a need to be tricked. Izuku walked over and pulled her into a warm hug, saying that all he had wanted was that closeness. Ochako blushed and hugged him back, and Izuku acknowledged that he needed to work on being more straightforward. They broke the hug and exchanged smiles. Ochako waved and ran up the stairs to her apartment, and Izuku watched her go before heading to his own place, grateful for how far he had come. In a different room, a tall man asked a short, elderly doctor for a status update on a quirk. The doctor explained that the quirk was becoming unstable and that it seemed to grow stronger the closer the boy came to death. The doctor had last seen the boy a few days earlier and noted that the boy had recently developed a regeneration quirk. The boy persistently questioned why he had been diagnosed as quirkless when he was younger, given everything that was now happening. The tall man, whose demeanor was commanding, questioned the doctor's methods and identified him as Dr. Garaki. He leaned in with a cold smile that unnerved the doctor, who panicked and swore loyalty. The tall man laughed and ordered the doctor to determine the true reason the boy's quirk was awakening, even if capturing the boy became necessary. At the mall, the class gathered for a shopping trip to prepare for summer camp. Mina had organized the meeting to let everyone pick up supplies and bond. The students split into groups almost immediately. Shoto and Ida stood together while Izuku, trying to be helpful, asked them if they knew any good clothing stores since he had never been there. Ida invited Izuku to eat with them first, and Izuku accidentally called Ochako by her first name in front of the two boys before covering his mouth in embarrassment. Ida laughed at the slip, and Ochako agreed to join them. Ochako told the others she would run to the bathroom and meet them at the food district, pointing toward the facilities, and the three boys nodded. Izuku waved and told her he would see her there as she hurried off. Shoto remarked that using first names felt out of character, and Izuku laughed nervously. Izuku claimed it had been an honest mistake and explained that he had been to her house before and used her first name to avoid confusing the family, a story he did not intend to be believed. The three of them left for the food court. When Ochako walked out of the bathroom, she wandered the area and then sat down, taking out her phone and thinking that it might have been useful to know where the food court was. A hooded man asked if he could sit there, and Ochako nodded and moved over. She smiled and offered a polite apology for being in his way, but the smile faded when she recognized his voice. The man placed a hand on the back of her neck and forced her to be quiet, warning that he would cause trouble if she made a scene. Ochako realized immediately who he was. He identified himself as Shigaraki and smiled in a way that made her skin crawl. Sweat gathered on her face as the man held her firmly and asked a question that felt like a test, comparing himself to Stain. Ochako, struggling with fear, insisted that Stain had killed with conviction and that his motives had been different. At that moment Izuku spotted them and immediately recognized Shigaraki. Shigaraki let go of Ochako and put up a false show of being a fan, then stepped closer to Izuku and warned that he could cause chaos if Izuku tried to intervene. He released Izuku and walked away, repeating his fan-like act as he left. Izuku moved to Ochako's side and sat next to her, wrapping his arms around her as she began to cry. Ochako insisted they inform the heroes. Izuku agreed and urged her to call All Might. Later that night, Ochako and Izuku spoke with the police while All Might and Izuku's mother, Inko, were present. Inko burst into tears and embraced Izuku, calling him her baby and holding on tightly. Izuku reassured his mother that he was okay, though he kept his eyes on Ochako, who still trembled. All Might, in his smaller form, stood nearby and patted Ochako's shoulder. Inko urged Izuku to go comfort Ochako and reminded him that Ochako was his girlfriend, teasing him gently about the little heart next to her name in his phone that had given them away. Izuku blushed, embarrassed at being found out, and then turned to Ochako. Izuku asked All Might for permission to take a walk with Ochako, and All Might laughed softly and patted Ochako on the shoulder, granting the request. Ochako forced a small smile, ashamed that she had been caught off guard so easily and questioning why her danger sense had not warned her. Ignoring the crowd, Izuku reached out his hand. Ochako took it, and a real smile returned to her face at the comfort of his touch. They walked to the side together. Ochako asked quietly what was wrong. Izuku put a hand gently to her cheek and reassured her that she was physically all right, playful enough to pinch her cheek and make her laugh even as tears continued to fall. He pulled her into a hug, letting her cry, and promised that he would not let anyone hurt her. Ochako pulled back and said that she did not want him to always have to protect her. She explained that she wanted to be able to protect others and become a hero who could do more, and it frustrated her that she felt unable to protect herself. She cited times when he had almost been killed in the line of duty, the USJ incident and the encounter with Stain, as examples of how dangerous being a hero could be. She clenched her fists so tightly that her hands hurt and then fell to her knees, overcome with emotion. Izuku watched her, pained by her self-reproach. Izuku told her that she was not weak, resting his hand on her head to offer comfort. He insisted that it had been his choice to intervene and that Ochako would have been safe even if he had not acted, attempting to lighten the mood with a nervous laugh. Ochako sighed, then turned to All Might and asked him to bring her home because she needed to lie down. All Might nodded, and she and All Might left. The next morning, Izuku and his class rode a bus toward summer camp. Izuku and Ochako had not spoken since the night before, and she did not sit beside him. Izuku sat staring out the window, lost in thought, while Bakugo sat nearby, asking quietly what was wrong with him. Suddenly the bus came to a stop, and Aizawa stood, gathering himself and announcing that they had arrived. The class began to disembark. The class followed closely as the bus climbed a mountain above a vast forest. Mina yelped that the slope was steep and clung to the bus. A woman emerged from behind the bus with 2 other women and 1 man, announcing the start of summer camp. Bakugo snarled, clearly unnerved by their sudden appearance. One of the women ducked down and threw out her paws, calling them feisty. The others got into position and declared themselves the wild pussycats. A blonde muttered that it was a tough crowd. The brunette introduced herself as Mandalay, the leader of the group. The blonde announced that she was Pixie Bob with a huge grin. Mandalay rolled her eyes as a woman with emerald hair introduced herself as Ragdoll, and a tall man with a scary grin identified himself as Tiger. A shiver ran through the students at Tiger's presence. Izuku mumbled that he was big, and the class nodded in agreement. Pixie Bob threw her hands in the air to welcome the students and commented that the place would be a proper camp once they got there. She planted her hands on the ground and warned them to be ready to run fast. Without warning, the ground shifted and sent everyone off the cliff. Ochako used Black Whip to slow their fall and guided them safely down, then looked back up the mountain and yelled about what had happened. The ground settled back into place and the pussycats peeked over the edge. The 4 of them declared the students' first challenge, reach the campsite within 2 hours. The class stared at the cliff and then heard crashes from the tree. Shadowy beasts formed among the trunks. Bakugo immediately used explosions to block an attack as the students scrambled. After a grueling 5 hours of running and fighting off the creatures in stylized, fast-paced skirmishes, they finally reached the camp. Many of them were exhausted. Ochako had carried much of the class with Black Whip when their quirks were spent. Mandalay remarked on their time, noting that she was impressed they had taken 5 hours. Izuku, Todoroki, and Bakugo shuffled behind Ochako, and Izuku and Bakugo yelled in unison that they had been told it would take 2 hours. Pixie Bob laughed and explained that 2 hours would have been how long it took the 4 of them, not the students. Bakugo stomped in frustration while Izuku sighed and dropped his head. Izuku noticed a small boy standing near Mandalay. Ochako, as if reading his thoughts, immediately asked whose child it was. Mandalay explained that the boy was not theirs but the son of her cousin. Izuku walked up to the boy with a friendly smile and held out his hand to introduce himself. The boy reacted by swinging at Izuku, catching him off guard and sending him to the ground in pain. The rest of the class watched in shock. Ida hurried to Izuku's side and chastised the boy, saying that swinging at someone there was unacceptable. Kaminari and Kirishima offered a joking salute to their fallen friend while Izuku murmured in pain and clutched himself. The boy walked away, declared that he would never be friends with a wannabe hero, and ran into the building. The class stood in silence. Mandalay bowed and apologized to Izuku, explaining that the boy had a troubled past with heroes and did not trust them. Izuku accepted the apology, still rubbing his injury. Ochako winced but stayed where she was. Later that night, Ochako carried an extra bowl of curry and followed footsteps to a secluded spot where she found Koda. She greeted him gently and held the bowl out, offering it despite Koda's hostile reaction. He refused the food and turned away. Ochako apologized for his loss, speaking softly about the tragedy that had affected his family and encouraging him not to hate all heroes for the actions of a few. She shared that her own family had lost someone to a powerful villain and that one reason she aspired to be a hero was to protect others and honor the fallen. Koda's expression softened, but he still would not eat, so Ochako left quietly, feeling the familiar ache of seeing someone closed off by grief. As she neared the camp, Ochako smelled smoke and suddenly felt a sharp alert in her mind that something was wrong. Pain shot through her head and she collapsed to her knees. Aizawa, nearby, rushed over and helped her up, asking urgently what was wrong. Ochako managed to say that someone was attacking. She pointed toward the forest, where blue flames erupted into the air. Aizawa ran back to warn the students while Ochako struggled to stand, feeling a familiar tingle in the back of her head and thinking of Koda. Izuku woke and asked what was happening as the others began to leave the building. Bakugo shoved Izuku and explained that the forest was under attack. Izuku snapped back to reality and followed the others outside. Flames and strange enemies began to overtake the trees, and Todoroki grabbed Izuku's shoulder, telling him they needed to find out what was going on. Bakugo and Ida ran in another direction together. In the air, Koda was being held by a blonde-haired man who called out that he was looking for a kid, specifically naming Izuku Midoriya. The man demanded to know where the boy was, looming over Koda with a sadistic grin. Koda cried and clawed at the man's hands, tearing at his shirt in desperation. The man laughed and warned that if Koda did not speak, he would kill him. A flash of pink appeared in front of the man. Ochako Uraraka shouted for him to get his hands off Koda and struck the man, using 40% of one for all. The man dropped Koda and was hurled back into a wall. He wiped his mouth with a grin as strange, bulging muscles rippled across his body. Ochako froze, recognizing him and remembering she had thought he had been imprisoned. She braced herself and looped Black Whip around her arms. The man, muscular, provoked her, cracking his knuckles as he charged. Ochako pushed her arms to 50% of one for all. Her muscles strained but Black Whip protected her. She leapt at Muscular and landed a heavy punch, but he struck back into her midsection. The force of the exchange sent them to opposite sides of the cliff, and Ochako fell onto her back, coughing and feeling sharp pain. She forced herself to stand with her float ability and removed Black Whip from her arms. Muscular taunted her about her powers and laughed as more muscle mass seemed to build on him. Ochako resolved that she would not rely only on her usual strength and prepared herself. She ignited one for all at 100% and launched herself at Muscular. She drove through his defenses and both combatants were hurt by the impact. Ochako felt a serious injury in her arm and held back a cry as Muscular's grip seized her limb, trapping it in his powerful hold. He tightened his hold and headbutt her, leaving a painful bruise across her forehead and the beginnings of a black eye. With effort, Ochako summoned her other arm and struck Muscular with a full power blow, tearing her arm free from his grip and rolling backward to create distance. Muscular chuckled as he watched the injuries become visible, and Ochako wrapped her sleeves around her head like a bandana to staunch the pain. She vowed that she would not lose. Meanwhile, Izuku Midoriya and Shoto Todoroki raced through the forest toward the source of blue flames. Something small and spherical arced toward Izuku. He dodged and the object embedded itself in a nearby tree. A masked man stood nearby alongside a scarred man, the source of the fire. The scarred man smiled and greeted Shoto and Izuku by name. Shoto took a defensive stance and Izuku prepared to fight. The scarred man, Dabi, announced that introductions could wait and targeted Izuku with blue flames. Shoto blocked with his ice and strained. Izuku was struck and his clothing ripped as he reacted. He used an explosion to propel himself at Dabi, but the masked man lunged forward and punched him down to the ground. Izuku fired an explosive burst from his back to get to his feet and exchanged blows with the masked assailant. The masked man kicked Izuku and identified himself as Mr. Compress while keeping pressure on Izuku with a stomp. Izuku saw Shoto fighting Dabi hand-to-hand and strained to reach him, extending a hand. Compress taunted Izuku and pressed him back down. Suddenly, blue flames flared across Izuku's body. Compress jumped back in shock as the flames spread. Shoto and Dabi both turned and stared in disbelief at Izuku, who rose with flames flickering around him. Dabi watched with an uncomfortable admiration, and Shoto shouted in alarm as he ran toward Izuku. Izuku's flames shifted unpredictably. As he focused, his fire surged and then his body began to cool. The heat that had filled him gave way to a chill as ice burst from his left side and began to stabilize him. Dabi and Shoto both reacted in astonishment at the sudden appearance of ice. A metallic clank drew Shoto's attention. He turned and saw Compress move into position, and in the confusion Shoto was taken out of the fight. Izuku felt alarm as his ally disappeared from view. Back on the cliff edge, Ochako maneuvered around Muscular and struck him at the base of the skull with a full power punch. She wrapped Black Whip around his neck and pulled hard, letting one for all rush through her as she stopped holding back. Muscular cursed and lashed out in fury. Muscular grabbed Ochako by the neck and flung her over his head onto the ground. She bounced and staggered to her feet, coughing and winded. While she was still in the air, Muscular slammed his fist into her stomach and knocked the air from her lungs. She gasped for breath and glared up at him. Muscular towered over her, ready to crush her, when something wet hit his face. Ochako opened her eyes and realized Koda was nearby with tears in his eyes. Koda screamed at Muscular to get his hands off her. Muscular wiped the water from his face and laughed, threatening that after he was done with Ochako, Koda would be next. A swirl of pink smoke filled the clearing, and Muscular spun around, confused. Ochako appeared behind Muscular and struck him in the back. He howled in pain as she landed another hit that pushed him away and cleared the smoke. She steadied herself and summoned One for All, powering her attack up with the names she had trained with and then delivering a powerful punch. Muscular flew into the mountainside and collapsed, rendered unconscious. Ochako stood aching, her arm badly hurt and her eye bruised, her shirt torn from the fight. She breathed heavily and saw Koda sobbing nearby. Smoke from the forest fire drifted into the sky. Despite Nana's urgent voice in her head telling her to rest, Ochako told Koda to stay put and pushed herself toward the camp. She had to help the others. She ran through the forest, dizzy but determined, and spotted a figure surrounded by ice. For a moment she thought it was Todoroki, but as she closed the distance she realized it was Izuku. He looked different, burned in places, but those burns were already healing in a strange way. Dabi sent flames toward Ochako, and Izuku stepped between them, taking the attack on his back. Izuku spoke in a strangely flat tone, asking what had happened to him, and then began to cover his back in ice. He wrenched loose, then unleashed an explosion that struck Dabi and sent him into a tree. Izuku's expression shifted. He laughed with a wild edge and launched a barrage of blue flame and explosive force at Dabi. He then produced Black Whip from his wrists, snagged Dabi, and used the momentum to slam into him before switching back to explosive attacks. Dabi recovered and forced Izuku off with a blast of fire. Compress hurled a small, shimmering ball that struck in the midst of the chaos. Ochako watched as Compress's quirk enclosed Izuku, restraining him. Compress laughed and called the captive subject taken. Shoto was released from Compress's power and fell unconscious to the ground. Ochako sprinted toward Compress, but Dabi sent a wall of flame to block her. He taunted her as he advanced. In the nick of time, Bakugo launched in and kicked Dabi off balance, sending him sprawling. Ida rushed to Todoroki's side, checking that he was all right. Ochako shouted for help to free Izuku. Bakugo lunged at Compress, who narrowly dodged, then opened portals and began to retreat. Dabi laughed and vanished through one of Compress's portals, warning the heroes that he would be back to haunt them. The stitches on Dabi's face loosened and fell away, making him look even more unsettling as he escaped with Izuku. Moments later Izuku reappeared, only to be seized by Dabi, who gripped his neck and declared that Izuku would be coming with them. Ochako pushed forward with everything she had, using One for All to burst toward the closing portal and begging them not to take him again. Izuku managed a gentle, reassuring smile and promised he would be all right, and then the portal closed. Ochako collapsed to her knees, stunned and helpless. Izuku awoke in a dim, bar-like room. Kurogyari sat at the counter nearby. He tried to activate his quirk, but nothing responded. A man informed Izuku that his quirk had been nullified. Izuku turned to find a large screen with a faceless man standing on it. The man recited facts about Izuku's age, height, weight, then explained that the official records had said Izuku was born quirkless, until recent discoveries showed otherwise. The man claimed to be responsible for Dr. Ujiko's continued existence and revealed that Dr. Ujiko worked for him. Izuku reacted in disbelief and asked how the man could know Dr. Ujiko. The man smiled and said he was the reason Ujiko lived, and that he had questions for Izuku. All for One asked Izuku if he wanted his quirks back. Izuku hesitated, then admitted that he would not mind having them. All for One smiled and proposed that if Izuku worked for him, he would restore his powers and even help him obtain a replacement eye, an offer that made Izuku uneasy. All for One warned that if Izuku refused, he would remain quirkless forever. Izuku gritted his teeth and refused. All for One's smile faded and he revealed that he was All for One and that he had stolen Izuku's quirks, explaining that nullifying them was not possible. The television screen went black. Kurogyari told Izuku he was free to go and opened the door for him. Izuku hesitated only briefly before dashing out into the city. He checked his pockets and was relieved to find his phone intact, and he called Ochako. Ochako lay on her bed in the dorms, crying after the camp trip had been cancelled and the students relocated. She felt tormented by the thought that she had failed to find Izuku and worried about what might have happened to him. The phone rang and Izuku's voice came through, loud enough to make her jump. Hearing him call her by his first name surprised her. She felt a rush of relief when he said he was okay and asked if she was all right. Ochako cried when he confirmed he was alive. Izuku told her he was on his way to the apartments and asked her to meet him outside. Ochako instructed him to go to UA instead and promised she would explain when he arrived. As Izuku began to end the call, Ochako stopped him and confessed that she loved him. His phone fell and died before he could answer. Izuku sprinted toward UA and found Ochako standing by the front entrance. He ran to her and embraced her tightly. Ochako's tears shifted from sorrow to relief as they held each other. Izuku reassured her that he had only been gone one night, smiling weakly, and then Ochako corrected him, explaining that he had actually been missing for a month. Izuku was stunned and disoriented by the revelation. Ochako led Izuku toward where their class was now staying. She explained that a dormitory had been built after the mall incident and that the class was staying together. Izuku was surprised by how quickly the building had been acted and Ochako attributed it to resources and urgency. She asked if he had spoken to his mother, and when he admitted he had not, she reminded him that his mother had been worried and urged him to call her. Izuku's phone had died during their call, so Ochako pressed her phone against his chest and offered it to him to use. Izuku called his mother, Inko, and she answered immediately. She had been expecting someone else and began speaking before realizing it was her son. Her voice broke as she said she had thought she had lost him. After the failed rescue mission, Izuku tried to calm her, telling her where he was. Inko reacted with fear and anger at the thought of him returning to UA after disappearing, but she ultimately decided to come to the dorms to see him. Izuku told her he loved her and she told him the same before hanging up. Ochako said that Inko already knew where the dorms were because she and Ochako had become friends and that Inko had even wanted to speak with Bakugo. Ochako added that she and Inko talked whenever Izuku was in the hospital. It had been a while since the USJ, Ochako thought as she walked to the dorm door, smiling. She opened the door and told everyone to get ready to greet the others. Izuku announced that he was back, and the students quickly crowded around the entryway. Half the class called his name in awe, and Izuku greeted them awkwardly. After a brief round of questions from most of the class, Izuku heard footsteps on the stairs and turned to see Todoroki, Bakugo, and Ida arrive. He smiled at the trio. Bakugo muttered Deku as he approached, while Todoroki stayed quiet with a soft smile and Ida stood behind adjusting his glasses, saying that he was relieved Izuku was alive and fighting back tears. Bakugo raised his hand and, in a rough but familiar way, smacked Izuku lightly on the head while scolding him for making them worry, the gesture carrying more frustration than malice. Izuku laughed nervously until a knock on the dorm door drew everyone's attention. Ochako nudged Izuku toward the door. He jogged over and opened it to find his mother, Inko, standing there with All Might. Inko ran forward and hugged Izuku, and All Might smiled warmly as he welcomed young Midoriya back. Izuku returned the smile but felt the weight of knowing his mother had been hesitant about him staying at UA. Inko told Izuku that she would allow him to stay at UA, not because she wanted him to but because it would be safer than him living at home. She cried as she said he could continue training his quirks there so he could become a hero. Izuku went quiet and admitted that he no longer had a quirk. The room fell silent. Ochako pushed forward and asked what he meant, reminding him that he had shown multiple quirks in the forest. Her question, along with All Might's expression, made the realization hit, all for one. All Might's mood darkened with despair. Izuku explained that the villain had told him his old doctor, Dr. Ujiko, was working for him, and that he had claimed to have stolen Izuku's quirk. Izuku demonstrated by trying to activate various abilities, but nothing responded. All Might asked why the villain had let Izuku go. Izuku said he did not know and that it unnerved him. The villain had interrogated him and tried to recruit him, then released him after he refused. Ochako and All Might exchanged worried looks and agreed that they could not assume the villain had let him leave without reason. They decided to check Izuku for any signs of tampering. The inspection revealed extensive scars and burn marks across Izuku's torso and arms. Ochako covered her mouth when she saw how badly he had been hurt. Izuku felt along his own skin and realized he had been unconscious while whatever had been done to him occurred. He shivered at the thought that he had been unable to protect himself. All Might noted the burn marks and listened as Izuku explained that the injuries dated back to the night he had awakened 2 new quirks and briefly unlocked a third, including the Black Whip ability and something similar to Todoroki's ice power and the fire quirk of another villain. Some burns had partially healed, and Izuku suspected his regeneration had been working before All for One took that ability from him. He was now quirkless again. Ochako looked Izuku in the eye and, after a moment of tense thought, suggested an unconventional idea to help him gain strength. Izuku refused the idea, insisting that her power belonged to her and that he would not take it. Ochako pressed, asking if he did not want revenge against All for One, but Izuku laughed uneasily and said he had no desire to face the villain directly. All for One had terrified him through a screen. The laughter faded and he looked away, uncertain and burdened. Izuku's expression became serious. He told them that if he wanted revenge on All for One he would get it himself and did not want to use someone else's power. Then he opened the door and left the room. All Might observed that the kid was something else, while Ochako remained standing silently. After a small pause, All Might asked whether someone was going to tell Izuku that he had left his shirt behind. Dabi noted that they must have let the boy go as he sat on a bar stool. The League gathered in their hideout, not the same place they had once held Izuku. Shigaraki replied that as long as the boy had completed what they wanted, that was all that mattered. Dabi commented that the kid was strange, mentioning that his quirk had been unlocked during their fight along with 2 others. Shigaraki explained that their master had told him about the boy's quirk and that they had tried to steal it, but the boy possessed an ability that prevented theft, so they nullified it instead. Although Shigaraki had wanted the boy dead, that had not happened because their master wanted to see whether the boy could be useful. Kurogyari poured himself a drink and confirmed that Shigaraki had placed a chip on the boy, which could be used when the time came. Spinner asked whether it would be overambitious to assume the boy would willingly work with them. Shigaraki answered that their master had believed the boy would never get past blocked quirk receptors during his childhood, but after the USJ incident the boy had acquired an explosion quirk and then gained more quirks over time. Shigaraki hoped they had used a more effective nullifier this time. Back in his new dorm room, Izuku sat on his bed and tried once more to activate a quirk, but nothing happened. Frustrated, he covered his face with his hands and lay back on the mattress, thinking that he had finally gained quirks and then lost them again. A knock at the door snapped him back to reality. Bakugo entered and sat in Izuku's desk chair, commenting that Izuku was quirkless again. Izuku admitted it and then explained his observations. Aside from regeneration, his quirks had tended to match or be variations of those possessed by people nearby. He recounted getting an explosion quirk around the time of the USJ, a regeneration-like ability during the Hosu attack, and multiple quirks during the forest camp incident, including a powerful fire ability and Black Whip. Bakugo noted how quickly Izuku had gone from no quirks to several in a few months, scoffing but also appearing somewhat reflective. When Izuku asked why Bakugo was being unusually civil and seemed to have moved past their middle school animosity, Bakugo said he had grown up and left without elaborating. Izuku was not satisfied but let it go for the moment. Later, when Izuku realized he was hungry, he changed into fresh clothes. Ochako knocked and invited him to join some of the others for a meal. Izuku felt awkward about the interruption earlier but agreed to go, and Ochako smiled and encouraged him to meet them downstairs in 15 minutes. She then went to change into different clothes. Ochako locked the door after changing into her uniform, making sure everything was secure in case anyone tried to cause trouble. She adjusted her hair, slipping it into a ponytail with a hair tie held between her teeth, and smiled at the mirror when it looked right. Gathering her things, she left the room to meet the others and asked if they were ready as she saw Izuku coming down the stairs. Momo confirmed that they were all set, and Ochako, smiling, called for Izuku to hurry. As they walked out of the dorms together, Ochako announced that it was time for dinner. All for one stood in a skyscraper, watching the rain streak across the city below. He told Kurogyari that there was a quirk he needed access to and that he knew where it was. He wanted Kurogyari and Tamura to bring it to him. Kurogyari asked which quirk All for One desired, and All for One revealed that he wanted the quirk Rewind. Miles away, a man with a knife forced a child to remain still. The child cried as the man subdued her. He took a small biological sample for his work and left the scene. Later, in his lab, he produced the sealed sample from his pocket. An assistant informed Chisaki that a new batch would be ready soon, and he responded with satisfaction that business had been strong since All for One had placed orders. Chisaki thought about rising to power and eliminating quirks, imagining the return of his organization to its former influence. At the gym, Bakugo asked Izuku if he needed help with his lift, and Izuku insisted it was only one plate and that he would manage. Izuku gripped the bar, lifting it down to his chest and back up while Bakugo counted their repetitions. Izuku started to struggle on the second and third reps. Bakugo stepped in to rack the weight and reminded Izuku to take it slow and to rebuild his strength by bulking up. Izuku sighed, acknowledged the advice, and they exchanged a brief laugh about it. They put the weights away and walked back to the dorms. Bakugo mentioned that another round of internships might be announced soon and reminded Izuku that he had been out for a month and off his routine for almost 2 months. Izuku felt the weight of slipping grades and stalled progress, and he realized how much Ochako had been keeping him steady. They reached the dorms, and Bakugo said he would shower before class and left. Izuku went upstairs to his room and found Ochako asleep on his bed, face down. He chuckled at the sight and retrieved his uniform from the dresser. He locked the bathroom door and began his own shower. Ochako woke in his room, rubbing her eyes and trying to remember how she had ended up there. She realized she had fallen asleep while waiting and felt a little embarrassed when she heard the sound of Izuku showering. The two of them had not moved much further forward in their relationship. Their first kiss remained their only one, and neither had yet felt ready to take the next step. Her own daydreams almost stopped her from moving. Ochako had an imagination, to put it mildly. Little did she know Izuku thought in much the same way. She looked down and realized she was still in her pajamas. She left his room, hurried to her own, changed into her school uniform, and sat on her bed. She wondered if he was ready and decided to check. When she opened his door, Izuku was adjusting his tie while looking in the mirror. He noticed her in his reflection and offered a cheerful good morning. Ochako returned the greeting, walked in, and closed the door behind her. She approached from behind and asked how he was feeling. Izuku said he felt all right and asked how she was. Ochako replied that she was doing well and laughed softly when Izuku, blushing slightly, stammered that she looked good. She waved off the compliment with a laugh and told him it was the same uniform she wore to school every day. Izuku, embarrassed but pleased, checked the time and suggested they go. Ochako nodded, and they left for school together. They arrived to find only Ida in the classroom, early as usual. When everyone else had shown up, Aizawa rose from behind the podium and greeted the class. He announced that they would be deciding their next internships, and that students could return to a previous placement or choose somewhere new. The class grew excited. Izuku raised his hand, and Aizawa called on him. Izuku asked if he could train with Aizawa for the internships, given that he did not have a quirk. Aizawa considered him and agreed that he and one other student could train with him, which made Izuku beam and bow slightly. Aizawa then reminded them they had options and told them not to look for him until they had decided. He told them they were dismissed, then slumped down and settled into his sleeping bag. All Might appeared at the door with his usual grin and asked to speak with Ochako. She followed him as he led her to a closet and closed the door behind them. When she asked why they were meeting there and not in an office, All Might explained that an office was being arranged. He then told her that someone wanted to meet her for an internship. Ochako asked who, and All Might named Night. Hearing the name, Ochako blurted that Night Eye was Uncle Sasaki, and All Might quickly shushed her with a finger to his mouth. Ochako covered her own mouth and apologized in a whisper. All Might continued, explaining that Night Eye had seen her at the sports festival and recognized her power. Ochako asked why All Might seemed troubled about Night Eye wanting to meet her. All Might said that Night Eye was not pleased that she had the power and that, because she was All Might's daughter, Night Eye found the situation difficult. He explained that Night Eye had another candidate in mind. When Ochako asked who, All Might named Mirio Togata, a third-year student whose quirk was permeation. Ochako protested that the previous user of One for All had told her she was the last user and that being quirkless had been part of why she could inherit and complete it. All Might said Night Eye did not know that and that Ochako would have to prove she deserved it. He placed a hand on her shoulder and encouraged her. Ochako calmed and smiled, resolve forming inside her. Ochako then walked up to a building and looked up at it, thinking this was the place. A tall blonde boy approached and greeted her, assuming she was the new intern. He introduced himself as Mirio Togata and offered a handshake. Ochako shook his hand and introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka, admitting she felt nervous. Mirio noticed her nerves and, assuming they had met Night Eye as fans before, said he had not seen Night Eye in a long time either. Ochako laughed awkwardly and agreed that Night Eye was really cool. They entered the building and stepped into an elevator. Mirio, smiling and curious, asked about the rumors that she had multiple quirks. Ochako stiffened but admitted that she had 5 quirks. Mirio asked what they were, and Ochako listed them as a power-enhancing quirk, Black Whip, Float, Smokescreen, and Danger Sense. Mirio studied the combination and found it interesting, asking why she had more than one quirk since that was highly unusual. Ochako lied that she did not know. Over the past months, Ochako had become increasingly in tune with One for All and its previous users. The One for All realm was a place she visited often. The only 2 quirks she had not unlocked belonged to the second and third users, who had almost agreed to give their confidence to her but remained hesitant. Mirio called the arrangement weird but impressive, and both of them smiled as the elevator stopped and the doors opened. The 2 arrived to find a blue-haired woman strapped to a curious machine that looked more like a contraption than any ordinary equipment. The woman laughed uncontrollably until Night Eye reached for the remote and turned the device off. Ochako muttered that she had no idea what was going on. Night Eye welcomed them and then pressed the button to stop the machine. Ochako blurted that it looked like tickle torture. Night Eye smirked and told them he already liked Ochako because she was funny as the blue-haired woman climbed out of the apparatus. Night Eye introduced Ochako Uraraka and extended a hand as if for a handshake. Ochako ignored the offered hand and, bursting with affection, threw herself into an energetic hug, calling him Uncle Sasaki as she held him close. The blue-haired woman and Mirio exchanged bewildered looks. The blue-haired woman asked who Ochako was. Night Eye explained that Ochako was like a niece to him, more precisely a close friend's daughter, and Ochako stepped back. Night Eye adjusted his glasses and asked Ochako to call him Night Eye while they were in a professional setting. Ochako apologized with a smile and agreed. Mirio commented that they must go way back, and Ochako answered that she had not seen him since she was 8. Ochako then asked the blue-haired woman her name. The woman introduced herself as Bubble Girl and said she also went by Iwata. Mirio wondered why Bubble Girl could call Night Eye by his name while he could not. Bubble Girl replied proudly that because she was close to Night Eye, she was close to Mirio as well. Night Eye invited Ochako to his office to discuss plans for the internship, and Ochako glanced at Mirio and Bubble Girl before following him quickly. Meanwhile, Izuku Midoriya walked through UA with Aizawa toward Gym Gamma. Aizawa asked how Izuku's new eye was working. Izuku explained that Mei Hatsum had made him a robotic eye with a modest set of capabilities. It restored his sight and included a zoom function that he would need to get used to. Izuku demonstrated by subtly adjusting the view with the eye, and he understood the eye's brain link technology. A small implant connected his thoughts to the device so he could control the zoom internally. Aizawa nodded and said it was good to hear. As they neared the gym, Izuku asked where the other student was. Aizawa answered that the student was waiting inside. He came from general studies and wanted to join the hero course. Izuku raised an eyebrow and the two entered the gym. Aizawa announced that it was the first day of training and asked the students to introduce themselves. Izuku identified himself as Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A and noted that he was quirkless, offering his hand for a handshake. The other student took the hand and returned it before introducing himself as Hitoshi Shinso and naming his quirk as brainwashing. When Aizawa asked if they had met before, Shinso said they had not formally met but that he had seen Izuku around, specifically at the sports festival. Izuku scoffed that the feeling was mutual. Aizawa advised them to get along and moved on to begin training. Later, Ochako and Night Eye entered Night Eye's office. Ochako scanned the room and found walls covered in All Might posters, some of them clearly rare. She expressed awe while Night Eye smiled and admitted that before he had worked with Ochako's father he had been an enthusiastic fan. Ochako thought that Night Eye reminded her of Deku as she inspected a one-of-a-kind poster signed by her father. When she asked how he had obtained such items, Night Eye explained that his past work with All Might had given him connections. Night Eye then turned to more serious matters. He told Ochako that he knew about her quirk and, in his view, she should not have been the one to inherit it. Ochako disagreed strongly, insisting that she was worthy of the power she carried. Night Eye produced a stamp from his desk and asked if she knew his quirk. Ochako confirmed that his ability was foresight, allowing him to see aspects of a person's future. Night Eye explained that she had activated both requirements of his power, physical contact and eye contact. He challenged Ochako to prove that she was worthy of being a hero. Across the gym, Izuku moved into a sparring bout with Shinso. The exchange unfolded like a fast-paced anime match. Izuku launched a quick opening strike, Shinso blocked and attempted a counter, and they flowed through a series of technical maneuvers. Izuku used a wrestling roll to reverse the momentum and followed with a clever feint that left Shinso off balance and on the mat. Aizawa declared the round over and stood up. Izuku extended a hand to help Shinso to his feet. Shinso gritted his teeth but accepted the assistance. They had been sparring for several hours, with Shinso struggling to secure a win. Aizawa dismissed them for the day and said he would spar them tomorrow. Izuku reflected that he had not forgotten something Shinso had said to Ochako during an earlier encounter and admitted it had left him with a small grudge, but he was quick to forgive. He congratulated Shinso on the matches. Shinso scoffed and questioned how Izuku had become so proficient at close combat despite having a different quirk in mind, wondering aloud why Izuku would train skills he apparently did not need. Izuku stared back and told Shinso that they could be teammates, friends, or, if necessary, enemies. Izuku told them they could criticize him or ask stupid questions but should not expect him to be pleasant. Then he put his hands in his pockets and walked to the door. He said they could decide what this would be and offered to forgive what had been said at the sports festival, while warning that he never forgot. He walked out and closed the door behind him. Shinso remained still for a moment before punching the ground and muttering under his breath. IzuOcha stood across from Night Eye as. He held up a stamp and instructed her to use her quirk and try to steal it. She hesitated, underestimating him, and he smirked as he challenged her to catch him. IzuOcha activated one for all full cowl at 20% to keep damage to the room minimal. She leapt toward Night Eye with her hand extended, but he dodged with ease. She rebounded off a wall and sprang back at him, and he evaded again. Night Eye remarked that her quirk made her an ineffective opponent and questioned what qualified her to be a hero. His tone grew cruel, and IzuOcha tensed, disliking the attack on her capabilities. She chose not to respond and, unconcerned for the building's condition, increased one for all to 45%. This time she connected, leaving a small scrape on Night Eye's cheek before he slipped away. He observed that she was raising her output, smiling as he steadied himself. IzuOcha's momentum nearly sent her through the wall she had pushed off. She paused, reassessed, and boosted her output to 50%. She barely grazed Night Eye again, then used her black whip to cushion her landing and prevent further damage to the wall. She allowed herself a small smile, then looked back at Night Eye, who now bore a faint scrape on his cheek. He conceded that she had managed to hit him but kept the stamp in his hand and insisted she still had not won, inviting her to try and take it. IzuOcha gritted her teeth and prepared to go all out. Smoke filled the room as she moved wall to wall, stirring the haze and pressing the attack. Night Eye dodged her strikes, scanning for an opening. IzuOcha suddenly cleared the smoke by flicking one for all toward him. Night Eye set the stamp down on a table and, as he brushed the remaining smoke out through a window, spoke critically about All Might's decision to transfer one for all to his daughter. He suggested that he understood All Might's choice but disagreed with it. IzuOcha argued that All Might had had no real choice. He had to transfer to someone quirkless or the next recipient might have died. Night Eye replied that Izuku Midoriya would have been perfect for that role, then left the room. IzuOcha's eyes widened and she slammed her fist down on a desk in frustration. Night Eye returned with Mirio, who inspected the wall IzuOcha had almost broken through. Mirio expressed surprise at how powerful her quirk was, smiling at her encouragement. Night Eye assigned them to patrol for the day, trusting Mirio to keep IzuOcha safe and instructing them to avoid engaging any serious villains and to focus on helping those in need. Mirio agreed cheerfully and signaled for IzuOcha to answer. She complied. Night Eye told them to put on their hero costumes and get out. Mirio reassured IzuOcha that Night Eye was hard on them because he wanted the best and that he would lighten up in time, especially given their long acquaintance. IzuOcha kept her true worries to herself as they split up to change. They exited together from the elevator, ready to head out. On patrol, Izuku walked into the dorms and found Bakugo sitting on the couch, which surprised him since internships had already started. He called out to Bakugo, and Bakugo asked what he was doing there. Izuku explained that Aizawa had told him he could stay at the dorms because most of their internship work would be at UA, and he asked why Bakugo was there instead of at his internship. Bakugo said he had been told he could not stay overnight because of his attitude and went back to watching the TV. Todoroki entered the living room with a cup of tea and explained that he had come back so Bakugo would not be alone in a building where he might get into trouble. He confirmed that he and Bakugo were interning at the same agency, Endeavors. Todoroki added that he had invited Bakugo because his father had told him to bring someone from their class to intern with him, which made Bakugo glare. Izuku sat down on the other end of the couch and asked how the internship with Aizawa had been. Izuku reported that it had been all right and reminded them of the pro they had seen at the sports festival. Izuku asked the others about Shinso. Todoroki referred to the one Uraraka had confronted, which made Bakugo almost burst out laughing. Bakugo added a derisive comment about the student known for brainwashing. Izuku nodded, visibly uncomfortable, and looked down at his bruised knuckle. He explained that Shinso was the only other student in Aizawa's training, which made the situation awkward. Bakugo noticed the bruise and asked if Izuku had come out on top. Izuku chuckled and clarified that they had sparred for hours and Shinso had not won a single round. Bakugo laughed and Todoroki smiled, and Todoroki praised Izuku for proving he was still strong. Izuku frowned and said that Shinso had made a comment afterward about why Izuku had done so well in sparring despite supposedly having the explosion quirk. Bakugo, reading the situation, pointed out that Shinso had no idea Izuku had been quirkless before the USJ incident. Izuku confirmed this with a small laugh. Bakugo shrugged and suggested a blunt solution, prompting Izuku to smile and laugh a little, thinking that was the Bakugo he remembered. Bakugo then advised Izuku not to let someone's ignorance bother him, reminding him that they were only sparring partners for now. Izuku agreed silently. Todoroki added that Izuku could try to make up with Shinso since they all shared the same goal of becoming heroes. Izuku stood and said he would explore his options. He thanked them, waved, and left to take a walk. Ochako and Mirio walked down the street after spending the day helping people with small tasks like unloading trucks and assisting elderly pedestrians. Mirio asked Ochako how she liked the work, and she replied that it felt good to help someone in need. Suddenly, someone ran into Ochako. She looked down to see a silver-haired girl with tears and bandages on her, crying on the ground. Ochako immediately crouched to the girl's level and asked if she was okay while Mirio looked around for the girl's parents. The girl muttered for help, crawled over, and rested her head on Ochako's chest. Ochako held her and asked for her name. The girl answered quietly that her name was Eri. Eri mumbled a plea to be saved. A man called from the nearby alley, and Mirio checked if he was the girl's guardian. The man confirmed it and called Eri to come back. Eri clung to Ochako's costume for a moment but then reluctantly let go and ran back to the man. Mirio urged Ochako to let the child return to her father, and Ochako watched the man lead Eri away, sensing something insincere in his smile. Once they were out of sight, Ochako turned to Mirio angrily. She struck him across the face in a moment of hurt and frustration, tears streaming down her face, accusing him of sending the girl back. Mirio explained that as patrol officers they had no right to pursue a situation they did not know, but Ochako insisted she had to act because the girl had asked for rescue. Mirio tried to calm her and grabbed her shoulders, but Ochako tore his hands away with her black whip and walked off, thinking that if she could not save someone in need, what was the point of being a hero? After informing Night Eye and other heroes about Eri, a rescue mission was planned and took 2 weeks to be formalized. Ochako pleaded with Night Eye to let her join the operation, insisting she had found Eri and that Eri recognized her. Night Eye denied her request, stating that she was not yet a hero and could not fight in that battle. Ochako argued that Togata, a third year, was being allowed to participate and felt betrayed by the decision. All Might scolded her not to raise her voice at a hero, and Ochako, feeling isolated, stormed out of the room, slamming the door. Unable to accept the delay, Ochako activated One for All and launched herself toward UA, using Black Whip and her float ability to travel, driven by her conviction that heroes must act to protect those in danger. At UA, Izuku was sparring with Aizawa. Izuku attempted a kick to Aizawa's calf, but Aizawa evaded and countered with a precise, non-graphic strike that caught Izuku off guard. Aizawa followed with a controlled maneuver that left Izuku momentarily pinned beneath him, and Aizawa declared the round a loss for Izuku with a small smirk. Izuku recovered, breathed heavily, and accepted the outcome with a smile. Aizawa complimented his improvement and offered a hand to help him up. After they were dismissed, both bowed and left the training area in silence. Izuku returned to the dorms, entered his room, and opened the door. Izuku closed the door and was surprised when Ochako tackled him into a hug. Ochako called his first name, which made him step back and ask what was wrong. She had been at Night Eye's internship for the past 2 weeks and had not seen him since. Ochako broke down crying and said she hated what was happening. Izuku caught her to keep her from falling and, alarmed, helped her to his bed and sat her down. Ochako tried to calm herself but could not. She told Izuku that they would not let her fight or save someone, that she had encountered a girl who needed help while on patrol and had wanted to save her. Izuku asked who she had tried to help and who was preventing her, and she explained that they would not let her fight because she was not a licensed hero and that both her father and Night Eye were against it. Izuku was surprised to hear that All Might had refused, and he simply held her close while she cried. Izuku apologized and said he hated that it was happening to her. Ochako sat up and asked him to help. Izuku asked how, and she smiled and said she had an idea. That night, before the raid, Ochako brought Izuku to her room and closed the door behind them. She told him that he would sleep there, and Izuku blushed at the suggestion. Ochako explained that if someone came to check on her in the morning and saw him under the covers, they would assume he was her trying to hide, which would give her an opportunity to slip away and join the raid to save the girl. Izuku considered the plan and agreed. Ochako thanked him and then noticed his prosthetic eye, asking how he had two eyes. Izuku explained that Mei Hatsum had finished making it when the internship started, and Ochako smiled at the explanation. They stood in an awkward silence, face to face. Ochako asked for something that was removed from the story, and the moment that followed was replaced by a quiet, heartfelt connection between them. Izuku told her he loved her, the first time he had said it to her directly, and she told him she loved him back. They settled to rest together that night and agreed to keep the night appropriate. Ochako said she would leave early the next morning and that she would probably end up on house arrest after the raid, but she promised to try to save the girl. Izuku replied that as long as she saved the girl and did not die, he would be fine, and he held her close. The next day, everything changed. Ochako moved across the city from building to building before landing in front of a large compound. She recognized it as the Shai Hasaikai compound and watched as heroes evacuated people from the surrounding area. She noted the scale of the operation and saw Kirishima and Fat Gum enter the building. Ochako remembered Night Eye saying she was not qualified and felt the frustration of being dismissed. She tightened her grip on her shirt collar and adjusted her black outfit and pink support items, pulling a black mask over her face. When the raid began, Ochako jumped onto the roof of the compound. She knew her father was part of the raid but believed that, with the limited remainder of One for All, he could be a liability. The empty part of the city felt lifeless as she worried about the girl she had to reach. She leapt down and moved past a few heroes keeping guard, using a technique Izuku had taught her to temporarily incapacitate them without causing lasting harm. She glanced at her hand and silently thanked Izuku for the training. Ochako ran into the building and saw someone standing at the edge of a staircase. He had long white hair and a sickly pale complexion. A familiar voice asked what the plan was while the white-haired man laughed. Ochako peered around the corner and saw a bulked-up Shigaraki and Kurojiri. Shigaraki said they would wait for the heroes to save the girl, then he would turn the place to dust. Dabi, sitting in an office chair, commented that they needed the girl. Shigaraki corrected him, explaining they needed only her quirk and with his new power he would take it. Ochako's eyes widened as she realized he had all for one. A huge crash sounded below, the whole building shook, and Ochako lost her balance, falling behind the league. Shigaraki and Dabi turned and recognized her, smirking. Shigaraki called Ochako by name. She said nothing and rolled back to her feet, alarm rising in her. Shigaraki put his hand up and ordered her to perish. Ochako instinctively activated her smokescreen to avoid his strike, guided by her danger sense. The floor beneath her burst open, and she began to fall. All Might's voice called out from below. Ochako cried out to her father but was struck in the gut and sent flying into a wall. Shigaraki snarled that the mission had been meant to be quiet. All Might looked between Ochako and Shigaraki. Behind him, Mirio was locked in combat with Chisaki. Mirio called for help as he used his permeation to dodge Chisaki's tendrils. Ochako saw Shigaraki looking toward Eri. He pounced, and Ochako reacted by lashing him with Black Whip. Ochako declared that she would not let him hurt Eri and fought to keep her footing. Shigaraki turned and dismissed her as a nuisance before launching himself at her, palm out to take her quirk. Before he could land the blow, All Might intervened and punched Shigaraki into a wall, then ordered his capture. Ochako wrapped Shigaraki with Black Whip, but he easily broke free and taunted that it would not work on him. He extended his hand toward the ground, but then looked back at his palm in confusion and growled that it should have worked. Shigaraki glanced toward the heroes and then smiled. Ochako saw IzuOcha with his quirk activated. Instead of decay, a tendril erupted from Shigaraki's hand and he aimed it at IzuOcha. All Might seized IzuOcha and leapt out of the way. Shigaraki looked back to where Ochako had been and found nothing, wondering where she had gone. He said they should be here soon, smiling dangerously. Back at you, Todoroki went to wake Izuku and found his room empty, growing confused. He decided to check on Ochako but found her door open and only a note on her nightstand. As he read, his eyes widened in shock. At the battle, Overhaul and Mirio were both pushed to their limits. Eri watched in astonishment at the power in the building. Ochako had grabbed Eri and hidden behind a pile of rubble. Eri begged to be saved while Ochako kept herself moving to stay ready, promising that she would not give up on her. Ochako steadied herself and looked over the rubble, thinking of the vestiges of power she had access to and hoping they would help. The vestiges urged her to try despite the risk. Reinforcements had been called. Endeavor appeared and immediately clashed with Dabi, who had been mostly inactive since they fell through the building. Ochako smiled reassuringly at Eri and vowed to save her. A huge crash then drew her attention. Izuku appeared, flames liking one side of him and a strange grin on his face, an expression Ochako had never seen before. All Might shouted out to the young Midoriya. Ochako noticed that the look in Izuku's eyes was different, and Shigaraki smirked at the sight of him. Shigaraki approached Izuku and asked if he had orders. Izuku nodded and, obeying the command, moved to kill them all, laughing in a way that shocked IzuOcha and All Might. IzuOcha called out to Midoriya, then felt the air leave his body as Izuku appeared in front of him and kicked him into a wall. Shigaraki seized the chance to attempt to use decay on the ground, but Ochako used Black Whip to lift him and Izuku looked toward her with that unsettling grin. Izuku declared he would finally kill Ochako and launched an attack, using explosive force to propel himself and strike out. Ochako used Float to avoid his explosions and quickly formed a protective cocoon around Eri with Black Whip. She demanded to know what Izuku was doing as he shot himself into the air, asserting that he was finally doing what he should have done long ago and lunged toward Ochako, managing a grazing blow to her cheek. Tears threatened but she pushed them back, focusing on the fight. Red energy began to gather at Ochako's feet as she called on Fa Gene, channeling speed and power. She blitzed at Izuku Midoriya and kicked him into the rubble. Shigaraki watched, laughing uncontrollably. Ochako wrapped Black Whip around her arms and legs and launched herself at Shigaraki, landing a punch to his face that left him injured but still laughing. She struck again, but Shigaraki twisted and met her with a powerful counterpunch to her gut as she flew toward him. Ochako nearly doubled over and then collapsed to the ground. Subconsciously turning off all of her quirks, Ochako watched Shigaraki fall to the ground but land on his feet. He smiled and put his hands on the pavement, but decay did not activate. Shigaraki glared toward IzuOcha, who lay almost completely buried under rubble yet still managed to keep an eye on him. Shigaraki stood and began to walk slowly toward IzuOcha. Shigaraki declared that this had been a long time coming and taunted IzuOcha with the nickname Eraserhead. Claws formed at the edges of Shigaraki's hands. Then he froze as thread-like lines wrapped around his chest, binding him. He turned his head and saw the number 3 hero, Best Jeanist, standing at the top of the hole Ochako had made to enter the battlefield. Behind Jeanist, the newly crowned number 4 hero, Hawks, hovered. Hawks moved in, grabbed Eri, and flew back out before anyone could stop him. Hawks announced that he had the girl and offered reassurance to the terrified Eri, who hesitated before taking his hand. Shigaraki glared up at the 2 top heroes and insisted that she belonged to him. He ripped Jeanist's fabric off and launched himself at them. Ochako propelled herself with Black Whip, struck Shigaraki's back to redirect him, and leapt toward Eri. A second voice addressed Ochako and refused to let her use its quirk, but it offered a brief piece of advice. A quirk that rewinds can prevent harm only if there is a constant source of the thing that causes the harm. The voice disappeared. Ochako called for Eri's help and ran to her. Eri, surprised, asked if she could assist. Ochako explained that she needed Eri to use her quirk on her. She instructed Eri to get on her back and hold tight. Hawks and Best Jeanist looked at Ochako, and Hawks asked what her plan was. Ochako explained that her own power caused her pain, and if Eri rewound her while she used that power, the hurt would be reversed and she could use her full strength without being injured. Eri nervously climbed onto Ochako's back and said she was ready. A yellow light began to surround them. Ochako felt a fierce, painful energy surge through her but forced herself to activate One for All at full capacity. She focused and jumped down, landing on Shigaraki's back, where he was still prone. A sharp sound accompanied his sudden intake of breath. Ochako struck him with everything she had, determined to stop him. A vision flashed through her mind of a small boy who resembled Shigaraki, surrounded by hands, and a voice urged her to save him. Ochako snapped back to reality as a blow to her side sent her flying. Eri held on barely. Then Ochako saw Izuku breathing heavily nearby. He looked battered from a fight with all might and had obvious injuries and a broken right arm. The sight brought back memories of the USJ attack, but now Izuku appeared to be an enemy. Ochako pleaded with Izuku, asking him not to be like this. He wiped his mouth but did not answer before lunging at her. She dodged and called out, asking what had happened to him. When he attacked again, his style felt wrong, unnatural, and devoid of his usual training. Ochako realized this was not truly Izuku. She grabbed his wrist, flipped him over her shoulder, and pinned him to the ground with Black Whip. She climbed on top and struck him repeatedly, insisting that whoever he was would not tarnish Izuku's name. Her blows rendered him unconscious. Ochako's danger sense warned her, but before she could respond she was hurled into a wall while protecting Eri. Shigaraki seized Izuku's unconscious body and began to fly upward. Shigaraki ordered Dabi to retreat, and the villain started to pull back. All Might called for pursuit, but a massive shockwave knocked him back against a wall. All for One descended among the heroes and demanded that they release their captives. He taunted them, admitting disappointment at not obtaining Rewind but claiming he had something better, Izuku Midoriya, on his side. He asserted that no one could change Izuku's mind and directed a final taunt at Ochako before vanishing. A wall exploded outward as Mirio burst through it. Mirio announced that he had been shot and that he had lost his quirk. The hero's attention snapped back to Overhaul. Eri's grip tightened on Ochako's back. Ochako promised Eri that she would not allow anyone to hurt her again. Ochako charged at Overhaul and struck him, driving him back into the room he had shared with Mirio. All Might watched in stunned admiration as Ochako held her own against Overhaul. Sir Night Eye, who had been fighting alongside Mirio and trying to glimpse Overhaul's fate, appeared seriously injured and collapsed to the ground. He had seen a vision of catastrophic loss, and his condition reflected the toll of that effort. Kirishima rushed over to help. Ochako rose above Overhaul and used Black Whip to disrupt his quirk. She shouted that he had hurt Eri and would not get away with it. All the pent-up emotion seeing Izuku as an enemy, Shigaraki's attempted murder, All for One's influence filled her, mixing fear and fury. She slammed her attack into Overhaul as hard as she could. Overhaul's quirk destabilized around him and knocked him down, leaving him incapacitated. Sir Night Eye's eyes widened in recognition of what had just happened. He thought that Ochako had defied fate. He then fell back to the floor, injured and exhausted. Mirio rushed to his master's side, kneeling and apologizing in distress. Night Eye pressed a trembling hand to his face and activated his quirk. He looked at Mirio with a tired, proud smile and told him he was the best student he could have asked for. Ochako ran up, knelt beside them, and addressed Night Eye, calling his name. Night Eye coughed weakly as other heroes gathered around. He apologized for doubting Mirio's ability and explained that his foresight had once shown Mirio's death, but Mirio had survived, defeated Overhaul, and saved Eri. Night Eye closed his eyes and acknowledged that Mirio had proven his quirk wrong and fate wrong. He thought to himself that they would both become amazing heroes, then opened his eyes once more before his strength faded and he passed away peacefully. Mirio and Ochako both broke down in tears. Ochako screamed out for her uncle in grief. Bakugo entered the dorms to find almost every student gathered. Kaminari informed him there was big news. Bakugo asked what it was and saw Todoroki holding a note. Bakugo took the note and read a threatening message stating the writer planned to kill heroes and possibly everyone, with a second line warning that anyone who came after them would be killed even sooner. Bakugo ground his teeth and dropped the paper, muttering that the sender was a bastard, though the others did not realize Bakugo was not referring to Izuku. The dorm door opened and everyone looked toward Ochako. Her hero costume was nearly destroyed and tear streaks marred her face. Her usual smile was gone and she stared with a blank, stunned expression. The girls remarked on her demeanor. She had lost Izuku and Night Eye. Mina shouted that Izuku had gone rogue, which made Ochako grit her teeth and, in a rush of emotion, instinctively use one for all and strike a wall hard enough that it crumbled dramatically. Shocked by what she had done, Ochako fled upstairs to her room. The class stood in stunned silence, all except Bakugo. He moved toward the stairs. Momo attempted to stop him, but Todoroki restrained her and told her to let Bakugo do as he pleased. Bakugo returned Todoroki's look with a grateful expression. Bakugo went to Ochako's door and knocked. From inside, Ochako answered in a small, strained voice and sat on the floor on the opposite side of the door. Bakugo pleaded with her to open the door, and she rose and turned to face him without opening it. Bakugo said they needed to talk about Deku and tried the doorknob, only to find it locked. Ochako told him that it did not matter, that she had seen Deku herself and believed he was gone, that All for One had taken quirks back and Deku was fully gone. She cried that she had been expelled from UA, had lost her boyfriend, and had lost her uncle, and she questioned what the point of it all was. Bakugo heard her strike the door from inside. He murmured a plea for her to let him in. When the door finally opened, Ochako stood there with tears flowing down her face. Bakugo, for the first time in her presence, wore a frown. He invited her to sit and she nodded, moving to her bed and sitting down as he closed the door behind him. Bakugo observed that she was expelled and asked what had happened while taking a seat at her desk. Ochako admitted between sniffles that she had joined a raid she had not been part of, an act that technically counted as vigilantism. Bakugo's eyes widened and he demanded to know why, but Ochako snapped at him in frustration, glaring and baring her teeth as if on the verge of lashing out. She tried to explain that she had found a girl during her internship while on patrol and had wanted to save her because the girl had asked for help, but then she faltered, unable to fully explain without revealing a secret. Overcome with emotion, Ochako began to cry again and said she had been selfish and that maybe if she had not acted that way, Izuku might still be alive. Bakugo clenched his fists in response and suddenly burst out, surprised even Ochako, insisting that Deku would not have done such a thing. He argued that Deku would never kill anyone even if forced, that Deku had said he loved her, and that Bakugo believed Deku would not simply abandon this life. Ochako recalled details that made her doubt the imposter. The way he had addressed her differently and a fighting style that had felt wrong. She told Bakugo she had deduced it was not the real Deku when she had fought him. Bakugo reacted with shock at the revelation that she had fought him, but Ochako confirmed it and urged that the real Izuku was still out there. Bakugo responded with a determined grin. Now expelled, Ochako said she was free to look for Izuku herself. She opened her closet and revealed her proper hero costume, explaining that the outfit she had been wearing was temporary and meant to avoid detection. Without student restrictions, she intended to act on her own. She offered to still help UA by building support items whenever needed, and Bakugo felt conflicted about breaking the rules but resolved that he would assist if it helped find Izuku. Ochako punched her palm in resolve, declaring that she would find Izuku and get revenge on the League of Villains. She asked Bakugo not to tell the others. Bakugo smirked and promised not to snitch, telling her to go and promising he would pretend he had been unable to find her. Ochako smiled, nodded, grabbed her hero costume and phone, and slipped out the window to begin her search. Izuku awoke in a dark room and looked around, wondering where he was. Laughter echoed from the other side of the room as a blonde girl approached him with a dangerous grin. Izuku tried to move but realized he was restrained. The girl then transformed into an exact copy of Izuku and claimed to be him in a mocking, breathy tone. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief as he tried to understand how this had happened. The door opened and a familiar faceless man entered the room and addressed Izuku, indicating that Izuku had served some purpose. All for One laughed that Izuku had been foolish enough to return to IzuOcha. He told Izuku that he had chipped him and listened to everything during the 2 months he was out, every conversation with friends and even with his girlfriend, and that he knew about the 9th user of One for All. All for One grinned at Izuku. Izuku was horrified. All for One told him, taunting, that he intended to use him as bait for the 9th. He explained that the chip had revealed the plan to join the Shai Hasaikai hideout raid and that he had expected Tamura might rewind and capture him. The best outcome for All for One would have been catching them both, but the worst-case scenario capturing only Izuku had occurred, and All for One circled the table where Izuku was strapped. He asserted that Izuku's romantic relationship meant the other person would do anything to save him, even challenge All for One before she had full access to One for All, and that with the mental advantage he held, taking the quirk would be easier than ever. Ochako Uraraka channeled a pseudo-full power burst of One for All and unleashed it. She struck the giant villain on the side of the head and knocked it unconscious. She landed on the rooftop where she had been and deactivated it. It had been 2 years since Izuku's capture. The now 17-year-old Ochako had been operating as a vigilante since then. Bakugo and the rest of their former Class 1A were now 3rd years at UA. She breathed heavily and smirked as heroes converged on her. Kamui Woods announced that Ochako Uraraka was under arrest. She shrugged and dropped backward off the building. She engaged her 5th, sending Black Whip to the rooftop, and then activated her 3rd, channeling energy into her legs. She taunted Woods, suggesting he was getting a bit slow, and then catapulted herself away. Kamui Woods watched her go, thinking that he had only been a hero for 3 years. In the past 2 years she had become known across the country as a vigilante. She had not seen her father in months. When she had encountered him he had almost disowned her, deeply disappointed. Aside from Bakugo and herself, only one other person still believed Izuku was innocent, his mother, Izuku Midoriya. Ochako neared her hideout and hoped Izuku was home. She quickly changed into civilian clothes and removed a wig that recreated her old hair. She kept a buzz cut in daily life to avoid suspicion. As long as it was not All Might or her mother who saw her, no one recognized her. She entered Inko's apartment and announced her arrival. Inko emerged from the bathroom smiling and waving. Ochako breathed a sigh of relief. She had been on edge ever since the overhaul incident. Inko asked how patrol had gone. Ochako said it had been good and that she had fought big opponents that day. She hugged Inko and asked about her day. Inko said it had been great and asked if there were any updates on All for One. Ochako shook her head and said she had found no leads. Inko finished folding towels and expressed faith that things would work out. Bakugo had arranged for Ochako to have a place to stay, now that All Might and Ochako's mother had moved back to their mansion full-time and Ochako was no longer attending UA, she was free to live with Inko without drawing attention. A few months after she moved in, Ochako returned from a mission badly injured, which convinced Inko she should stop pursuing Izuku so recklessly. That was when Ochako decided to explain One for All and why she was so determined to find Izuku and seek justice against the League. Inko asked quietly about Izuku, hoping for good news. Ochako looked down and said there was nothing new. Inko sighed but said she still had faith. Ochako put a hand on Inko's shoulder and promised to find him, even if it was the last thing she did. Inko smiled and said she looked forward to seeing her son again someday. Ochako's phone buzzed with a message from Bakugo. She called him and went into Izuku's old room, which was now hers, and sat at the desk. Bakugo answered. He informed her there was a mission or raid on another Yakuza hideout and that the location had been sent, with the operation scheduled for 6:30 a.m. the next morning. Ochako smiled and pocketed her phone. Although she had helped defeat Overhaul 2 years earlier, the Yakuza had treated that defeat as an act of war and had tried to reclaim territory. Ochako always made sure to appear at raids in some form, either fighting the Yakuza directly or watching from a distance. She walked back into the living area to find Inko on the couch watching television. Ochako told Inko about the mission and that she would not be home when Inko woke up. Inko asked if it was more Yakuza. Ochako nodded and Inko offered to prepare food. Ochako accepted. Izuku stood with a blank expression on his face. He had been in captivity, rarely allowed outside or permitted to interact with anyone beyond the League of Villains. All for One commanded Izuku Midoriya to enter his office, his voice echoing in Izuku's head through the telepathic quirk. All for One had forcefully given him a little over a year into his imprisonment. All for One had also restored Izuku's quirks, and Izuku suspected he had gained more as time passed, but he had no reason or freedom to use them. Izuku stumbled into All for One's office and acknowledged his master, appearing as if he might collapse. All for One informed him that Toga would need more of his blood for an operation the next day. At the beginning of this cruelty, Izuku had cried when his blood was taken because he understood how his name and power were being used against people. Now he was numb and unresponsive. He had accepted that he would die under All for One's control and had no idea that Ochako was searching for him. He assumed she had forgotten him after the fight in which Toga had used his powers. Toga approached with a smile. She addressed him affectionately, and a device on her back pierced his leg and began drawing his blood. Izuku showed no expression as the device extracted his blood. He grew lightheaded and weak as more was taken, and soon he toppled to the floor. He stared at the wall as consciousness faded. Ochako arrived at a large building and noted that the operation was hardly discreet for a Yakuza group. Hearing explosions inside, she checked the clock. It was 7:15 a.m., which made her a little late, but she moved quickly. She scaled the side of the building, secured her black whip to a window ledge, and flung herself onto the roof. She readied herself to join the fight, but before she could act she was tackled and sent crashing through windows into an office. Ochako ordered the office workers to evacuate, then was kicked in the jaw and looked up to see Izuku standing there with a grin, clenching his fists. Ochako recognized him and replied that she wished she could say the same. She used her black whip to push herself away from a punch, then grabbed and hurled a desk at him. Izuku broke the desk in half with an explosion and surveyed the room. He noticed his foot entangled with black whip on his ankle, and Ochako slammed him into the floor, where he bounced back up. She told him this wasn't where the fighting was supposed to be and grabbed him, throwing him toward the building where other heroes were engaged with the Yakuza. She catapulted herself after him with her black whip and they crashed through a wall into the battleground. As the smoke cleared, Ochako saw several heroes. Izuku was pressed against a wall, wounded by a shard of glass in his arm and bleeding. His expression shifted, and another eye materialized on his face, signaling a quirk-driven transformation. Ochako realized she had been right about something important. Izuku tried to run, but Bakugo blasted the side of his head with an explosion and ordered him to stay down, holding his gauntlet against Izuku's head. Izuku laughed uncontrollably, the sound unnerving everyone. Ochako spotted her father among the heroes and called to him, though when she attempted to activate the base power of One for All it did not respond. Behind her father, she saw Aizawa with red eyes, and she urged them to stop Izuku's quirk rather than interrupt her father's efforts. Izuku mocked Bakugo by naming his quirk and escalating the confrontation. His body began to glow orange. Ochako shouted for everyone to get down and tried to protect them with her black whip. Izuku's body then detonated in a massive explosion that leveled the area and set the building ablaze. Ochako felt her black whip retract and saw fire all around. She realized she had managed to shield most of the heroes with her quirk, but not all of them. Bakugo lay where Izuku had been, badly injured and missing his left arm. Ochako ran to him, then looked back to where Izuku had been and saw him rise again, laughing as a flash of regeneration mended him. His recovery was not the mild regeneration Izuku had once managed at 15. This was the accelerated, powerful healing associated with All for One and Shigaraki. For a moment Izuku spoke as if nothing had happened, but then he mumbled and his body shifted. The man before them reverted, and Toga stood where Izuku had been, fully visible to the heroes. Ochako, startled, demanded to know where Izuku was and tackled Toga to the ground. The girl laughed and blushed. A device on her body began drawing blood from Ochako's leg. Ochako felt the pain, ripped the machine off, and demanded to know what was happening and where Izuku was. Bakugo remained badly wounded nearby. Ochako seized Toga's collar and, furious, threatened to take her down. Toga smiled calmly and mentioned Ochako by name, recalling who she was. All Might intervened and separated Ochako from Toga, telling Ochako that the person they were facing was not Midoriya. Ochako, distraught and unwilling to accept the explanation, slapped All Might across the face. Toga began to rise again. Aizawa announced that Ochako was under arrest. He neutralized her quirk and she stood there, shocked and wounded. Ochako hesitated for a moment, then launched herself at Aizawa and struck him with one for all. All Might watched in stunned disbelief that his daughter had attacked her former teacher. Toga used the distraction to leap from the building. Shigaraki appeared below and intercepted her before she fell. Ochako looked down to see Aizawa gritting his teeth. Aizawa ordered all forces to capture the villain. The heroes moved in. Ochako turned as All Might swung at her and she dodged. She pleaded with her father for a chance to explain while evading attacks from him and the other heroes. Her attention snapped to Bakugo as he began to collapse, and panic filled her chest. She called out for help as Shoto and Momo ran toward Bakugo and he fell onto his back. Desperate, Ochako activated FA gene in her arm and punched All Might hard enough to send him sprawling. The other heroes recoiled, stunned. She tried to insist that she was on their side, but before she could finish she was struck at the temple and violently ejected from the building. As she fell, Ochako wondered what had happened. Shigaraki appeared beneath her and, before she could react, set her down on a neighboring rooftop. They locked eyes. Ochako demanded why he had saved her. Shigaraki replied that it was a favor returned. Toga's face then appeared beneath Shigaraki for a moment before she pulled away. Ochako looked back toward the fight and saw heroes searching across the city. She used one for all to sprint home to Inko's apartment, burst inside, and went straight to her room. She opened her laptop, launched a tracking application, and felt a small, cold relief when Izuku's location appeared on the screen. Despite the chaos, she now knew where he was. In the hero's eyes she had become a villain, but she was closer than ever to finding Izuku. Izuku watched in horror as All for One seized Toga roughly and pressed her against the wall. All for One berated her for revealing herself and warned that their enemies now knew the boy was still alive. He let her drop to the floor. She coughed and wiped at her eyes as tears formed. All for One then stepped forward to confront Izuku, towering over him and issuing a chilling threat about what he would do if the Ninth found them. He shoved Izuku back into the wall and left the room. Trembling, Izuku moved to Toga and asked if she was all right. She looked up, nodded, and stood. Then she told him she wanted to help him. Izuku, taken aback, asked what she meant. Over the past 2 years their relationship had been one-sided. Toga had professed intense feelings without ever really knowing him, while Izuku had kept his distance. Toga explained that she had been mistreated because of her quirk, abandoned by her parents, and used by the League for her abilities. She revealed that Ochako had placed a small tracker on her neck that morning when they fought. At first she had been furious, but then she accepted it because it meant Ochako could find Izuku. She said she did not care what happened to her and intended to use whatever it took to protect him. Izuku refused the idea of her being sacrificed. Why she had become a villain? Toga answered that the world had left her no other way and that Izuku was the first person who had ever made her feel human. Her voice shook with tears. Izuku made a promise that when they escaped he would get her help so she could live without hiding from people because of her quirk. She thanked him with genuine, tearful relief. Izuku then told her to leave before someone noticed, and she obliged. Toga returned to the main area of the hideout and found the League members gathered at the bar. Shigaraki raised an eyebrow and demanded where she had been. Toga answered that she had been with the boy. Toga giggled and lied that she needed to refill on his blood. Dabi, sipping a drink, remarked that she really liked using that kid's power. Toga nodded and smiled, giggling maniacally as she said she found him fun to use. She was not lying this time, though she was exaggerating. Shigaraki told Toga that they were discussing something while All for One was gone. Toga asked nervously what it was. Shigaraki explained that their goals differed from All for One's and that All for One was not as clever as he believed, which surprised Toga. Shigaraki added that All for One wanted to take over his body and erase his consciousness, and Toga's eyes widened. Shigaraki vowed not to let that happen and warned that the longer they stayed, the easier it would be for All for One to succeed. Shigaraki announced they were leaving. Toga questioned whether all of them were leaving, and Shigaraki nodded. Dabi laughed and taunted Toga that All for One would no longer have her running errands. Toga felt sweat drip down her face and suddenly blurted that they should bring the kid, which made Shigaraki suspicious. Spinner asked why they would do that. Toga argued that if All for One had Izuku, he would be able to obtain the quirk of that one girl, making him unstoppable. Shigaraki smiled at her reasoning and agreed that he could derail All for One's plans and pursue his own goals. He stood and walked toward Izuku's room. Shigaraki entered, and Izuku rose and backed into a corner. Izuku stuttered and raised his fists in fear. Shigaraki ordered him to be quiet and put a hand on his head. Izuku tried to break free but could not. A sudden, sharp pressure surged through Izuku's head as he realized Shigaraki was using All for One's power on him. The sensation eased after a moment. Shigaraki explained that he had seized the telepathy quirk and grabbed Izuku's wrist, dragging him out of the room. Izuku struggled and demanded to know where they were taking him. For the first time since his kidnapping over 2 years ago, Izuku activated his quirk. A burst of flame erupted from his wrist and the left side where Shigaraki was holding him, surprising the League. Shigaraki told him they were taking him away from All for One. Toga stepped in front of Izuku and brandished a blade threateningly close, and his flames singed her clothes. Toga threatened to kill him, but her expression did not match her words, and Izuku's flames went out immediately. Izuku nodded in compliance. Dabi mocked Shigaraki for still calling All for One master, and Shigaraki growled. Shigaraki announced that they were leaving All for One's hideout and opened the door. Toga took Izuku's hand and nodded to him while Shigaraki looked back at the group and urged them to go. Ochako saw on her laptop that Toga was rapidly approaching her location. She closed the laptop, used One for All to run out of her room, and leapt to the top of the apartment building. Seeing Toga below, Ochako activated One for All and jumped down, landing on Toga and pinning her to the ground. Ochako demanded to know what Toga was doing and pressed her forearm against Toga's neck, applying pressure. Toga quietly said she had a message from Izuku, and Ochako immediately released the pressure and kept Toga pinned without holding her neck. Toga conveyed that Izuku said he could be saved and that he would be near Ochako always, which left Ochako confused. Ochako asked why Toga was telling her this, and Toga laughed softly. Toga declared that she was done being treated like a monster and intended to save Izuku and stop being a villain simply because of her nature. She slid beneath Ochako and stood. Toga explained that the League and All for One were no longer allies, that they had Izuku because All for One had used him to bait Ochako into taking her quirk, and that All for One would likely attack to retrieve him. She moved close to Ochako and whispered that Ochako should be there when the attack came so she could save Izuku. Toga added that Ochako might even save her, smiled, and then disappeared. 2 months had passed since Ochako's raid fight with Toga. She had been monitoring Toga but had not moved sooner due to limited information. Now that she had a chance to find Izuku, she would not waste it. Ochako scanned the area and returned to the apartment, telling Inko that she was heading out, and Inko replied that she would see her later. Ochako changed into her costume, left the house, and sent a text saying she was on her way. The recipient replied okay. She did a few squats, latched Black Whip between 2 buildings, channeled a FA gene surge through her legs, and launched into the air, using One for All to stay aloft and fly. She landed and surveyed UA grounds, which she had not visited since being expelled. She went to the back of the dorms, leapt to Bakugo's window, entered, and found him lying on his bed. Bakugo sat up, walked to the door, locked it, and asked what was going on. Ochako replied that a lot was happening and sat on the bed. She asked how he was and apologized for their long silence. Bakugo said he was doing fine despite losing his left arm and showed the stump where his arm had been. Ochako frowned and apologized for letting that happen, and Bakugo urged her not to blame herself. Bakugo rolled his eyes and complained that it was annoying, chuckled and apologized. Bakugo asked what she needed to meet about while studying her face. Ochako smiled and said she had big news about Izuku. Bakugo urged her to spit it out, and Ochako, overtaken by excitement, blurted that she knew how they were going to find him. Bakugo muttered an expletive when he heard footsteps approaching his door. Shoto called through the door, asking who Bakugo was talking to. Bakugo lied that he was on the phone and addressed Shoto with a teasing nickname. Ochako and Bakugo exchanged a quick look and a nod. Ochako leapt out the window and flew off. Bakugo opened the door for Shoto. Shoto asked to come in, and Bakugo let him enter, closing and locking the door behind him. Bakugo asked what was wrong, and Shoto confronted him, suggesting he had just been with IzuOcha. Bakugo felt his stomach drop and lied that he had not seen her since the raid months ago. Shoto glanced at him and then walked over to Bakugo's desk, opened a notebook and began writing. Shoto wrote that IzuOcha had said Midoriya might be saved and asked whether she had elaborated. Bakugo's eyes widened. He snatched the paper, prompting Shoto to add that IzuOcha had left before she could say more and to ask if they had exchanged contact information. Bakugo's phone buzzed. He pulled it from his pocket and read a message instructing them to meet near Izuku's house later and to notify when they arrived. Bakugo and Shoto exchanged a look, and Bakugo told Shoto that he was coming along. Shoto nodded in agreement. Bakugo offered a sharp, familiar smile that still looked dangerous despite his calmer temperament. A knock interrupted them. Shoto tossed the paper aside and signaled for Bakugo to open the door. Bakugo did so to reveal Momo peeking in. Momo asked if Shoto was there, and Bakugo teased her about being nosy while confirming that her boyfriend was indeed inside. Momo flushed as Shoto greeted her. Momo scolded Shoto for coming to hang out instead of collecting Bakugo for dinner, and Shoto apologized, claiming he had been sidetracked. He moved past Bakugo, took Momo's hand, and began walking toward the stairs, telling Bakugo they could hang out later with a playful smirk. Bakugo watched them go, thinking approvingly of Shoto's cool composure, then followed the two to dinner. Izuku trained in front of Shigaraki, breathing hard and pushing himself. Shigaraki urged him to continue, then appeared suddenly with a high kick. Izuku moved to the side and countered with a forceful explosion from his hand that sent his elbow into Shigaraki's face. Shigaraki recovered quickly, as if regenerating, and appeared unharmed. Izuku lashed out with a black whip quirk that wrapped around Shigaraki's waist and began to pull him closer. They met in midair, and Izuku struck Shigaraki with a solid punch. Shigaraki only grinned, grabbed the black whip, and pulled it back, sending Izuku flying upward. Shigaraki rose to meet him, pressed a hand to Izuku's face, and declared that he was finished with him before they both fell back to the ground. When they steadied themselves, Izuku realized the opponent had been a disguise. The shape dissolved and Toga stepped forward with a smile. Izuku thanked her, saying the training helped a lot. Toga answered that he would likely have to face the real threat someday. They had been sparring almost daily to prepare Izuku to defend himself against All for One and to ensure he could confront Shigaraki without failing. Since Izuku had been malnourished before joining the league, his allies had been helping him regain his strength. 2 months was not enough to get him back to his former peak, but his combat skill had improved significantly. Toga was the only member of the league who had formed a genuine, platonic bond with Izuku, so they spent a lot of time together. Izuku was learning to manage new quirks that sometimes affected his temperament. Over time he had grown better at remaining calm during fights to prevent those changes from taking hold. Toga asked if he was ready to go back as she gathered her equipment, and Izuku nodded. They left together. Elsewhere, Shigaraki stood before the troops he had gathered and told them that he now had plenty of allies to aid him against All for One. After defeating the previous leader and taking control of the Paranormal Liberation Front, Shigaraki felt unstoppable and declared that no one could stand in his way. Bakugo and Shoto walked down the street toward Izuku's apartment. Shoto pulled down his hood when Ochako sprang from a nearby roof and pinned him to the pavement, keeping a knee on his back as she demanded to know who he was. Shoto struggled, and Bakugo laughed at the scene. Ochako accused Bakugo of being followed. Shoto identified himself as Shoto Todoroki, and when Ochako realized who he was, she released him and apologized for the rough greeting, embarrassed at her mistake. Ochako helped the boy up and noticed how different he sounded. She also observed that he had grown much taller. Shoto chuckled and said that aging did that as he rubbed the back of his head. Ochako urgently asked why he was there and whether Bakugo had told him about the situation. Shoto answered that they were both there so she could explain it to them. He pointed out that his hair was shorter now and explained that he had cut it because it kept getting in his eyes. Ochako reached out to touch his hair. Shoto bent so she could reach, and when she poked his head he laughed. He commented that it was good to see she had not changed much, and she replied that she had changed a little, ripping off her wig to reveal her relatively short hair. Shoto tapped her head in return and they shared a laugh. Ochako asked if he was angry about her becoming a vigilante. Shoto sighed and explained that the whole class had suspected something after seeing how she left UA. Even if they had not all been close, they knew her well enough to understand. She smiled at that. She then suggested bringing the entire class along on the mission, and Shoto corrected her that his class was actually 3. Bakugo snorted in agreement and insisted that she explain the plan first. Ochako, excited that they did not hate her as she had feared, invited them to come with her and led them to Inko's apartment. Ochako announced her return and Inko emerged from her room. Bakugo reacted with surprise and Inko embraced him tightly. Bakugo called her Auntie Inko and complimented how much better she looked since they had last seen each other. Inko thanked him, then turned to the other young man and offered a greeting, asking if he was another vigilante. Shoto introduced himself as a student from Bakugo's class and Ochako's former class, shaking Inko's hand and smiling. Inko recognized him from the sports festival match he had with Ochako, and Shoto acknowledged the memory with a chuckle. Bakugo then urged Ochako to explain her plan because curfew was approaching. Ochako hurried to Izuku's room, retrieved her laptop, and opened a tracking app. She showed Shoto and Bakugo the location of Himiko Toga, the girl who was with Izuku. She explained that Toga had met her earlier that morning and admitted she knew she was being tracked, promising to turn her back on the villains at the right moment to give them an opportunity to rescue Izuku. Shoto expressed surprise that Ochako had the exact location and had not told anyone. Ochako clarified that she did know the location but that it was not the ideal moment to act. The League had drifted from All for One, and Toga had said the best chance to retrieve Izuku would be when a larger conflict began. Shoto then proposed a plan and asked if Ochako had another tracker. She reached into her pocket and produced one. Shoto suggested that Ochako put the tracker on herself and hand over the device so they could claim to the school that they had a tracker on her. They would wait for her signal specifically when she told Bakugo she knew when All for One was going to attack before they chose the moment to move. Ochako accepted the plan and, when Shoto asked how she would attach it, she quickly pressed the chip into her arms so it would stay in place. Shoto and Bakugo cringed at the idea of the pain but watched as she finished. Ochako then took Shoto's phone, entered her contact information, and returned it. With the plan set, Bakugo agreed and Ochako resolved that they would get Izuku back. All for One sat at his desk while Dr. Garaki prepared a syringe. All for One asked whether the procedure was ready, and Garaki confirmed it. All for One extended his sleeve and Garaki administered the injection. A glow surrounded All for One as a reversal-like effect swept through him. The upper half of his face and his body shifted back toward their prime. When the transformation concluded, All for One stood with a wide grin, restored to his prime strength for the first time since his battle with All Might nearly 10 years earlier. It told Garaki that now he could confront Tamura with his full power. Garaki warned that taking too much damage could still be fatal, and All for One replied that he could not make any promises. As night fell, Ochako flew through the city and suddenly felt her danger sense spike wildly, a sensation she had not experienced since the All for One incident at the overhaul conflict. Pain flared, and she fought to steady herself before tumbling onto the rooftop of a building. Realizing something significant was happening, Ochako pulled out her phone and called Bakugo. He answered the call and told her he was in class and asked what she needed. Ochako told him that he needed to inform them that he now had a tracker on her. Ochako announced into the phone that All for One had returned and that she felt a presence she had not sensed since the overhaul raid. Bakugo glanced at Shoto, and Shoto nodded before rising. Shoto called out to Aizawa that he had a confession, then Bakugo ended the call. Ochako scanned her surroundings and saw nothing. She thought she should find Toga, and then a hand closed around her throat. She widened her eyes as All for One revealed that he had been watching her and addressed her as Ninth. In the Paranormal Liberation hideout, Izuku felt a sharp pain in his head and a voice in his mind warning danger. He staggered to a window and saw a dark force rapidly approaching. Someone crashed through the glass, and Izuku threw himself to push Toga out of the way. When the smoke cleared, All for One stood in the room. He accused Izuku of escaping with Tamura and lunged, but a black whip latched to All for One's arm and held him in place. Izuku's gaze landed on Ochako for the first time in over 2 years. Ochako demanded that All for One stay away from Izuku, then flinched as an attack struck her head and staggered her. Izuku moved toward her, but All for One yanked on the black whip and hurled Ochako into Izuku, slamming both of them against a wall. Toga shifted and took on Shigaraki's appearance, calling out to Ochako. Toga, now appearing as Shigaraki, told the others she would hold All for One off and launch tendrils at him. All for One dismissed the effort as an inferior mimic of his own quirk and swatted the tendrils away. Toga activated a flight quirk to evade and then acted without hesitation. Izuku warned that Toga should not take such a risk, but Toga flew over, scooped Izuku and Ochako up, and carried them out of the building. She set them down on a nearby rooftop and assured them she had it under control. As she turned back to face All for One, a massive tendril struck her and knocked her backward. Izuku cried out as Toga fell and collapsed across his chest, badly hurt. Toga reverted to her true form and, with a tired apology to Izuku, said she had hoped to see where he would take her after they escaped. She fell silent, and her life faded. Izuku froze in shock and grief while Ochako stared in disbelief. All for One stepped closer, taunting Toga's fate, and launched a tendril at Izuku. Izuku could not move, paralyzed by sorrow and tears. Ochako tried to reach him with her black whip, but someone suddenly intervened and tackled Izuku out of the path of the attack, carrying him into another building. Ochako followed their movement with her eyes. Her danger sense flared, and she narrowly avoided a tendril that lashed toward her. All for One laughed and speculated about the source of that danger sense as he charged. A wall of ice suddenly rose between All for One and Ochako. Shoto had arrived. Ochako looked toward the building where Izuku had been taken and saw Bakugo there, supporting Izuku with one arm. Relief washed over her as more heroes began to arrive. The ice barrier shattered, and All for One snarled. Ochako answered with a determined strike that landed against him, and a shockwave sent him reeling. Ochako's danger sense blared again as Shigaraki, furious, flew at All for One. From the distance, 2 more figures approached at speed. Ochako recognized them as Hawks and All Might. Hawks swooped in and set All Might down beside her. All Might rushed forward and embraced Ochako, telling her how relieved he was that she was safe, and Ochako returned the hug, tears in her eyes. Bakugo demanded to know if Izuku was with them. Izuku, still dazed and stained by the chaotic scene, murmured that Toga was gone. Bakugo struck Izuku to snap him back and urged him not to let her death be in vain and to fight with them. The words jolted Izuku out of his trance, and he clenched his teeth. Before Izuku could launch himself at All for One, Muscular burst into the building. Muscular taunted that he had heard they were strong. Bakugo retorted that he had heard Muscular had been imprisoned. Muscular warned that Tartarus had been broken open and that All for One had freed the prisoners the night before. Izuku's mind narrowed to a single, consuming need for vengeance for Toga, and he prepared to confront anyone in his way. The battle erupted fully across the city. All for One, the Paranormal Liberation Army, the heroes, and Ochako all clashed. Izuku moved slowly toward Muscular. Muscular jeered about the many quirks Izuku wielded. Izuku's expression darkened. When he reached out, tendrils burst from the ground and struck Muscular, sending him crashing to the street and leaving him incapacitated without graphic detail. Bakugo watched as Izuku overwhelmed Muscular with terrifying ease. Izuku met Bakugo's gaze, eyes rimmed with red and stained with traces from the earlier fight, and asked if Bakugo could hold his own alone. Bakugo, eyeing his new robotic left arm, told Izuku that he could and asked what he had in mind. Izuku ignored the question and walked past the fallen Muscular, who lay unconscious. Shigaraki confronted All for One directly and seized him by the face, declaring that his master's reign was over. Shigaraki attempted to use the All for One quirk against him, but All for One retaliated with tendrils that struck Shigaraki and sent him flying. Shigaraki's rapid regeneration restored him quickly, and he roared in frustration. He demanded that All for One be stopped, surged at him once more, and All for One answered with lethal-looking beams from his eyes. The chaos intensified, heroes and villains colliding in a storm of power, and the city became a battlefield caught between vengeance, duty, and grief. Shigaraki barely dodged and gritted his teeth. He declared that he would not let his dream be ruined and punched All for One in the stomach. All for One grinned and told Tamura that he could not be touched, that he had made him as strong as in his prime and stood at the same point. With his experience he felt certain of victory. He activated a hard flame fan, summoning a wall of intense flame hotter than Dabi's. All for One insisted Shigaraki was his creation and would not be defeated, then fired an air cannon that drove Shigaraki into the blaze. He used hypertrophy to enlarge his arm and seize Shigaraki's face, holding him amid the flames. The heat overwhelmed Shigaraki. His regeneration strained to keep pace as he cried out and fought to recover. All for One smiled at their apparent helplessness. He noticed flames intensifying to his right and turned to see Izuku encased in ice. Izuku broke free from the ice and launched an explosive strike, vowing to end All for One. All for One absorbed and reflected the attack with impact recoil, sending Izuku back through the fire. He then seized Izuku and restrained him in the blaze. He laughed that none of them were his match. Ochako engaged the second user's guidance and touched her fingers together to trigger gearshift. She shifted her speed, darted through the fire, and landed a full-strength kick that forced All for One to lose his grip on Shigaraki and Izuku. The flames subsided. The second user warned Ochako that the meta ability would only last briefly and that she would be out of the fight afterward. Ochako nodded and readied the next stage. Red energy flowed through her legs as she shifted into a higher setting and leaped at All for One. Her speed blurred her movements from the spectator's eyes. All for One recognized the power but could not believe how it had evolved. He tried to activate impact recoil to counter, but Ochako moved too fast. She struck him 5 times in rapid succession, overwhelming him before he could react. All for One slammed into the ground and, for the first time since facing the original second user, felt doubt. Ochako pressed the advantage, shifting into first gear to accelerate and driving her leg into his face. He bounced off the ground, clearly hurt and reeling. She shifted into second gear and struck again, forcing him into the earth with powerful blows that left him staggering. Preparing impact recoil for the next impact, All for One braced himself. Ochako engaged third gear and slammed down, but met resistance and was blasted away. Force hurled her into a nearby building. She took the brunt of it and lay amid falling rubble, nearly unconscious. As she drifted, she wondered quietly if this was really how strong she had become. A voice urged her not to give in, and she opened her eyes to see all might in his muscle form. Ochako reacted with relief and anguish. She called him father as he scooped her up and leaped to safety. She muttered that it hurt and struggled to stay conscious. She had never been struck like that before, and All for One's impact recoil had hit with the same severity he would have felt. All Might gritted his teeth, set her down, and watched her with concern. Coughing and shaken, Ochako asked how All Might could use One for All after so long. All Might stared at All for One with a hard look, thinking bitterly of his adversary. He admitted that he had not exerted his full power in years and could sustain this form for only a limited time each day. He clenched his fists and told Ochako not to fear because he was there. All Might rose, and All for One's grin widened at the sight of him in that form. Ochako begged him not to risk himself, but All Might resolved that a father's duty was to protect his daughter and prepared to jump into the fight. She pleaded again as he dove. All Might launched a Texas smash at All for One. All for One dodged and taunted him for his slowness, then activated a spear-like bone quirk that struck All Might in the side, leaving him wounded and clutching his torso. Tendrils lashed out from All for One's fingers and struck again, forcing All Might to stagger under the assault. Memories of a younger Ochako flashed through All Might's mind and he felt regret for the time he had missed with her. He looked toward Ochako, who was crying as she tried to stand. Izuku and Shigaraki stirred and watched as the battle raged. The clash was overwhelmingly one-sided, with All for One dominating. All for One berated All Might's weakness and drove him to his knees, taunting him for allowing himself to fall in front of his daughter. He pressed the attack and knocked All Might back, sneering as the older hero faltered. All Might managed a small, determined smile and revealed that he had been the distraction. In the next instant, All for One was struck from both sides by tendrils. He looked left to see Shigaraki and right to see Izuku. He turned back to All Might, who laughed despite his injuries. Ochako watched from afar in awe, tears still streaming down her face. All Might warned that they had not even felt the brunt of their power as All for One aimed his hands. Ochako watched as All for One prepared to strike her father. Ochako urged herself to get up, scolding herself inwardly as she pushed to her feet. Her own blast had done significant damage and Gearshift had left her exhausted. She murmured the name of the power she relied on and pushed herself to 100% before launching herself at All for One. All for One turned his glare to her and declared that she was bait. Before he could fire tendrils from his fingers, Shigaraki kicked him in the side, sending him into a follow-up strike from Izuku that nearly threw him off balance. Ochako's third hit sent All for One backward through a building. Izuku glanced between Shigaraki and Ochako. Shigaraki made it clear he was not on their side and moved to strike Izuku, but Ochako intercepted and knocked him aside. The three turned to see All for One re-emerge from the wreckage. Ochako ordered Izuku to take their father and get him far away while she held Shigaraki off as he tried to touch the ground and activate his decay. Izuku hesitated, then rushed over and grabbed All Might, who had reverted to his smaller, weakened form. All Might mumbled that Izuku should put him down. Izuku gritted his teeth and ran, determined not to let All Might die, not while Ochako was already enduring so much. He carried All Might behind a building and set him down. Izuku watched his idol falter, the hero badly wounded and struggling to stay conscious. Panic overwhelmed him and he ran toward the other heroes, calling for help. Aizawa landed nearby, arriving while carrying a young girl on his back. Aizawa called Izuku by name and then set the girl down to join them. The girl approached the fallen hero with quiet determination. All Might managed a weak smile as the girl placed her hands in his. The 9-year-old closed her eyes and the horn on her head began to glow as she focused on helping him recover. Aizawa moved up to Izuku and asked whether he was the real Izuku Midoriya, studying him with a stern glare. Izuku answered with a firm nod and then turned to take in the destruction caused by the fight between All for One, Shigaraki, and Ochako. From the battlefield, Shigaraki put his hand to the ground with a wide, triumphant smile. Ochako was occupied with All for One and unable to stop him, so Shigaraki seemed poised to activate his decay. Izuku realized what was about to happen and rushed toward the fight, thinking they had to stop him. As he focused, his eyes briefly flared and his hair lifted with the surge of power coursing through him. Shigaraki made contact with the floor, but nothing happened. He tried again, baffled, and struck the ground a second time with no effect. He grimaced and scanned the area, then spotted Izuku and sneered, claiming he should have killed him instead of taking him along. In that instant, the black whip wrapped around Shigaraki's neck, beginning to restrain him, and Ochako joined to hold him fast. Shigaraki glared up at her and demanded whether Tenko was still inside him. Ochako shouted that she would not let that happen. While Izuku stayed with the young girl, All for One and Shigaraki continued to trade blows as Ochako slowly recovered her strength. Ochako heard Nana's voice in her head asking whether she had seen Tenko. She confirmed that she had and was asked to choose whether to save him or consider him beyond help. Memories flashed, Tenko surrounded by grasping hands, terrified. Then Shigaraki's hand had landed on Ochako's face and she had been drawn into the One for All realm, where she had seen Shigaraki with All for One clinging to him like an extra limb. Inside that mental vision, Shigaraki declared that he did not care for the power itself but that his master did, and that if the master coveted it he would take it for himself and use it against him. Ochako watched past users of the power push Shigaraki away, and then she saw Tenko once more, this time crying and pleading for help. She snapped back to the real world as All for One kicked Shigaraki off her. All for One asserted that the quirk belonged to him and then turned toward Ochako, throwing a punch that she barely dodged. Ochako felt the fatigue from using gearshift but managed to keep up. She declared that the quirk was hers as she used Black Whip to pull herself back and compose. She wondered if Tenko really was still inside Shigaraki as she looked over to him standing on a pile of rubble with a smile. He suddenly launched himself toward her with that grin. Ochako braced and took the brunt of the incoming strike. Before Shigaraki could follow up, All for One lashed out and struck Ochako in the side with dark tendrils. Ochako gritted her teeth and tears ran down her face. All for One laughed and taunted her, then ordered Shigaraki to stop interfering. Shigaraki moved to use Decay, but All for One fired an air blast that sent him flying backward. All for One told Ochako that, unlike others, she did not have regeneration, and he noted bruises forming across her body. He moved at her with spear-like protrusions and a sudden blast of air, almost materializing directly in front of her. Ochako put a hand out and touched him. Time seemed to freeze, and her inner systems registered the cost. The ninth voice scolded her for using gearshift only for dire situations. The second voice remonstrated as well. Ochako said that if she had not used it there, she would have died. Breathing became harder, but she forced herself forward. All for One smiled as she neared, then a smear of dark substance flew from his mouth and he vanished. Ochako stopped and clenched her teeth, then turned as her body nearly gave out. She felt blood trickling down her face along with tears. Nana urged Ochako to rest, warning that she would die if she kept pushing, but Ochako refused. She reminded herself that she had come too far to stop now. She watched Shigaraki prepare to charge at Izuku, who had red-rimmed eyes like Aizawa. She gathered herself again and engaged her next reserve. Nana begged the ninth voice to stand down, but Ochako ignored her and flew toward Shigaraki. She grabbed him before he hit the ground and warned him not to act. She tightened Black Whip, restraining him, and demanded to know whether Tenko was still inside. Izuku's eyes watered, and Ochako called out to him, asking how long he could maintain erasure. Izuku could not answer, his eyes threatened to close. Shigaraki snarled that Tenko was gone and prepared a rivet stab, red and black tendrils snaking from his fingers. Aizawa placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and activated erasure, halting the tendrils before they could strike Ochako's midsection. Ochako acknowledged Aizawa's support and turned back to Shigaraki. Ochako invoked One for All at full force and drove a barrage of punches into Shigaraki's face. His expression shifted from sadistic to a calculating blank, and every powerful strike seemed to be met by an immediate reformation of his body. He regenerated repeatedly even as her attacks landed. Ochako channeled Fa Gene into her arms and unleashed a smash stronger than her usual full power. When the smoke cleared, a flash of All for One's true face had appeared within Shigaraki's form. Ochako moved to strike at that glimpse of All for One, but rivet-like tendrils lashed out and struck her abdomen, knocking the wind from her and sending her skidding backward, clutching her side. Shigaraki looked on with a wide, cruel grin. He lunged with the intent to finish her, but he was kicked hard in the jaw. The blow shattered his jaw and distorted his mouth before he rapidly regenerated and snapped back into motion. He released Ochako and turned his attention to Izuku, who was breathing heavily. Izuku placed his fingers together and the voices within him began to react. The internal observers noted that he seemed to have inherited not only the fifth's quirk but also the second's. Izuku, still recovering, admitted that he had no clear understanding of what had just happened, then activated erasure again. He managed a small hopeful smile and thought that the battle had perhaps shifted in their favor. Ochako remained baffled as she watched Izuku. He explained to her through his actions and the aura that now enveloped him that he felt new power coursing through him. A shimmering green energy began to surround his hands, crackling with potential. Ochako could not fathom how he could wield a form of One for All strength built up since the first user, yet here he was, radiating it. Shigaraki roared that there were now two wielders of One for All and launched himself at Izuku. He struck first, slamming a hand into Izuku's face and delivering a crushing blow that broke Izuku's nose and sent him sprawling to the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air, forcing Izuku into a coughing fit as he tried to draw breath. Ochako flicked her finger with One for All and cleared the smoke. Shigaraki pressed his advantage and loomed over Izuku, a crimson aura flaring in his hand as he demanded the quirk. The combined voices of Shigaraki and All for One threatened to take it by force. Izuku remembered the last time All for One had tried to take his quirk and realized that, despite everything, his quirk had not been stolen. That realization steeled him. Izuku seized Shigaraki's face and applied pressure, tearing at the decayed layers of the villain's features. The decayed matter gave way, and dark tendrils burst from Izuku's palm, striking into Shigaraki and disrupting him. Shigaraki stumbled backward, howling, as his regeneration worked to restore him. Izuku felt a strange affinity with the tendril-like power now manifesting from his own palm, distinct from the way Shigaraki had used it with his fingertips. He pushed himself back to his feet. His injuries began to knit rapidly as super regeneration restored him. Standing amid the settling dust and the echoes of the clash, Izuku felt confusion and the heavy weight of new, unpredictable power. He did not yet understand how everything had changed, but he knew the fight had become different and that they might finally have an opening. Izuku did not feel his personality change when he used the rivet stab quirk. Nor had he felt that shift with many of the quirks he had been using. He looked at his hands, activated explosions, and felt nothing. He wondered why he no longer hesitated to hurt someone so badly. He glanced at Shigaraki and saw the villain's eyes regenerate as he regarded him. Izuku also remembered Muscular, whom he had nearly killed. The man remained in the same building Izuku had left, badly injured. Bakugo stood nearby, staring. Bakugo gritted his teeth and wondered what to do when someone approached from behind. A man with a red mask around his eyes stepped forward carrying a blade. The man told Bakugo to leave Muscular to him. Bakugo's eyes widened as the masked man drew near Muscular. The masked man, Stain, moved with swift, decisive purpose and ended Muscular's life quickly, sparing no further suffering. Bakugo demanded to know what Stain was doing, and Stain ignored him and walked out of the building. Bakugo ground his teeth in frustration and yelled at the others to stop ignoring him, but his shouts went unanswered. Across the city, Dabi sat on a rooftop, watching the chaos below. He saw Shoto fighting a villain, Kai Chisaki, known as Overhaul. Chisaki had been imprisoned for 2.5 years since the raid Ochako had led, but he had escaped once Tartarus was breached. With the rubble and confusion caused by the battles between All for One, Shigaraki, Ochako, and Izuku, Chisaki had found freedom. Dabi smirked at the sight of Shoto and decided to join the fight. He leaped from the building as flames burst along his body and launched a fierce flame attack toward Shoto. Dabi called out to Shoto as he pushed forward. Shoto glanced up and responded by firing Overhaul's quirk toward him. The attack sent Overhaul smashing into a building, explosions trailing back to the point of origin. Shoto widened his eyes, then shot a blast of ice at Dabi. Dabi melted the ice almost instantly, and the two collided in close combat. Shoto called out to see if the other combatant was all right. Bakugo dropped in and landed against Shoto's back. He smirked and assured Shoto that he was fine. Overhaul struggled to his feet and stumbled free of the wreckage. Dabi noted the reunion with a grin and taunted that villains did not deserve fair one-on-one fights. He suggested making the fight 3 versus 2. Ida landed nearby, smiling through his mask and completing the gathering of UA's current Big Three. Ida urged them to win. Meanwhile, Ochako fought alongside Izuku against Shigaraki. The villain was becoming overwhelmed when a black substance appeared and Izuku vanished. Ochako's eyes widened as Shigaraki smiled and suddenly disappeared. Ochako then saw Aizawa with Shigaraki's hand pressed to his face. Ochako screamed for Aizawa, who then exhibited a sudden change. His eyes glowed red and his hair bristled. Shigaraki snarled and struck Aizawa, sending him crashing into a nearby building. Shigaraki felt a click in his mind and turned, spotting Eri. The young girl stood terrified and frozen. Shigaraki's expression twisted into a cruel smile as he moved toward Eri, intending to use her rewind ability. Before he could reach her, All Might intervened and punched Shigaraki, but the punch seemed ineffective because All Might was not in his full hero form. Ochako ordered Eri to run, and Eri fled. All for One dropped into a field, breathing heavily. He assessed the situation and resolved that he needed to separate his opponents to gain the advantage. Smiling coldly, he used his warp ability to isolate Izuku, transporting the boy to a place that Izuku recognized immediately. Izuku found himself back where it had all begun. The memories flooded him working with Bakugo before his quirk awakened at the chemistry between them despite years of torment, losing an eye, All Might barely defeating a Nomu, and the earlier days when Izuku had been quirkless but had still held his own. He remembered meeting Ochako again, their time together, and the moment he had fallen for her. Tears glistened as these recollections overwhelmed him. All for One reminded Izuku that this was where his quirk had first awakened and then prepared for a final strike. He used hypertrophy and spear-like bone projections to increase the strength in his arms, then launched himself at Izuku with an air cannon, swinging a massive arm down. Izuku evaded the attack and struggled to stay focused as the flashbacks continued to assault his mind. Izuku reflected that All for One had been the cause of much of his suffering and resolve hardened in him. All for One declared his intention to kill Izuku and take his quirk. Izuku felt his quirks amplify one another. Bakugo's explosive power could be channeled more widely, the spear-like bone formations could be applied anywhere, and knew All for One coveted that potential. Izuku grinned despite the danger and clenched his fists, daring All for One to come at him. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Dabi sustained his assault on Shoto. He launched a heavy flame attack called Jet Burn, which Shoto blocked before trying to cool himself and his older brother with his ice. Dabi called to Shoto, and for a moment Shoto froze him with ice. Dabi smiled as Toya's true identity seemed to surface. Fire then surged through the ice, sending Shoto flying backward. Toya's face showed severe burn damage and a hollowed, skeletal appearance. His transformation into that visage was shocking and horrific to see. The atmosphere filled with the painful revelation, and Toya called out to his little brother. Dabi accused Shoto of being made to replace him and summoned blue flames that heated the whole area. Shoto answered by igniting his own controlled fire until his ice and fire aura shimmered with heat. Dabi declared that his purpose was to stop him and raised his flames. He intended to kill Shoto and bring his body to their father. Dabi unleashed his father's prominence burn while Shoto countered with his own variation of their father's flashfire fist. Fire and heat collided in a towering display across the skyline. A few blocks away, Overhaul fought Bakugo and Ida. Ida asked if they should have left Shoto with Dabi, and Bakugo snapped that it was a family matter and none of their business. Bakugo fired his AP shot to fling explosions at Overhaul, who stumbled but kept his balance. Ida engaged his engines and accelerated at Overhaul, routing him with a powerful kick that sent the man crashing into the ground. Overhaul snarled threats at them both. Ochako watched in horror as her father struck Shigaraki in his diminished form and then clutched at all might as Shigaraki extended tendrils that struck the older hero. Ochako cried out and, in a desperate burst, activated One for All at full force. She dashed forward and struck Shigaraki hard enough to send him flying through a building. Ochako turned back to see All Might on the ground, weakened and barely moving. Her eyes widened when she saw Eri nearby and then noticed Shigaraki with his hand on the girl's head, wearing a terrible smile. Shigaraki proclaimed that Rewind was his and tore Eri's quirk from her. Eri cried out and collapsed as her power slipped away. Aizawa's eyes glistened with tears even as his quirk remained active. He struggled against the devastation unfolding. Shigaraki taunted Aizawa, saying whether Aizawa had cancelled Decay or All for One, he could not do both, and he laughed as he looked toward the barely conscious All Might and Ochako. A small horn had appeared on Shigaraki's head, a sign of his escalating power. He scoffed that bringing Eri to the battlefield had been a mistake for their enemies, then fell silent as Eri crumpled to the ground. Izuku lunged at All for One, his body covered with spear-like bone, and activated hypertrophy to bulk his arm for a massive strike. All for One vanished from where he stood and then reappeared amid the fight with Shigaraki, grabbing the younger man's head. All for One told Shigaraki that he had wanted Rewind for a long time and used his power to seize it. Before he left, All for One noticed All Might slipping away and employed his black goop quirk to fling Shigaraki toward where Izuku stood. All for One turned his attention to the fallen symbol of peace and walked over with a mocking interest in how far Toshinori had fallen. All Might tried to sit up but lacked the strength. He told All for One that he had saved people until the last moment. Ochako begged her father not to die and pleaded with him to come home. All for One listened and then struck Ochako with a brutal blow that sent her onto her back, gasping. She rolled and crawled desperately to All Might. All Might turned his head toward Ochako and smiled, telling her that he wished he had never condemned her for acting on what she believed was right and that she had been a real hero. Ochako's voice cracked with pain as she clung to him. All for One moved to All Might's feet and coldly said he had wished he could have delivered the final blow himself. In a surge of fury, Ochako pushed herself up and struck All for One in the face. He laughed and taunted her for not using One for All in that moment, boasting that he had crushed her father in his prime. All Might's body fell still and did not revive. Ochako felt tears streaming down her face and tried to hold herself together. A pink aura flared around her, and her resolve hardened as memories of her childhood flooded back the times All Might had made time for his family, the months of recovery after his first battle with All for One, the training and care he had given her. She remembered when he had offered her One for All and the long, grueling training that followed. Standing in a fighting stance, Ochako steadied herself with a breath and summoned a quiet, determined smile reminiscent of her father's iconic expression. She vowed to be ready to lose or to fight, but above all to be present. Her power and will coalesced. She declared that she was there to fight. Shigaraki appeared in the USJ and found Izuku standing against him. The horn on Shigaraki's head disappeared as he punched the ground, shattering the surface into scattered debris. Izuku kept himself afloat with float and breathed a short sigh when Shigaraki lunged. Shigaraki surged forward with a furious attack, throwing his fists, but Izuku used impact recoil to counter. The move sent Shigaraki flying backward into the earth, stirring dust and rubble. Izuku caught sight of a faint outline of Shigaraki and realized the enemy was using a search-like adaptation. He fired rivet tendrils from his palm, felt the hooks connect, and was abruptly yanked toward Shigaraki. The dust dispersed around them. Izuku looked at Shigaraki and saw tendrils still attached to him, pulling him closer. He retracted his own tendrils before Shigaraki could get too near. Izuku tapped his fingers together and activated gear shift on himself. He did not fully understand how the quirk worked, only that it let him move with incredible speed. He shot forward and landed a lightning-fast punch that broke Shigaraki's nose. Shigaraki clutched his face and cursed while Izuku smirked, taunting him. Shigaraki threatened to kill him, but as his nose began to heal, Izuku activated erasure. Shigaraki's eyes widened as Izuku's smirk shifted to a confident smile. Izuku charged and Shigaraki swung down, but Izuku halted with gear shift and avoided the blow. The ground began to decay again beneath them, so Izuku floated to stay out of reach. Shigaraki kicked the ground and a spray of dust flew up toward Izuku's eyes, and Izuku closed his eyes and deactivated erasure to protect his vision. Shigaraki's nose regenerated and he laughed, daring Izuku to try again. Izuku cursed inwardly and, before he could respond, a punch struck him in the gut and sent him flying through the roof of the... When he opened his eyes, a wound in his torso had already begun to heal. He heard an explosion and turned to see a nearby building crumbling as three figures fought on top. Izuku zoomed in with his mechanical eye and saw Bakugo and Ida battling Overhaul. Ida called for Bakugo as the explosive student had just ripped off one of Overhaul's arms. Bakugo shouted that it was life or death and that he would not lose to a villain Ochako had once fought with half her strength, the edge of his insecurity showing. Overhaul screamed in pain. The building gave way beneath them and Ida darted forward, carrying Bakugo and both of them to the ground. Ida asked if Bakugo was all right as Bakugo pulled free of his grip. Bakugo replied that he was fine and scanned for Overhaul, then heard a loud crash. The two heroes in training looked to see Overhaul knocked unconscious on the ground. A green spark appeared in front of them and Izuku stood above Overhaul, staring down at the man. Izuku told himself he could not let Shigaraki gain this quirk, then placed his hand over Overhaul's face and used All for One to take the quirk. Bakugo called out to Izuku and Izuku glanced back at him, surprised to see Bakugo and Ida. Izuku finished taking Overhaul's quirk and then vanished from sight. Ida loudly questioned what had just happened. Bakugo turned and saw the large opening in the USJ, evidence of where Izuku had been ejected. Ida insisted they had to go help him, fearing Izuku would die if he fought alone, but Bakugo gripped Ida's shoulder and argued that they needed to help Shoto instead and that they would only get in the way of Izuku or Ochako. Bakugo kept watch as Izuku approached the USJ again. Meanwhile, Shoto and Dabi continued trading fire and heat. Shoto called out Toya. Toya was in an extremely damaged state, barely holding himself together. Old surgical stitches that had been keeping him stable began to fray and strain. As Toya increased the heat, Shoto felt his hands burning and winced, forcing himself to push on while using bursts of ice to keep from being overwhelmed. He struggled to balance his fire and ice, feeling his heart race as a cold breeze rose from himself. His flames grew higher and turned blue, not because of fierce heat but because of the cold energy he channeled. The cold flames washed over Dabi and began to affect him. Dabi forced his jaw back into place and laughed despite his ruined condition. Shoto focused and, with a fierce, determined shout, flooded the block with ice-cold fire meant to force his brother to rest. Dabi laughed and taunted that he was immune to ice and shot hot flames racing through the streets. Those flames leaped and spread, igniting parts of buildings and anything in their path. Shoto grit his teeth at the destruction and decided to answer with the opposite force. He closed his eyes as his brother's laughter echoed, and from his right side a massive glacier formed an intense, otherworldly formation that felt scorching in its own way, almost like a furnace. Dabi's eyes widened as the glacier encased him, and Shoto, straining with emotion, unleashed the technique he named Glacier Hephaestus. All for one stood before Ochako and grinned, trying to unnerve her. Ochako forced a steady smile and refused to show weakness. A horn appeared on All for One's head as he began to explain his plan, his voice carrying a chilling calm. He announced that he would use rewind on himself to erase certain things and then fully take over Tamura's body, becoming the most powerful being the world had seen. He said he intended to take Ochako's quirk first and declared that he would become a demon lord with it. With that he fired an air cannon and surged toward Ochako. Ochako braced to take the blow, but objects suddenly flew in and struck All for One in the throat, stopping his advance. The wounds closed rapidly as rewind took effect. Hawks landed beside Ochako and apologized for being late, explaining they had been delayed. Ochako recognized Hawks immediately and reacted with relief. A heavy thump announced Endeavor's arrival. He announced that he and others were there to support Ochako under orders from the Hero Commission and glared at her with his usual stern intensity. Ochako remembered past encounters with Endeavor from her time acting independently as a vigilante. Endeavor had never managed to catch her then, and most of the time had come nowhere close. That hurt the man's ego. Ochako looked back at All for One, who laughed. All for One asked the group if they were done monologuing as he tore feathers from Hawk's wings. The wounds healed quickly and Hawks and Endeavor took fighting stances. Ochako smiled and assumed a stance of her own. All for One activated spear-like bone projections and charged at the three heroes. Endeavor and Hawks split to flank him while Ochako leapt. All for One's blow struck the ground and made it tremble. His arms swelled in size as he powered up. All for One taunted that the heroes did not stand a chance. Ochako wrapped Black Whip around his arm and tried to restrain him, thinking they had to hold him off until he was gone. All for One tore the whip away and Ochako dove down to engage. But Hawks intercepted and pulled her to the side. Hawks smiled and remarked that she was the ninth, which made Ochako's eyes widen. Hawks reminded her that All Might had warned them before they arrived and that Ochako needed to conserve her energy, because if All for One fused with Shigaraki she would need to be close to full strength. Hawks glanced toward Endeavor and All for One as they traded blows. Endeavor pushed past his limit and his flames flared blue as he unleashed his most powerful attack. All for One's body seemed to crumble and reform. His regeneration sped up and when he returned he appeared younger, perhaps in his 50s. He grit his teeth and swung at Endeavor, grabbing his face. The light of a rewind effect began to pull at Endeavor's age, and Hawks drove his wings into All for One to keep him from finishing the rewind. Endeavor fell back to the ground, reverted to roughly 25 years old, and roared as flames burst across his body. Ochako wondered whether the de-aging affected minds as well as bodies, thinking of Shigaraki and Tenko. She remembered how Izuku and Eri had helped All Might and considered the tiny boy inside Shigaraki. She realized she might be able to save him. Inside the USJ, Izuku dodged a wild punch from Shigaraki and struck him in the jaw, a heavy hit that briefly disrupted Shigaraki's form before it healed. Shigaraki snarled in irritation, grabbed Izuku's foot, slammed him to the ground and stomped him hard, leaving a deep impact in the surface beneath them. Izuku fought to hold back tears as pain radiated through his body. His regeneration attempted to work, but Shigaraki maintained pressure, interrupting the process. Shigaraki then battered Izuku's face repeatedly, driving him toward unconsciousness while Izuku's regenerative forces continued to fight back. Despite the pain, Izuku realized he could manipulate speed with gearshift. As Shigaraki prepared another strike, Izuku reached out and touched him, altering Shigaraki's movement. Shigaraki found himself suddenly unable to react and was launched through the front of the USJ at incredible speed. The impact severely damaged one of his limbs. Izuku, grunting from pain, forced the damaged limb free while Shigaraki's body began to heal itself. A shiver ran down Izuku's spine as explosions rocked the facility. Bakugo was nearby, hesitating until Ida pleaded with him to help Midoriya. Ida argued that they could not leave their friend alone, and after a moment Bakugo tore free from Ida's grip and launched himself toward the USJ with a burst of explosions, cursing under his breath as he went. Bakugo fired an explosive volley called Cluster at Shigaraki, sending him reeling back into the US. He then used his explosions to propel himself alongside Izuku. Ida used his engines to keep up and arrived beside them. Izuku noticed Ida and offered a thankful look. Ida conveyed that they had come to help. Strings shot out and bound Shigaraki and the three boys. Looked up to see Best Jeanist and Shoto Todoroki arrive. Shoto was battered but had managed a brief respite after confronting his brother. Best Jeanist apologized for the delay, explaining he had been evacuating civilians, and then used his fabric-based ability to tear Shigaraki into multiple separated pieces. Shigaraki quickly began to reassemble himself and looked around with a grim smile. Shigaraki noted that they had the advantage in numbers. Izuku reminded himself he had already confronted another version of Shigaraki earlier and stepped forward with a determined grin, beckoning Shigaraki to come. Meanwhile, on the other front, Ochako leapt at All for One and wrapped Black Whip around his arms to hold him. Endeavor seized the opening and unleashed a flash fire fist that drove through All for One's torso. The heroes had realized that All for One's accelerated regeneration caused him to de-age, so they began bombarding him with devastating coordinated attacks to force rapid regressions. Ochako mainly set up attacks so she would not overexert herself before any possible fusion with Shigaraki. All for One fired rivet-like tendrils at Ochako, but she dodged in time thanks to a predictive sensation from her quirk. Hawks drove his wings toward All for One's face in an attempt to blind and unbalance him, and All for One retaliated by tearing at Hawk's wings. The altered sight of Hawk's injured form made Ochako hesitate. Black Whip retracted as All for One smirked and lashed tendrils that pinned Endeavor and Hawks against separate walls. Ochako watched in horror as both heroes struggled to move, and All for One warned them that they would be unable to help if he reached his targets. Endeavor screamed at Ochako that they would all die while she hesitated. She muttered that she was losing hope when a chuckle sounded behind All for One. Someone appeared with a huge grin. Ochako's eyes widened and a smile formed as she recognized Mirio. She called his name and he struck All for One from behind while shouting the name of his quirk, Power. All for One gritted his teeth and swiped at Mirio, but Mirio used his quirk to become untouchable. Mirio landed beside Ochako and told her it had been a while. Ochako replied that there was no time to talk and that they had a fight to win, then got into a fighting stance. Mirio vanished beneath the ground. All for One declared that the brat would not stop him and dodged fire from Endeavor. Endeavor accused him of talking too much and launched forward, while All for One raised his hand. Ochako used her Black Whip to bind All for One's hands and pulled them aside. Endeavor landed a flash-fire fist that sent All for One flying backward. Mirio reappeared and kicked him into the ground. Hawks used his wings to pin All for One in place. Endeavor jumped up, looked down, and unleashed Prominence Burn while holding him down. The attack overwhelmed All for One's form, but the man laughed as he suddenly aged into a younger teenager, even younger than IzuOcha. He smiled and said that he had wished he could have done more before leaving that body. Then he called a farewell to One for All and began to glow. IzuOcha's eyes widened, Hawks and Endeavor moved toward her, knowing she might be the key to victory, and warned her to watch out. Shigaraki observed the heroes gathered around him and noted that they had their friends. Izuku regarded Shigaraki with a smirk, and Shigaraki's body began to change. His muscles swelled and his expression shifted into something that felt less like his own and more like All for One's. Bakugo braced himself and asked aloud what was happening. Izuku, thinking about Eri's quirk, began to glow yellow and a horn appeared on his forehead. The light transferred to Bakugo, who grunted in pain and cried out, drawing Shigaraki's attention. All for One, sounding through Shigaraki, commented that they also had the girl's rewind ability. Bakugo's arm returned to normal and Izuku stopped using rewind. Bakugo reacted with disbelief, then activated an explosion, grinning in response to the sudden recovery. Shigaraki grew into a giant form, and a mixed voice of All for One and Shigaraki bellowed that they would never be able to kill him. Izuku chuckled, prompting Shigaraki to demand what was so funny. Izuku noted that the bigger Shigaraki became, the more opportunities there were to hit him, then launched himself forward. He had started what felt long overdue, the final battle. A burst of light accompanied All for One's sudden disappearance. His form unraveled in a flash of energy and then vanished. Tokoyami moved to cover the heroes with dark shadow, but the bright blast briefly overwhelmed the entity and it retreated to Tokoyami's body. Ochako looked around and saw the rest of the former Class 1A assembled. Tokoyami, Tsu, Jiro, Kaminari, Kirishima, Mina, Ojiro, Hagakure, Momo, Shoji, Koda, Sato, Siro, and a noticeably grown Mineta. Ochako initially did not recognize him. He made an awkward expression and then insisted that she remembered him, tears in his eyes. Ochako realized who he was. Kaminari tried to reassure Mineta with a friendly pat on the back, but Mineta remained distant. Ochako's danger sense flared and she saw a huge explosion erupt through the top of the US. She said that she thought she knew where they were, turned back to the class and rallied them to go. The group ran toward the USJ. Bakugo spun through the air and fired a howitzer impact at Shigaraki. All for One's voice, emerging through Shigaraki, dismissed the attack as insignificant, and Shigaraki's own voice returned as his expression turned crazed and he called them weak. Shigaraki reached for Bakugo, but Izuku activated Erasure to neutralize the quirk Shigaraki was using in that moment. Shigaraki explained that Erasure only affected the quirk that was active at the time. Ida flew in and executed a backflip kick that disrupted Shigaraki's balance, allowing Bakugo to land the howitzer impact. As Shigaraki began regenerating, Izuku used Erasure again. Part of Shigaraki's head showed a disturbing alteration reminiscent of damage from a past battle, a stark reminder of what they had faced before. Best Jeanist attempted to restrain Shigaraki with his threads, but the strings failed to affect the enemy this time, as Shigaraki's skin had become extremely resilient. Shoto slid across the ground on ice and then combined his quirk to strike Shigaraki with a fiery punch, briefly engulfing him in flames before Shigaraki leapt backward. He stomped the ground, sending dust into the air that dampened the effect of Erasure. Ida advised Izuku that using Erasure might be pointless because Shigaraki had counters tied to the terrain. Izuku agreed and reflected that they would have to break through Shigaraki's regeneration and deliver enough sustained damage to end him for good. He did not want to kill, but at that moment he feared there might be no other way to stop the threat. Even if he wanted to, Izuku did not think the prisons in the surrounding area could handle Shigaraki in his current state. A hole had opened in the USJ, and Izuku immediately saw the rest of Class 3A arrive, followed by Endeavor, Hawks, and Mirio. Izuku smiled as he saw Ochako use One for All to dash straight at Shigaraki. Ochako warned that Shigaraki and All for One were now inhabiting the same body as she closed in. Shigaraki looked back at her with a grin. The voices of Shigaraki and All for One addressed her as he reached out his hand. Izuku moved beside Shigaraki and struck him in the face. Ochako followed with a forceful blow to Shigaraki's nose, and Shigaraki was sent flying onto his back. Ochako said she knew how to beat him, but Shigaraki punched her away and turned his glare on Izuku. He reached down and activated Decay before Izuku could cancel it. Izuku cursed as he sprang to his feet and looked back to see their friends secured by Ochako's black whip. Ochako floated while wiping at her mouth and warned that she could not hold them for long, but declared that this was Izuku's fight. Izuku shifted his resolve and prepared to fight. He activated bone-like spears on his arm and used hypertrophy to enlarge it. Izuku recognized that Hawks's quirk had manifested too as wings sprouted from his back and spread red and feathered. He launched himself at Shigaraki, who matched his movement and fired rivet-like tendrils from his fingers. Izuku maneuvered around them and fired tendrils of his own from his right hand while his left arm swelled with power. Shigaraki dodged to the left but collided with Izuku's bone-covered arm. The strike connected with his side and Shigaraki staggered as his regeneration kicked in to close the damage. Izuku hit him again and his recovery was slowed. Ochako moved behind Shigaraki and delivered a strong kick to the side of his head, driving him off balance. Ochako urged Izuku to use Rewind. Izuku realized that using it would restore Shigaraki to the state he had been in before All for One had merged with him, and his hesitation showed. Shigaraki lunged at the two, but Ochako evaded and jumped back to join the group of heroes. Izuku allowed a yellow glow to surround him and began to use Rewind. Shigaraki noticed and immediately backed away, panic flaring in his expression as he began to feel his body change again. He turned to flee, but he soon found himself surrounded by heroes. Izuku tightened his grip on determination and advanced while the others bombarded Shigaraki with coordinated attacks. Izuku closed the distance, touched Shigaraki's head, and used Erasure to prevent him from accessing a quirk. Shigaraki looked around at the heroes as panic finally took hold. He felt the effects of Rewind and gritted his teeth. All for One's voice protested at the loss of their work, but the heroes pressed on. Ida met Shigaraki with a powerful kick that sent him skyward, employing Recipro Burst to launch him into the air. Shoto produced an ice wall that shot up to trap him. Bakugo propelled himself up the ice using his explosions and struck Shigaraki with a devastating howitzer impact that left him nearly limp. Ochako followed, launching herself off the ice wall toward him. Memories flooded Ochako. The first time she had seen Shigaraki, the mall incident, the overhaul conflict, 2 years of vigilante consequences tied to him and the League. She had hated what he had done, but beneath that hatred was a single urgent wish. She saw a vision of young Tenko within the presence that had controlled Shigaraki and felt the need to protect him. With that resolve, Ochako gathered a focused burst of force and punched Shigaraki with everything she had. Something in Shigaraki's eyes shifted as his regeneration faltered. He tried to struggle free, but his voice had lost the ringing tone of All for One. Izuku called out to him, stepping closer. Shigaraki demanded the whereabouts of his master, his words edged with fury, but the presence of All for One was fading. Izuku ordered Shoto to let the ice wall fall, and Shoto complied, causing the ice to disappear. Ochako used Black Whip to secure Shigaraki and bring him down to Izuku's level. Izuku spoke directly to any remnant of All for One in the body, addressing the centuries of harm and declaring that it was over. Ochako stood beside him and expressed the relief of finally ending a legacy of destruction. Tears flowed from Shigaraki as he reached out one last time. Izuku used Erasure to stop whatever attempt he made. Izuku observed that All for One was truly gone. Ochako and Izuku prepared themselves for the final moment. Rewind reached its peak, and the glow from Izuku blinded everyone for a few seconds. When the light faded, a quiet settled over the scene. On the ground before Ochako and Izuku lay a black-haired boy. Izuku called out Tenko Shimura. The young boy's head snapped up and he looked around in confusion, asking where he was. Looked at him and smiled, feeling the weight of what had just happened. Ochako felt herself pulled into the one-for-all realm. Inside, she understood that her actions had completed something great. A figure she recognized as Nana paused, then acknowledged Ochako by name, recognizing her as the inheritor connected to the eighth holder of One for All. The realm accepted Ochako Uraraka as having completed the transfer of One for All. Nana told the girl that she had defeated All for One as the vestige became fully visible in the One for All realm. The other vestiges bowed and expressed their appreciation for her work and sacrifices. Ochako smiled at the group and thanked them. A familiar voice called her name from behind, and Ochako turned to see All Might's vestige. All Might apologized that he could not be there to celebrate and credited her and Izuku Midoriya with completing the mission he had given when she inherited One for All. He bowed and offered his thanks, which brought Ochako to tears. She ran to him and hugged him, apologizing that she had not been able to save him. All Might smiled, told her not to apologize because they had done what was necessary to save the world, patted her head, and urged her to rest. Ochako left the One for All realm and then passed out from her injuries. Izuku watched Ochako fall and ran to catch her. He looked down at her bruised form and was surprised to see her smiling. Tenko approached and asked what had happened to her. Izuku chuckled and said they would explain later. He hoisted Ochako onto his back and called for everyone. A sense of relief passed through the heroes as Tenko began to act more like a normal child. Izuku urged the group to get moving and took Tenko with him. Tenko protested in surprise, and Izuku reassured him that he was safe and told him to hold on. Izuku sprouted hawk-like wings and began to fly, with all the heroes following him back to UA. Ochako thought to herself that she was finally free from captivity, that All for One and Shigaraki were gone, and that they had defeated the villains. With the future uncertain, the heroes returned to UA as the sun set behind them and the day came to a close. Ochako woke and found Recovery Girl at her desk. A sharp pain shot through her torso as she tried to call out. Recovery Girl noticed and hurried over to check her vitals. Ochako gripped her stomach, tears streaming down her face from the pain. Recovery Girl explained that adrenaline had kept her alive through the fights and set a glass of water and some medication on the table. Ochako asked if Recovery Girl meant she should not have survived. The older woman nodded and, looking at a chart, explained that Ochako had suffered multiple serious injuries during the battle but had been stabilized and treated. Ochako wondered how she could still move despite everything, and another wave of pain made her wince. Recovery Girl suggested it was reflex and helped her drink water before giving her the medication to ease the pain for a while. Recovery Girl confirmed that everyone else had recovered relatively quickly. Ochako thought of Izuku and smiled when Recovery Girl informed her that her class was graduating and that Deku was there. Ochako asked how long she had been asleep. Recovery Girl said it was March and that Ochako had been out since December. Realizing she was now 18, Ochako wondered about her mother. At that moment the door burst open and her mother entered with tears in her eyes, and Ochako began to cry with relief. Izuku watched as the students of Class 3A walked toward the stage while Present Mike stood at the podium to announce the heroes of the class. Present Mike introduced Tenya Ida as the class representative. Ida approached the podium, joked about how the past 3 years had been eventful, and admitted he had changed from an uptight boy in first year. He requested Izuku Midoriya to come to the stage, with Aizawa giving a nod. Izuku stood, walked through his classmates who patted him on the back, and went up to the podium. He greeted the audience and introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, known by the hero named Deku. His mother watched with tears as she held Tamura, the boy who had become Izuku's adoptive younger brother. Izuku recounted entering Class 1A as a quirkless student and recalled unlocking his quirk during the USJ training incident. He explained that he had initially mistaken his quirk for an explosive type like a classmate's but had recently discovered its true nature, proximity power, which caused quirks in his vicinity to merge with his, and which had once carried the drawback of briefly adopting traits of the quirk's original owners before that issue subsided. Izuku revealed that he had discovered he could no longer use a quirk once its original owner died. He looked at his hand and tried to activate All for One, but nothing happened. He admitted he had lost some valuable quirks because of that, though he believed it was better in the long run, and he chuckled. He recounted that during their first year he had been taken by the League of Villains and held captive for a little over 2 years. In that time his classmates had grown as people and as heroes. He smiled at his former class and they smiled back. He said that after he was found, it was another former student turned vigilante, Ochako Uraraka, who had located him. He remembered that she had confronted All for One and been knocked into the building where he had been held. He chuckled at the memory. Izuku noted that this had been the beginning of the larger conflict, a sensitive subject but one he had every right to speak about. He explained that Ochako had helped rescue him from All for One and Shigaraki, and that All Might had also been involved. With a darker tone he added that All Might had not survived. The crowd grew visibly sad. Izuku described Toshinori Yagi as the man who had single-handedly lowered crime rates for decades, the hero who had inspired him to become a hero, and felt tears welling in his eyes. He thanked All Might, wherever he might be, and could no longer hold back his tears. He attempted a small laugh and apologized as the crowd began to clap. Izuku inhaled sharply and scanned the audience. He saw Ochako standing at the auditorium door on crutches, crying, and his eyes widened. He said that the class before them included some of the strongest heroes the world would see, and that he was honored to appoint someone to announce the graduates. He looked to Aizawa, who nodded. He named Ochako Uraraka. His voice cracked and he laughed, and then he asked her to come up and announce the graduates. He let his tears fall as Ochako nodded and, with help from her mother, approached the stage. Ochako stepped onto the stage and introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka. She explained that she was All Might's daughter and that she had been in a coma since the end of the war, waking only about 30 minutes earlier. She laughed softly, thanked Izuku for asking her to do this, and prepared to read the list. She announced Yuga Aoyama. Aoyama walked to the stage and was presented with a diploma and his hero license. He bowed to the microphone and the gathered teachers, and he smiled at Ochako. A chair with a photo of All Might sat on the stage to commemorate his contributions to UA and to Hero Society. Mina Ishido was next. Mina came to the stage with tears and told Ochako she had missed her while receiving her diploma and hero license. Ochako smiled and nodded. Tsuyu Azui followed. Tsuyu walked to the stage and Ochako smiled and waved. Tsuyu waved back. Katsuki Bakugo then walked onto the stage. He grinned at Ochako, passed the microphone and Aizawa, and unexpectedly hugged her. He told her he had missed her, and the crowd reacted warmly. Izuku smiled at his childhood friend and reflected on how much Bakugo had changed over the years. After the war, Bakugo had finally revealed why he had changed during their freshman year, and Izuku had been surprised to learn that Bakugo had been the one who saved him then. It felt good to finally know the reason. Toru Hagakure briefly revealed herself, waved at her parents, rushed up, grabbed her belongings, and reached out to Ochako, who hesitantly shook her hand while trying not to lose her balance on the crutches. Tenya Ito walked forward, thanked Uraraka, smiled, and saluted her before leaving the stage. Kyoka Jiro walked up, smiled and waved at Ochako, and murmured thanks as she took her diploma and hero license. Denki Kaminari posed as he collected his diploma and license, raised his phone to take a selfie with Ochako, and waved as he left with a friendly greeting. Eijiro Kirishima came on stage in tears, received his diploma and license, and bowed deeply to Ochako, crying out in his trademark exuberance and celebrating the moment as manly. Ochako praised him. He nodded and left. Koji Koda hurried on stage, shy as ever, murmured congratulations to Ochako, and left while she smiled. Minoru Mineta, taller than they remembered and more grown up, came up, bowed to Uraraka, thanked her, and walked away. Names continued to pass, and soon Ochako was down to the last 3. She announced Shoto Todoroki. Shoto walked forward with a grin and expressed happiness at her return, and Ochako chuckled that she wished she had returned before graduation, which made him snicker before he left the stage. Fumikage Tokoyami collected his diploma and license, told Uraraka that class hadn't been the same since she and Midoriya had left and that he was glad they were safe. She smiled and nodded. Momo Yaoyorozu received her awards and approached Ochako, smiling and pointing out that 2 students had been skipped. Ochako looked confused and asked what Momo meant. Aizawa stepped up to Ochako and gestured toward Izuku, beckoning him to come over. Izuku moved closer and asked what was happening. Momo grabbed the microphone and announced that the last 2 students graduating from Class 3A were. Momo announced that they were the new pillars of peace, and both Izuku and Ochako's eyes widened. Momo named Izuku Midoriya and Ochako IzuOcha, and they looked at each other before turning back to Aizawa, who handed them their hero licenses. Aizawa explained that they would have to return for regular classes but that, for hero work, they had proven themselves beyond any training and that he was proud to call himself their teacher, even if only for a year. He smiled, an expression that startled the students. Izuku bowed in thanks while Ochako smiled through tears. Bakugo urged the crowd to cheer, his voice louder than the microphone. The audience erupted with emotion, and Izuku and Ochako looked at one another, tears streaming down their faces. Ochako called to Izuku and, when he answered, she dropped her crutches and surprised him by falling into his arms. She laughed and told him to hug her, saying that it had hurt and to at least make it worth it. Izuku smiled as the crowd grew louder, and for a moment everything felt silent between them. Ochako whispered that she loved him and had missed him more than he could imagine. Izuku blushed and replied that he had missed her too. He pulled back slightly and told her he loved her. They shared an emotional embrace, and the curtain closed, ending the ceremony. Tenko ran through the house with a Deku figurine, making his own sound effects. Eri scolded him for playing with toys she called childish, though she agreed the figure was cool and produced an Ochako figure from behind her back. Tenko was 11 years old and Eri 15. Over the 6 years since the war they had been as close as siblings, and now they were technically siblings by adoption. Aizawa called from the couch that he was trying to sleep, and Tenko complained that they were having fun. Aizawa asked them to lower the volume a little, zipping himself up in his sleeping bag. Eri reassured Tenko that their parents would be back soon since their shift ended at 3, and she patted his head. As if on cue, the door opened and Izuku announced his return. Tenko immediately jumped up and ran into Izuku's arms, greeting him as dad with a tight hug. Izuku asked if Tenko had been good for Mr. Aizawa, and Tenko nodded. Aizawa appeared with Eri at his side and remarked that Tenko had been sleeping earlier. Eri snickered while Aizawa muttered a teasing nickname, which made Eri protest. Izuku chuckled as Tenko backed away with his figurine. Izuku told them that Ochako would be back shortly because she had gone to the store. Eri asked Izuku if she could go meet Koda, and he agreed. Aizawa prepared to leave, and Izuku thanked him for watching the kids. Aizawa noted that they were old enough to take care of themselves, and Izuku admitted that Eri had specifically asked him to watch them. Eri blushed and told Izuku not to tell anyone she had asked. She had spent her first 2 years free by Aizawa's side at UA, so he had become like a second father to her. Aizawa chuckled, said his goodbyes and left. Eri hurried off to meet Koda after Izuku reminded her to be home by 8 at the latest because she had exams the next day. Izuku sighed and looked at Tenko, wishing they could stay small forever. Tenko promised he would always be his boy, and Izuku ruffled his hair. Ochako walked into the home and greeted the family. Tenko ran up and hugged her, calling her mommy. Izuku and Ochako had married at 22 while working as heroes and had officially adopted Eri and Tenko when they were younger. At the time of the adoption, Eri had been 11 and Tenko 7. Izuku had become the number 1 hero and Ochako the number 2 while they raised the children. Izuku mentioned that he had seen Eri leaving and asked if she was going to be with Koda. Ochako asked if they thought the two were a pair, and Izuku admitted that the thought made him uncomfortable. Ochako reminded him that she had already confessed to him by this point, and Izuku confessed that he admired Eri's father for being able to handle letting go. They worried together about Eri's upcoming entrance exams for UA, acknowledging that she was growing up fast and that while they had faith in her, they still worried. Tenko raised his arm and declared that Big Sister was super smart and would do great. He added that he wanted to be a hero too and insisted that he did not want to be in the support course but in the hero course. He admitted that being quirkless made things difficult, but he believed he could do it. Izuku looked at Ochako, and they both nodded encouragingly, smiling at Tenko's determination. Tenko called to his father with a grin and ran up to them. He asked if he could be a hero even though he was quirkless. Izuku looked to Ochako, who nodded. Izuku knelt and placed his hands on Tenko's shoulders, smiling as broadly as he could, and told Tenko that he could be a hero, that he was sure of it. The end.